no longer be able to be used. And then retroactively, because we are of the mindset that if the state changes a law and recognizes that it was unjust, they need to go back and correct that harm as well. So we are fighting really hard to make sure that retroactivity maintains, keeps in the bill, and really also funneling through like who would have to be resentenced, what's the timeline of that. So this is a bill that is still under heavy negotiation. The good part is that it skipped the Appropriations Committee, the Fiscal Committee, so it's going to go straight to the floor, which means we're not bound by this upcoming Friday's deadline. We have a little bit more time. I'm sure we will be plugging in Civil Survival to let you all know how you all could engage in that, but it's going to bring so much relief to people.
Yeah, and I want to oversimplify this really quick. So, you know, for all those people in here who have had criminal records as youth, or if you have one right now, that shouldn't count against you when you become an adult. All the things that you've done in the past, you know, don't need to follow you for the rest of your life. What we're trying to do with this bill is make sure and go back and look at all those people that they over-criminalized. You know, we just have to talk about, you know, what was going on in the 90s, you know, the super predator mentality, right? So we're trying to overcome that through bills like this, right? And we went inside, and I didn't go inside, but I was inside at the time actually. But we have people on the inside say this is what they want, right? They want to be able, they want the justice from when they were a youth, not to follow them throughout their whole life. And so just simply put, you know, what we're trying to do with this bill is make sure that we can get some relief and get people out sooner, right? And the thing that you do when you're young should never affect you as an adult. So I'm gonna kick it back over to Roxana to finish this off and keep on going. You got plenty of time to keep on going. We got plenty of bills. So.
Yeah, there's a lot of bills. So and that's a bill that we are calling fresh start for criminalized youth. To what Anthony said, you know, we should be looking at this as a clean slate. If you served your time in JR, then we should be looking. You should be sort of repenalized because we know who gets caught up in the juvenile legal system to begin with, and we know the racial disproportionality is stark. So this is as much of a racial justice issue as it is a sentencing reform, criminal legal reform issue. So in continuation of kind of the repercussions of the super predator rhetoric that came out of the 1990s, there's this other bill that advocates are proposing, House Bill 1394, and this is regarding the Youth Sex Offender Registry. So I think for a very long time, the registry has been used as kind of this punitive accountability tool, quote unquote, when in reality, it doesn't actually, it hasn't delivered on the results that was what was intended to be. And there's actually been a lot of research that shows that youth that are on the registry are 4 times more likely to attempt to commit suicide. They're more likely to become homeless, to become abused sexually themselves, because they're a target, because we label them as somebody who is undeserving of a second chance. And the reality is that we need to be treating this with treatment, with counseling, not just putting people on a registry and forgetting about them. So what this bill would do, House Bill 1394, is drastically change how we look at the Youth Sex Offender Registry. Youth would only be required to register for 2 years, and there's some exceptions as far as like when you don't even have to register at all, contingent on programming that you are getting. But this is also recognition that we need more treatment out there, we need more programming, we need issues and program outside of the juvenile legal system. So this is a bill that would encourage you all to sign in and support where it's at in the process. It got scheduled for hearing and appropriations tomorrow at 1:30, so we appreciate you all signing in Pro, and I can follow up with you to make sure that gets out to folks. Okay, so keep on going. I know you probably talked about solitary confinement. No, not yet. Okay.
That was done. So.
Okay. Well. So. Oh. Okay.
I was just saying, just keep on talking about the youth bills.
Yeah. So the reason why I bring up solitary confinement is because over the years, the state, to some extent, has made recognition that that we shouldn't be, isolating people, that it's bad for their health. We did that in the JR system, so juvenile rehabilitation in like Echo Glen, Green Hill, those facilities, they already banned solitary confinement. And we're working on the adult facilities, but one stage that we completely bypassed is schools. You'd be shocked to know that a lot of schools in Washington State still isolate and restrain their students. There are literally, and I'm not talking like timeouts, I'm not talking about, sensory sort of rooms. These are cells with locks on the outside and pads on the inside. And there are still schools that are building isolation cells to this day, brand new buildings. There's this bill, House Bill 1479, that we're currently working on that would basically ban the practice of isolation in schools by 2025, because there's absolutely no reason necessary to be isolating kids. And then also would prohibit the practice of restraint in schools, and that includes mechanical restraint, so like literally using devices like, let's say, zip ties to restrain kids. Also chemical restraint, the use of medication prescribed or not prescribed to that individual, to that child. The group in which this is happening the most is K through 5, kindergartners through 5th graders. That's where we see the most use of isolation and restraint, and again, to no surprise, massive racial disproportionality. Students with disabilities are also at the most harmed by this practice. So where this is at in the stage, it just passed policy committee last Thursday. Tomorrow, there's a hearing in appropriations, and we want to continue to have this bill move forward, so we'll pass this along to civil survival to send it out to you all. Would appreciate you all signing in pro. This is House Bill 1479. The reason why this is connected is because isolation and restraint and how we treat kids in schools is just another example of how we perpetuate the school-to-prison pipeline. If we are creating environments in our schools via isolation and restraint, via police on campuses, we're essentially treating kids that have done nothing wrong and are subjecting them to violence that we're subjecting to other people. So I implore you all to be engaged in this. I continue to be shocked to hear some of the stories that come out of this, because they're really insane. But
so I can only assume there's probably somebody in here who's been impacted by this. And we got somebody in the back. We got somebody in the back who, thank you for your bravery for telling us, that in itself, right? She talked about the school to prison pipeline. We don't even just put little kids in restraint. She said kindergarten to 5th grade, and I remember I've had friends that they did that to. I've had loved ones that they did that to. So, if you, when you actually go and talk to your legislator, if that's something that you actually encountered, that's something that's happened to you, let that be known. Let them know what your experience is like. Because the only way that we can upend this system of torture, violence, and all the bad stuff that's been going on, we have to do it one story at a time. And we have to do it also collectively, right? Like Elaine said, we're bringing our power, to the steps of the Capitol. So one way that we can do that is let them know, when you vote against this, you're voting against me. You got to tell me that, you got to tell us about policy to my damn face, right? And so they don't want to tell the kid that. They don't want to tell y'all that. So I just encourage you, for each one of these, and especially something like that, tell your story. Let it be known if you feel comfortable doing it. I know, sometimes it's hard. You know, so, but if you feel comfortable, if you feel brave enough to do that, if you want to, these are the things, these are the stories that they need to hear in order for, the system to change itself. So.
Yeah, no, thank you for that, Anthony. And another thing, if you want to mention this to your legislators in meetings, and this is one of the pushback that we've been getting is, it's going to cost too much money to train people so that we don't isolate and restrain them. And they legitimately feel that we are taking away a tool from their toolbox to control kids. I mean, this is very similar to what we hear in the adult solitary confinement space as well, where like if we don't, put people into solitary confinement, something horrible is going to happen. Well, the harm has already happened because we're perpetuating those students to emotional trauma, to PTSD from being isolated in these isolation cells. So if there's a will, there's a way. The legislature funds things all the time. They should be able to fund this. So House Bill 1479.
When they say we get billions of dollars every year, that's how much we spend.
Yeah.
You can't spend a few dollars on retraining some people on how to, deal with some kids.
Yeah. Well, and the way that what I've been hearing is like this is an especially difficult fiscal year, which they say that every year, but they say that to this year in emphasis because of inflation. And when I talk about these youth justice, youth policy issues, this is really a preventative tool. This is where we can intervene early in a young person's life and put them in a different trajectory, so that we can prevent folks from falling down through the cracks later on. So what we should be really utilizing this money for is making the case that we need to invest in our kids now. We need to invest in preventing the harm now, so that we don't have to, continue to fuel a incarceration system that's not actually really working for our society. I want to move on to the next bill, which has been something that we've been working on for a number of years now. This is my baby. This is my baby bill. Senate Bill 5434, and this is around raising the age of juvenile court jurisdiction. You'd be shocked, maybe not. The lower end of court jurisdiction in the state of Washington is 8 years old, which means that courts, prosecutors, they can start charging 8-year-olds and send them through the juvenile legal system. What we are asking is for a modest increase up to the age of 13. We want it to go higher, but politically this is where we're landing, unfortunately. By raising the age of juvenile court jurisdiction, we are going to be preventing children from being traumatized in the juvenile legal system. They will instead be referred to programs, to family alternatives, to other things in the community to help that behavior. The second part of that bill, what it does is creates a task force to study the eventual expansion of the higher end to include 18 and 19-year-olds. So right now, juvenile court jurisdiction is from 8 to 17. So what we are hoping to do is increase it to 13 on the lower end, and then eventually we'd like it to be increased as well on 18, to include 18 and 19-year-olds. And we even wanted 20-year-olds, honestly. And this is all based on brain science. So there's been a lot of research that shows that the brains of young people are not fully developed until the age of 25. There's this part in our brain called the frontal lobe that controls our impulse control, our decision making. And when you're young, that part is not really fully developed in your brain, and that leads you to make impulsive decisions. And for years now, the Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court, or Washington State Supreme Courts have recognized the brain science, and we are asking the legislature recognize it too. We need to increase the juvenile court jurisdiction so that it's in line with brain science, modernize it, because what's happening is that we're continuing to harm kids. The younger you go into the system, the more frequent contact you have, the more you recidivate, and we're basically just, sending them down the wrong path when we could really be making preventative changes. there's huge racial disproportionality on who is sent through the juvenile legal system to begin with. And then remember the juvenile points that we talked about? So whoever goes in, then you now have juvenile points, and then that makes your adult sentencing much longer. So it's all interconnected here. You'd be shocked at some of the arguments that are coming out of this bill. Folks are mentioning that if we lower the age or if we increase the lower end of court jurisdiction, then power groups are going to use it or take advantage of young kids to do their crimes for them. And the reality is that that this is going to be bad for public safety. We should be really looking at those youth as victims, because they are victims. We know that young people are highly susceptible to pressure and influence. So we need to change the narrative around that. And the reality is that there's already a lot of diversion programs for certain demographic groups. There's already diversion, there's a lot of people that are white and rich that never make it to the juvenile legal system because they have an attorney on call, because they're able to work things out on the back end, because they have the financial resources to figure it out. But inevitably, the burden gets put on the poorest and people of color as well. Yeah, I have one more bill.
One second. So if anybody's in the 21st district, there's a meeting at 11:15, and I'm sure there's somebody here from the 21st district, and I will have y'all take a look. So if you are, please head to your meeting now. Thank y'all so much. Guys, what's up? Thank you.
Good luck.
Good luck. Back to last one.
Okay, yeah, last bill. So, sorry, one more thing that I wanted to say on the raise the age bill. This is actually a bill that we need a little bit of help on, because it has to make a stop in the fiscal committee in Ways and Means, and it still hasn't gotten scheduled for a hearing. So I'll follow up with you, Anthony. We are organizing a sign-on letter to be sent to the Ways and Means Committee, urging them for a hearing, and to whatever extent folks would also like to reach out to those senators on Ways and Means, we would greatly appreciate it as well. And then the last bill that I wanted to mention is around youth legal financial obligations. I know Kelly talked about kind of the adult side of LFOs, but for youth, I mean, we're basically setting them up with to fail by tackling on this debt. What this bill is proposing, Senate Bill 5474, is to eliminate the use of or basically wipe out past debt, fines, fees. With restitution, what we are proposing is setting up kind of a victims compensation fund, so that rather than the person having to pay, the youth having to pay for restitution, having the state sort of create another entity so that victims and survivors can pull money from that. Because, what we're trying to move towards is a system where we're reliant on one person to fund this thing, but rather having put the pressure on the state to fund that. So this is going to bring a lot of relief to young people across our state who are overwhelmed with debt. That's another bill we'd appreciate your support. It had a hearing on Saturday in the Ways and Means Committee, and it will soon be, I think, scheduled for an executive session in Ways and Means as well. So there's a lot happening in the juvenile legal system reform space. We're trying to make sure that things move forward. There are a few bills that unfortunately did not make it through. One of them around juvenile records. Washington State has one of the worst confidentiality statutes in the nation around juvenile records, and we want to make sure that juvenile records are protected and confidential, so that young people who have served their time and done what they needed to do can finally move on and not continue to be held back by their juvenile records. There was this other bill that unfortunately died a tragic death, with kind of the adult sentencing reform space. Senate Bill 5451, it was around emerging adults. So Washington State no longer has parole, which means that young people who have committed a crime, and were sentenced to life without parole don't have an opportunity for review of their rehabilitation. And what this bill would have done was, again, in line with brain science, allow young people who have committed a crime under the age of 25 and have served X amount of years in prison to go in front of the ISRB, the Indeterminate Sentence Review Board, to have the ISRB look over their case, look over their rehabilitation, and provide them an opportunity for release. It wasn't a guarantee of release, but it was an opportunity, because we know that, and again, we all have had the pleasure of working with people that are currently inside who are so deserving to be out here, but because there isn't a mechanism for them to have that opportunity for review, they're still inside. So there's a lot of good work that's happening, but like legislators only really want to move on what they're hearing from their constituents, which is why you being here is incredibly important. You like reaching out to them and telling them what is important to you really moves the needle forward. So I'll leave it there. Thank you so much for listening, and I hope that you all will continue to engage. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Roxana, for dropping some more knowledge on this. I appreciate that. Yeah.
Okay, so we want to just back up real quick on two of the bills that we talked about earlier. One of them, House Bill 1024, which was the real labor, real wages bill to raise the income for currently incarcerated people. Just make sure that everybody knows where they are. Roxana mentioned that there's a couple important dates. Last Friday was the policy cutoff. Anything that didn't get through the policy committee last week is essentially what's considered dead for the year. And then this Friday is the fiscal committee cutoff. So kind of the exceptions are the fiscal committees and transportation. And one of the reasons why that's particularly important for this one is that we made it out of the fiscal committee, and we didn't realize, even the sponsor of the dollar, Simmons, didn't realize this bill needs to go to transportation because of the increased cost for license plates that are made by the people on the inside. So we really need to get a hearing scheduled in transportation. If anybody has Representative Fay in your district, he's the chair of the transportation committee. He said he's going to get his hearing scheduled ASAP, but if you do happen to have him as your representative, please make sure his office knows we want to get a hearing in transportation on that bill.
And can I just jump in real quick? And so when we talk about committees and all that kind of stuff, we're talking about it a little bit here, but basically what the policy committee just means that does this bill make sense? Like, is this a good thing? And then it moves on to, well, can we afford it? And then it moves on to, well, do we continue to have the political capital of everybody to be able to pass this? And so when we're just thinking about in terms of like reality of what that looks like, you know, the steps to get a bill passed is that's how you think of that in terms of that. Is this a good policy? Do we got the money for it? And is the will of people there? So.
And then the other bill we talked about was the LFO bill, and that actually has it doesn't have a, so it gets a hearing in either the policy committee or the fiscal committee, and then they have what's considered an executive session, and that's where the vote happens to vote it out of committee and on to the next step. So we had our hearing already, and today at 1:30, they'll be voting on whether or not to vote it out in appropriations. So there's not necessarily a lot of action we can take in this executive session other than convincing the members of appropriations to vote yes on it.
We might have y'all show up there to that committee and just show some power, just let people know that we're around, right?
We're there, we're here, we're watching.
Yeah, because the money people, we got an insider, but sometimes it just ain't enough. What's the next one? Okay, improving access, removing barriers to jump in slowly. And so this one right here, we're still trying to get a hearing and appropriations. Basically what they're saying is, well, we ain't got the money, or, you know, what they're trying to say is, well, it costs money to create a plan to make sure that people in jail can exercise their right to vote. This is not a privilege to vote. These people in jail have the right to vote if they want to, right? And so as we've been talking about, the whole thing with this is, how can they, society keeps on trying to find ways to reduce our power. One of the ways that we can get that back, right, is through voting, right? We passed HB 1078, Roxana was critical to it, Kelly was critical to it, Corey, who's around here somewhere, was critical to its passage, and, a lot of other people here too, and being able to share, or being able to get people in the room and say, well, we have, we're voters. We put you in this position to be here. Listen to us, right? In order to keep on increasing your power, we got to continue to knock down these structural barriers. One way of doing that is voting, right? And so what we're trying to do, is break down. These are laws that are hundreds of years old. In 2 white states in our nation, I see a lot of people of color here, majority of people of color here. 2 white states in our nation, Vermont and Maine, they allow people to vote while they're in prison. And they ain't even let us vote in jail when they have the right to vote. So what we're trying to do is make sure that those people our people can exercise their right to vote. And so that's what that was about, is really just, we're asking them to create a plan, hand out some flyers, make a video, do something, just anything really is what we're asking. Allow people to have access to what they need to make informed decisions. The less decisions that you have, or less knowledge you have, the less power you can have. Continuously trying to increase both of those. So moving on to the next one. I'm not even going to talk about this one. Kelly, go ahead. No, it's not. No, I was talking about Blake.
Okay. I need to put my glasses on to make sure that I can see. House Bill 1492. This one is providing relief for people who are affected by state versus Blake. You can tell I'm old, I need my reading glasses. So I think a lot of people here are probably familiar with the Supreme Court decision that came down 2 years ago that ruled our possession law as unconstitutional, and just created kind of a lot of uproar, a lot of havoc, a lot of different things within the community. And so there's a couple of different things going on with Blake. And this bill in particular is really kind of a backwards looking bill. What it's looking to do is to make sure that people are made whole, that we're charged with these unconstitutional charges. So what we have found since the Supreme Court ruling is that all across our state, things are being handled differently, so people should be getting refunds. There's a lot of different things calculated into that. Some people went to, treatment to avoid charges. Some people stuck with to collection agencies. We've seen courts say, okay, well, yeah, you didn't pay your money for that Blake charge, but actually, you know what? You owe money for a completely unrelated thing, so we're just going to take that money you paid us for that and put it on that, and that's theft, basically, and not okay. So what this bill is looking to do, it's a very technical bill, but it's streamlining the processes, and it's also creating really clear instructions for what the courts and the folks can and cannot do to make sure that people are being treated fairly all across the state. What we're happening right now, which happens a lot, is you see justice by geography. So you have different places that are handling things differently. So we're hoping to see that one. I don't know that I need to double check this morning to see if the hearing has been scheduled in appropriations, but that's the next step for that. Sure.
Okay, so how does the Blake decision affect your sentencing range? It's proved to be unconstitutional.
So people need to be resentenced. And so that's part of the bill too, is making sure that people are getting in and getting seen to be resentenced. I know there's may even be people here who have been affected and were able to get out because of Blake. But yeah, anybody who's serving a sentence and has one of those charges, then they need to be resentenced.
basically what this one is asking is that when you send money into a loved one that's inside, they're basically taking some of that money and then putting it towards, your cost of incarceration, towards whatever restitution that you gotta pay. Basically what this bill does is make sure that we're stopping taxing family members who are trying to support people on the inside, because I don't know what the ratio is, but when I was reading something on it, it said like if you try to get $100 to put in, you have to put like $900 or something like that. Something crazy, something wild like that. I apologize. Something really wild. So what we're trying to do is make sure that the money that is meant to go to try to help support people get some of that, get some commissary, get the toothpaste and all the stuff that they need because, they only make $55 an hour or $55 a month. So this is another way that we're trying to attack, and make sure that people, that are on the inside can be resourced and have the things that they need, while they're in there. So that's what that bill is, 5131, and where that's at right now. That's in the Senate side, so that's in the Ways and Means Committee. I think I'm not sure if it's had a hearing or not, but when you talk to a legislator, and if this is something like if you're a family or a loved one, and this is something that you've experienced, just ask for the passage out of the Senate Ways and Means Committee. And on that list, you can see some of those people that are in that Excel spreadsheet. You can see some of the bills that were, if you're talking to those people, that are important bills for those particular legislators. So, the last one. Yeah, go ahead.
Senate Bill 5134. This is concerning reentry services and supports. And the biggest thing that this bill does is it increases the gate money from $40 to $300. I know when I left prison with $40, it did not last very long. So we want to, this is currently in Senate Ways and Means. So again, we need to get this bill out of that committee by this Friday so that we can keep it going. It's definitely a good increase, it's a good start. Obviously, I'd love to see more than $300, but this is where we are. This is where we think we can pass it this time. So I'd love to have some support on that bill.
All right, so got a little bit of time still. I want to, if you have an 11:30, so I think we're 11:40. There's a couple 11:45s, 11:40s. If you're in the 34th district, you might want to start heading to your meeting now. If you are in the 29th district, there's also a meeting with Senator Conway. Sorry. Right now, just read these ones up, but I'll get to that in a second. So the 44th as well. So if you're in the 44, if you are in the 34, or what was the last one I said, or what was the other one I said? Another one, the 29th. So if you all are in one of those districts, might want to go start trying to head to your meeting soon. Thank you. And have to check our agenda to see what's next. Yeah, everybody, let's do a 5-minute stretch real quick and just take a moment. Thank you all to the people online. We'll be back in a moment.
Yeah.
power through really quick. I apologize, y'all. I'm so sorry. Just want to power through really quick. So if you can, sit back down. And I just want to cover a couple things. And then we'll get going. Y'all don't want to know shit. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. Appreciate it. All right, just really quick. I'm going to cover some of these other things on here. We're just talking about how it's building and how that can work along. So,
All audience members, can we agree? Please grab a seat. We are going to continue our presentation, so all audience members, please grab a seat and continue our presentation. Lunch will be coming out soon.
y'all got some energy already. We don't need you. Y'all ready to go, okay? Okay, so I'm just going to talk over you until y'all figure out that I'm talking. So, when y'all are meeting and you're talking to legislators, there's a sheet in here in your folder that you can go through that lets you know, like, these are the steps that you can really take. So, start with the introduction and then say who you are, name the issue. So, like, what are you here talking about? Like, we talked about, the different bills. And then, telling your story. So, what we want to be able to do is, like, have different roles and different people. So, if you are designated, you want to share a story, and you want to talk about a specific bill, then, name the issue, tell your story, and then the last part is name the act. I know, I told him I was going to talk over him, so, it doesn't matter. We can compete over it. It's all good. And then this is the most crucial part, and this is what Blaze said. This is really where I want to get to. Is when you're telling your story, at the end, you got to make an ask, right? We highlighted those different things and where they are, and when I said, support passage out of X, Y, and Z committee, that's the most important part, right? We want to make sure, ask them, can I get your support? And see what they say, right? Because that's the most important part. They might, they're politicians, so they slick. They slick as elbow. That's what my grandma used to say in a different word. So, shout out to Grants. But what I want to say is, if you can, try to write that down and let us know what they say. When it comes to, are they going to support it? Are they going to ask? Are they going to make that ask? Can they make a commitment to you to do something about it? Do they know about the issue? You only have 15 minutes, so being able to tell your story in a way that is concise, not like you can do it going all over the place as like right past time, and you can try to take as much time as you want out of it, but they only going to give you 15 minutes, so you can try to figure you out. So that's what I wanted to say, and then, go ahead.
I just want to add to it, if you're talking to a legislator that already supports these bills or they're a sponsor of this bill, one, you're not going to have to go into too much detail with them, but you can also ask them, what can you do, or what can they do to help get it passed on the committees, or, just acknowledge and thank them also for their support on it. But there are, some of you are going to be legislators where you don't actually need to sell them that part on this. And so you do want to take that time to find out, what it is you can do to help them. Are there other things that they can do to get their colleagues behind this bill, or what is it that you can, what could I can say to the legislator, what could I do to help you get this over the finish line?
Yeah, and lastly, we bring energy, but also respect, right? Like, not everybody, you're not going to be talking to, everybody's going to be legislator you're talking to. Some of these people are staff. Some of these people are damn near your age, you know what I mean? And they might not really know what's going on. They're in the learning process themselves. So, be firm, be yourself, be respectful, and, you know, make sure that when you go in, they might have a suit on, you got just as much power as them. You know, tell that to yourself, because, you know, sometimes you get nervous talking to somebody who, you know, is making these important decisions, but also, you know, our money, our people put them there, right? And so you have power. They're supposed to listen to you, you know, so that's what they're there for, right? You know, they're supposed to be representing you. Just remember that. They're a representation of you. They might not look like you, they might not talk like you, they might not dress like you, but they're supposed to be representing you. And so in order to represent you, you know, you gotta let them know, like, hey, this is what we're asking for. And so, like I said, be firm, but also be respectful. With that, we're gonna have some food here. Thank you all to everybody that's been online, that's joining us. Appreciate y'all. So all the organizations that have been a part of this, appreciate y'all. We're in this together. We're bringing that power. We're going to be meeting, if y'all, no matter where y'all are going to be at, we're going to meet on the Capitol steps at 1 p.m. to hear from Representative Tarra Simmons, the first formerly incarcerated elected official in the United States. So hopefully y'all can join us. I don't know where Michelle's at, but I'm tapping you, wherever you at, you know, you tap, you're gonna have to do some chances to get there, get our people riled up. All right, see y'all. We'll get some food for y'all in a minute. Thank you.
Here we are getting ready to break for lunch at this very moment.
We can do it for projects that exist, and we can do it for new construction.
And that's how we're going to say it. Hi Bailey, hey Ma, hey Reverend, I see you guys out there. I'm really concerned that this is all.
Right, I'm
not
sure.
sure, man. This could be poisonous.
You have to contort themselves to fit in your organization. So we go.
All right, y'all. Oh, really? I think y'all are.
Did you Excuse me? Miss Lydia and Miss Toya.
All right, well, who are they? You got to introduce them. Now you can't just have strangers on the camera.
Oh, they're just to get the system back running.
So they're IT?
Yeah.
Wow, I think y'all are.
My father away to prison or jail often took me to prison or jail, and so I never really looked at law enforcement as a friend. But thankfully, our new interim Kitsap County Sheriff, John Pesey, has really sat with me and taken time with me in many, many meetings to build a strong, trusting relationship. And the hip-hop in Tacoma was targeted.
And they wanted to date my three sisters. My father being that protector.
Woo-hoo! Oh, up! All right.
Honestly, because I know that we can make bigger decisions in their life, bigger.
Okay, as a 17-year-old, haven't had much experiences.
yeah, it's actually better than fried. Because if you put it all together, it's mushy.
No worries, there's still challenges for you. Tell us something that you've been reading or learning or a new thing you've been trying this summer. There's a little activity page in that booklet. Tell us how it went, drop it off at your local branch, and then
and so the budgets aren't really set up to be looked at in policy. So
but how are we building what I call emergency relations and with diverse communities? Because I mean,
We're asking us our materials because they're very, very specialized mural materials. They're professional and highly advanced. They're imported.
Having not only impactful studies that actually matter and meet the needs, but also that people are participating because it makes sense to them, right? And so this is really the big vision.
Yeah, so Ready to Rent, which is the 6-week education program for renters to learn more about preparing their credit, looking at the credit reports, how to talk to landlords, really helpful to help research.
Services are counted. And so there's a point-in-time count outreach side, and that's a lot of what I've done and other folks is we go to different encampments throughout Kitsap County. And we actually survey folks, and folks don't have to give us their name or any if they don't want to participate, but we at least still count.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, there's a lot of, there's like a school drive, a pop-up event. This is going on. We got vouchers. We're purchasing this property. Oh, we've got a class. It's like there's constantly just new stuff coming. So you can see it. It's just high energy and, here's some DE&I training. Yeah, it's just fantastic.
Hi, Jill. Yeah, I'm trying to think. As time goes by so fast and so much happens, it's sort of hard to think about what's happened in the last month about that program. And I'm glad I heard that you guys got to share while I was on vacation. You got to share at the state.
All right, y'all, this is devolving into something else. Enjoy your weekend. We will see you next Saturday.
I think your commitment to having this sort of ongoing conversation about housing and homelessness issues is really important. And I just appreciate you right back. Thank you.
All right. Well, you heard it there.
I want to send a gracious thank you to Skookum. Skookum hosted us for our first retreat as a staff, and being able to be in an environment that was welcoming
we should be good to go. So we're just waiting on that. And it should be all right. There we go. Maybe you want to listen a little bit to Judge Flood, see what she's talking about here. Remember to subscribe, like, and share to the Conduit so you never miss out on any of the things that we cover. So many important things that are going on. You do not want to miss them. Right. Lots of information going on this year. Go ahead and subscribe, like, and share at the Conduit. If you would like to support the Conduit so that we can continue to do what we do, the QR code is there. All you need to do is scan the code. And what's great is you can support the Conduit or you can support G2. QR code is there. If you would like to support this particular stream, you can do that. Say, buy me a coffee. I need to change that. That actually should be donate a ride to someone who can't afford it. Okay. This is a new
departments advise us
option
to make
there.
sure that we err on the side of caution when we're in certain public settings and in large crowds. And if you're feeling ill, to make sure you have a mask, stay home. So we're still monitoring that, but we have moved into where we are fully functioning with trials. Previously, there had been in place a mandate for jurors to be vaccinated. Over the last year, that has not been the case. We did end our mask policy for the courthouse as far as mandatory was December 31st. We have continued to have hybrid hearings. The remote hearings access for our courthouse to even be able to come into the courthouse and appear via Zoom if you're feeling ill or not, being able to have that access through your own means, but also in how we have our hearings for those that are in custody. Zoom has been a vital part of the court hearings process, and not only for our courts, for superior courts as well as district court. And I do want to acknowledge Judge Hemstreet, who's here from Superior Court. So over the last year, from about March through November, the court has successfully applied for and received grant funds. Those grant funds in the most recent includes the 0.1% from the county. And we're the only municipal court that has received the 0.1% for establishing a therapeutic court and a community court program. State grants include also therapeutic court funding, community counselors funding, an AVN media grant, because we have not had updates to the courthouse AV media system in 12 years, 13 years, 14 years. But this grant will allow for us to bring technology that needs to happen, and we need the technology to be able to function at a level that the courts are now requiring for to continue the access to justice, to allow for the remote hearings. We are a community of retired military government individuals that come in on contract, that live in Alaska, that may get a ticket here or may get into trouble here. And to be able to allow for them to participate fully in the court proceedings, we need to have that technology. Backlog funds, everyone is somewhat familiar with the Blake decision. Blake funds for reimbursing those individuals who successfully vacate their convictions, and they pay those fees for reimbursing. So the state has provided funding so that the city isn't bearing that burden and the cost and trying to figure out, okay, how are you gonna now reimburse those individuals? And as well as interpreter funds. So over the last year, because of technology, we've been able to use virtual clerks. And that brings us to O-courts. We are a court that uses O-courts, and those virtual court clerks that are assisting also use O-courts. Because of this program that we have been able to implement that allows for judges who are single court judges like myself, for us to be able to support one another. That technology will work even better once we get the upgrades. So in addition to Laserfish, because what you have is computer systems that are 10 years old. We get the refurbished of the refurbished of the refurbished. And if you're running all of this new technology on those systems, they crash. We are in hearings and things are stalled. I also want to acknowledge in the room is Mr. Murphy, one of our public defenders, and working with the jail over the last year and being able to use O-courts in the jail. That is something that technology has moved us forward with. That software is very vital to our day-to-day functions, especially in a day and age where the appearance in a hybrid fashion is needed for access to justice. We have a new AV media cart with the most up-to-date equipment. And there is a thank you to our IT department for providing the support in getting that AV cart up and running. We have been able to use that AV cart in our trial proceedings. We've had, I think this last week was our maybe 5th trial, and the AV media cart allows for the prosecutor and the defense to be able to share evidence. And we actually also had an expert witness appear from across the country via Zoom and utilizing that AV cart. So overall, when it comes to technology, we still have a long way to go, but I'm hoping that by this time next year, my report will be that the courthouse has now, both courtrooms have now been fully equipped and functioning, and we are anticipating that to be happening. So next clock, next slide. I mentioned funding through grant funds and establishing the Bremerton Municipal Community Court, which is our therapeutic court. That program was successful in starting January of this year. We have our first participant in that program, and we're real excited because healing the community by healing the individual is so key. Our therapeutic court addresses mental health and substance abuse. Prior to the start date of January 1st, we had several meetings, several planning. I had Stephen stand up as the therapeutic court coordinator and even establishing a new job description. I'm thankful to West Sound Treatment Center, Kitsap Mental Health, Agape, Peninsula Community Services Clinic, PCSH, for supporting our program and continuing to provide the support that's needed to make this successful, as well as transportation and support through Gather Together, Grow Together, and the support from retired Judge Roof in meeting with me, and him being the first judge to establish a drug court program in Kitsap County, and having been a public defender during that time. It was near and dear to my heart to make sure I had a conversation with him, went over my ideas and thoughts, and we were on path. But I'm able to leave full-time support in our county. We have Bainbridge Island, we have Port Orchard, Hillsborough. They
All right, let's tune back in with Judge Flood here in a minute. Again, we're just waiting on them to get to the Capitol. So they were over, I believe, across the street, and they are heading over to the Capitol, which is fantastic. Man, what an event. What an event today. So this is definitely a learning experience for folks. I think that is wonderful. Oh, hold on. She's still talking over there. So unfortunately, my intent was to be there today, but my back went out. So I actually made it into the car, and the guys came over and loaded up the vehicle for me and got me going, and almost was there. We stopped to pick up one of the other Kitsap Black Student Youth. Shout out to Kitsap Black Student Union that is on site at the event, which is why we're covering this. And I went into the store to get a little sugar to get me to Olympia. And it was like, yeah, there's no way I'm going to physically make it, 10 to 4 there. So my stubborn self listened to the rest of my team, and I went ahead and took their counsel and went home. So I'm sure they probably wish I would have taken it before time and didn't have to go through all the shenanigans of trying to get me there. But that is just how I am built, and much of the team. The show must go on. People are depending on you, and so you try to power through it. However, I have the voice of many folks here in this community that tell you that you ain't good to nobody if you can't do nothing, right? And that is true, but it is very hard to accept. Man, that is really hard to accept. But that is what it is. It is a true story, so I need to do that. Anyhow, you are tuning in to Transform Justice Day of Advocacy, which is being put on by Civil Survival. Shout out to them. All right, Kitsap Black Student Union is there today. Gather Together, Grow Together has provided transportation to the Kitsap Black Student Union so that they can participate in this event. They are doing a lot of advocacy work starting last year and into this year. It's going to be very exciting to see what these youth do. You have heard their voices from everything from transportation equity, from Transit Equity Day, Rosa Parks' birthday. They've been advocating for so many different things, these youth. So, man, can't wait to see what they do here in 2023 and into 2024. We definitely have some bright futures ahead of us. All right. So you heard a little bit earlier about mass incarceration and the impact on communities of color. Blaze Vincent with the Seattle Clemency Project, I believe he spoke a little bit earlier. Then you got a little bit about adult justice bills through Civil Survival. youth justice bills from Roxana Gomez with the ACLU of Washington. And they're headed to the Capitol right now. They're going to have lunch, and then we will be hearing from Tarra Simmons, and she will have, I guess, a picture presentation, and then there will be an opportunity to meet some legislators. So we're hoping to get footage for you, continue to cover this event. Shout out to the Conduit team that is out there today, that is getting it done in my absence. But, you know, the interesting thing is it's Monday, right? And what do I tell y'all? Monday is my favorite day. So even when I can barely walk, it's still my favorite day. And even though things aren't going the way I intended, man, in a lot of ways, might be working out even better, right? Because what were we going to do when we transitioned from the hotel to the Capitol building? We'd had to shut down the stream, right? This way we can keep the stream going, you know? So, man, funny how that works out. I just was saying on Saturday, you don't lose, you win, or you learn. Continue to learn, everyone. We're so thankful that everyone is tuning in. Our subscriptions are continuing to grow. So please subscribe, like, and share to the Conduit so that you never miss out. You want to make sure that you hit that bell, and that way you'll never miss when we go live, because, you know, people ask us to do things or something hits me, and next thing you know, we're live, right? We have our scheduled shows that we have every week, right? Every first Tuesday is the Kitsap Regional Library. Shout out to the Kitsap Regional Library. Every Wednesday at 1 p.m. 1 p.m. is Tipping Points and Puzzle Pieces. That's 12 p.m. noon. And then at 3 p.m., we have Housing and Homelessness Conversation with KCR and Bremerton Housing Authority. And on the second Wednesday of the month, we have actually Kirsten Jewell from the county. And we do a deep dive centered around housing, permitting, severe weather shelters, emergency shelters, and all things in between, right? You know, Section 8, well, all these different things we go into depth. So you never want to miss that. And oftentimes, Bremerton Housing Authority announces on the Conduit first, before they announce it anywhere else, that the Section 8 rolls are going to open. So again, stay tuned for that information. And then in the evenings, usually it is City Council at 5:30, and alternate weeks it's either a study session. Tomorrow night will be the Olympic College Board meeting. We cover the Central Kitsap School District board meetings. So we have a lot of different shows that are going on. So those are our regularly scheduled shows, and then we're doing different things in the community. Folks will reach out to us and say, "Hey, this is going on. Can you cover this?" You know, it's a joyful thing. This is an issue that is causing harm in our community. Can you cover this? And so we're there to do that. This Saturday is Deborah Jackson's 10th annual African American Achievement Awards. You don't want to miss that. Govern yourselves accordingly. Like I said, man, there's just so much going on, and it is all good. All right. As I said, everyone is transitioning to the Capitol building right now, and so we will be tuning in with them shortly. I also believe that God's Broken Home is there in Olympia today, if I'm not mistaken. So shout out to them. Hopefully, we'll get some interviews from some of the kids from the youth from Kitsap Black Student Union. Definitely love to hear what they have to say. So much good stuff. Again, you'll see the QR code in the upper left-hand corner. Just go ahead and scan that if you would like to help support the Conduit and keep us going. That is there for you to do. Okay. Also, you can donate to G2. As you know, we are your transportation here in Kitsap County and beyond. Need to go somewhere? Call 360-373-3000. We're about almost half the price of an Uber or a cab. We travel to the airport, doctor's appointments, anything that you could pretty much think of, we can take care of. Matter of fact, we even had apparently Well, no, I shouldn't say that. I don't want to advocate. It's not positive, but we do a lot of different transportation. That is definitely an inside joke. I am not going to say that out loud, but yes, we had a request, an interesting request for a ride yesterday that I did not know that the ride shares did not do. So, you know, they deliver pretty much anything else. And it was like, oh, you don't deliver that? That's kind of bizarre. So, kind of interesting there. But yes, if you need transportation, go ahead and give us a call 360-373-3000. We stand by ready to meet your transportation needs. All right. Oh, and I forgot, Saturday is the no cap recap. So tune in there, and that is immediately after service. New Horizon Ministries, 4040 Wheaton Way, Suite 203 on Saturday. Little bit of information about that transportation. So the pastor there, Ellington, he changed service from Sunday to Saturday because there's no Sunday service. Now, allegedly, coming soon, here around August, there's going to be Sunday transportation, which would be fantastic here in Kitsap County, right? But he wanted to ensure that people could come to worship that did not or relied on public transportation. So he changed it to Saturday. So I love that kind of forward thinking, problem solving in that regard. So after that service is over, it's there. Every first Saturday is open, and folks can come in. And right after service, there is a fellowship meal. It's usually like spaghetti and fried chicken, just really good stuff. Don't want to miss that. All are invited. Again, that is 4040 Wheaton Way, Suite 203 in Bremerton, Washington. Come on down. Super friendly and good folks for sure. Let's see. What else do I need to tell you? Now, this is important. This is definitely important. So let me go ahead and share this information with you, and I'll go ahead and put this in the chat for you also. It is tax season, everyone. It is tax season. All right. Now, you may be eligible for a tax credit this year. So, you want to see if you are eligible for a tax credit? Super easy to do. Go ahead and play a little quick video for you.
PC is a refund program for low to moderate income individuals and families. It provides a refund of up to $1,200 that returns a portion of sales tax paid. This is direct cash into your pocket each year. It's modeled after the federal Earned Income Tax Credit program. The amount of the credit depends on your income and the number of children you have, if any. We're working closely with community organizations to assist everyone that is eligible to apply. Applications will be accepted starting in February and must be submitted by December 31st each year the previous tax year. Working Family staff is ready to assist by phone or email. Simply visit workingfamiliescredit.wa.gov or call 360-763-7300.
All right. Again, that is workingfamiliescredit.wa.gov, or you can call 360-763-7300. Also, what is awesome is you can drop in to one of our computer labs, either at G2 headquarters, 419 Park Avenue in Bremerton, or at New Horizon Ministries, 4040 Wheaton Way, Suite 203. The computer lab is open from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday at New Horizon Ministries, and open 5 days a week at G2 headquarters. Again, that information is there for you. You may be eligible for a tax credit, so you do not want to miss it. And let's play a little bit more, because I think, we want everyone to know about this. We don't want anyone to miss out on this opportunity. Definitely don't want anyone to miss out on this. All right.
To apply for the Working Families Tax Credit, you'll need the following: a copy of your federal tax return that you filed with the IRS, your Social Security number or ITIN, and dates of birth for you, your spouse, and children, your Washington State driver's license or ID number if you have one, your residential and mailing address, your bank routing number, and account number if you choose direct deposit.
All right. Again, all you need is a copy of your federal tax return that you filed with the IRS, your Social Security number or your ITIN number, and the dates of birth for you, your spouse, and your children, your Washington State driver's license or ID number if you have one, a residential and mailing address, and your bank routing number and account number if you choose direct deposit. So they are making this super easy for you to take advantage of. So please, please, please take advantage of that. Let's go ahead and take a look at the residency requirements. That might be helpful to look at also.
To qualify for Washington's Working Families Tax Credit, you, the primary applicant, must have lived in Washington State for at least 183 days during the prior tax year. When you apply, you will be asked to attest this and provide your current residential address. If you're experiencing homelessness and do not have an address for your primary residence, you have options. We accept residency attestation letters from community-based organizations. If you are in the military and live outside of Washington State, but are married filing jointly, and have a spouse that resides in Washington, you're still eligible and should apply. Here are some examples. Miguel lives in an apartment in Tacoma, Washington. He lived there for 300 days during calendar year 2022. Then he took a job assignment in Utah for the remaining 65 days of the year. Since Miguel lived in Washington for at least 183 days in 2022, he meets the definition of a Washington resident for that calendar year. He would be eligible for a Working Families Tax Credit refund during the year if all other requirements are met. lives in Oregon, works in Washington. She drives to her work in Washington every morning and drives back to her home in Oregon every evening. She does this for 300 days during the 2022 calendar year. While Anna may be physically present in Washington for at least 183 days, she didn't live in Washington. She's a resident of Oregon and simply commuted into Washington, so she does not qualify as a Washington resident.
All right. So again, there are some nuances here to this particular tax credit. So you want to make sure that you are eligible for it. And again, we are here ready to assist you for that. Now, you might need a ITIN number. So why don't we go ahead and check out how you go about getting that?
The Working Families Tax Credit Program is available to people who file their federal taxes with an individual tax identification number, or ITIN. While ITIN filers are not eligible for the Federal Earned Income Tax Credit, or EITC, if they otherwise meet the EITC and Washington residency requirements, they can claim the Working Families Tax Credit. An ITIN is a number issued by the IRS to individuals who are required to report federal taxes to the IRS, but are not eligible for a Social Security number. An ITIN is issued regardless of immigration status. There is a formal application process to request a new ITIN or to renew an existing ITIN. The application, referred to as Form W-7, must be submitted to the IRS and include all required documentation and a federal tax return. Refer to the IRS website at irs.gov/ITIN for more information and how to submit an application. To be eligible for the Working Families Tax Credit, you must have a valid ITIN. This means that the ITIN has been issued by the IRS, is current, and isn't expired or revoked. You, your spouse if married filing jointly, and your qualifying children must all have a valid ITIN or SN to receive your Working Families Tax Credit refund. If you haven't received your ITIN, you may apply and select the checkbox on the application indicating that you, your spouse, and/or qualifying children are waiting for an ITIN from the IRS. Your application will be accepted if filed by December 1st, even if it's missing an ITIN for you or any of your family members. However, your application cannot be processed. You will not receive your refund until the IRS issues the ITIN to you and your family members. A Working Families Tax Credit staff member will regularly communicate with you to check on the status. However, you are responsible for notifying Working Family staff when the IRS issues the ITIN. After we receive the ITIN from you, we will process your application and issue your refund as soon as possible. Please note that it can take the IRS many weeks to process an ITIN application and issue a number. You can find more information for ITIN filers on the Working Families Tax Credit website at workingfamiliescredit.wa.gov, including frequently asked questions about the ITIN application process and a list of community partners who can provide assistance.
All right. Lots of good information there. Okay, also want to let you know there is a wind advisory in Bremerton, Washington, and it has already started. It was supposed to start a little bit later today. Excuse me, but it is already here. So we will stay with you as long as we can, but the winds are blowing pretty severely right now. So please be advised, especially if you have to go out in this weather. If you're driving, it can push your vehicles into other lanes. So please operate with safety. Again, you are watching the Civil Survival, which is presenting the Transform Justice Day of Advocacy. They are transitioning from where they were at the hotel over to the legislative building, to the Capitol. The youth are enjoying lunch right now, and then after lunch, they will be back. We'll hear from Tarra Simmons, and we will also talk with legislators. So stay tuned for that. Man, so many good things going on. Let's continue on with our conversation on these taxes here. Again, please let people know this is really important, right? We are in some pretty hard times right now, and every dollar helps. Every dollar helps. Okay.
In this video, we will cover who is considered a qualifying child. Washington's rules for qualifying children follow the federal Earned Income Tax Credit requirements, including your child's age, relationship, residency, and whether they filed a joint return for their federal taxes. All 4 of these requirements must be met. Additionally, all qualifying children must have either a Social Security number or Individual Taxpayer Identification Number, also known as an ITIN. The unique part about Washington's credit is that children with an ITIN can qualify. Let's go over the requirements for qualifying children. Generally, a qualifying child must be 18 or younger at the end of the tax year and be younger than you, the applicant, or spouse if married filing jointly. There are a couple exceptions to the 18 or younger requirement. We're going to cover those now. If the qualifying child is enrolled as a full-time student, they must be 23 or younger at the end of the tax year and be younger than you or your spouse if married filing jointly. If the qualifying child is permanently and totally disabled at any time in the tax year, there's no age requirement. A qualifying child must be related to you in some way. They can either be your child, sibling, or descendant of your child or sibling. For example, a qualifying child can be your own child, including adopted children, stepchild, foster child, or a descendant of one of these, such as a grandchild. A qualifying child may also be your sibling, half-sibling, step-sibling, or descendant of one of these, such as a niece or nephew. You cannot claim a child's spouse as a qualifying child. A qualifying child must have lived with you or your spouse if married filing jointly in the United States for more than half of the tax year. There are a couple exceptions to this requirement that we'll cover now. If a child was born during the year for which you claim the credit and they lived with you for more than half of their life during that year, they meet the residency requirement for a qualifying child. If a child passed away during the year for which you claim the credit and lived with you for more than half of their life that year, they meet the residency requirement for a qualifying child. A qualifying child must not have filed a joint return for the tax year unless they're only filing to claim a refund of income tax withheld or estimated tax paid. Learn more about the rules for qualifying children, including information for divorced, separated, and/or joint parents and guardians at irs.gov/EITC.
Okay. Like I said, lots of good information there. There is a wind advisory that has been issued for today until tomorrow, which is Tuesday, February 21st, 6 a.m. This is from the Northwest Weather Service, I believe. This wind advisory is in effect from 6 p.m. this evening. As you can see, it's already started now. We're talking about 20 to 35 mile per hour gusts and up to 55 miles per hour. I'm sure that if you're in Kitsap County right now, you can hear it. This is going to affect the southwest interior, the Tacoma area. So we may be having some of those same issues out toward Olympia, Hood Canal area, lower Chehalis Valley area, and east Puget Sound and the lowlands. So please govern yourselves accordingly. As I said, we are watching the Civil Survival Transformation or Transform Justice Day of Advocacy. Black Student Union is out there with the horn in Olympia, and they're going to be speaking with Tarra Simmons here very shortly and talking with some of the other legislators. So they have been getting an education today and also there to make their voices heard. So they talked about mass incarceration and the impact on communities of color, adult justice bills, youth justice bills, how an idea becomes law. There was a storytelling workshop. They're right now heading to the Capitol where they'll speak to Tarra Simmons, who is our legislator person here. And she'll have some pictures, I believe, probably a Zoom presentation. And then there will be a meeting with some other legislators there. So we are happy to bring that to you. So we're super excited about that. And as I continue to tell you, don't forget to subscribe, like, and share because, man, we're doing a whole bunch of different things. And we want to make sure that you don't miss out on this, right? And if you subscribe, that will help for you to know when it happens. Make sure you hit the bell, get notified, because everything isn't, preordained, if you will, right? So some of those things are, hey, need you to cover this right now. And here we go, and we're live. We don't want you to miss it. But also like it because it helps with the algorithm and it will push it out to other people, right? We're not a huge county, only about 300,000. However, a lot of people say, oh, I didn't even know. And so, liking it helps with the algorithm to push that out. But if you really want to help to make sure that people don't miss out, go ahead and hit that share button and share it out because that too will build the algorithm. Now, you want to help us to continue to do this great work. You can support us at the Conduit. Go ahead and just scan that QR code and you can donate. Also, right, whether it's the Conduit or G2, you can donate to either one. As you know, G2 provides transportation, helps with food insecurity, case management, job readiness, and so much more. And so the QR code there for G2 is there, and you can donate today there. Okay. Like I said, we are just waiting for the youth to finish their lunch and to start the next segment of their Justice Day of Advocacy. All right. So with that, why don't we get into some of the eligibility basics for the tax credit?
This video covers the eligibility basics for the Working Families Tax Credit. There are 3 requirements to qualify for this credit. First, you must have filed your federal income tax return for the previous year. Second, you must be a Washington resident. This means you have lived in Washington for at least 183 days, which is just a little more than half of the year. Learn more in our residency requirements video. Third and lastly, you need the federal Earned Income Tax Credit or EITC requirements. Let's go through those because in Washington, I-10 filers are included. You must have a valid Social Security number or individual taxpayer identification number. The unique thing about Washington's Working Families Tax Credit is that people who file their federal taxes with an I-10 are included. So if you meet residency requirements, and if you'd otherwise qualify for the federal EITC, but don't because you're filing with an I-10, you'll meet Washington's Working Families Tax Credit requirements. Learn more in our Applying with an I-10 video. If you have a qualifying child, there is no age requirement for you as the applicant. If you do not have a qualifying child, you or your spouse if filing jointly, must be 25 to 64 years old. Learn more in our Qualifying Children video. You must have earned income of at least $1 and meet the federal EITC income thresholds based on your filing status and number of qualifying children. For example, if you're married, filing jointly with one child, you must make less than the federal income threshold to qualify. In summary, if you meet Washington's residency requirements and the federal EITC requirements, you'll likely be eligible for Washington's Working Families Tax Credit. Learn more about the federal EITC requirements at irs.gov/EITC.
All right, this appears to be a pretty low bar to qualify for this Working Families Tax Credit. And although it says Working Families Tax Credit, you do not need to have qualifying children. So that information was there for you. So I encourage you to check that out. And again, we stand ready to help you navigate that so that you do not miss out on this tax credit. Like I said, tough times. We want to make sure that you have all the information that you need. The website is workingfamiliescredit.wa.gov, or you can call 360-763-7300. But of course, G2 is ready to help you out at all times. 360-373-3000 is our number. We are available Monday through Friday, 12 a.m. to 6 p.m. You can drop by our computer labs, 4040 Wheaton Way, Suite 203, Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Or you can come down to our main location, 419 Park Avenue in Bremerton, Washington. All right. I know that they are finishing up lunch here in about 20 minutes is the report that I'm getting. And so, oh man, I'm so excited for this next half of this. I think it's going to be just really informative. I hate that I'm not there, but at the same time, this is for the kids, for the youth, and their voices need to be heard. I got plenty of time to go and make my voice heard. Just thinking about it, I'm 50 now. I think I testified right before my birthday, and we have junior high school students and high school students that are politically and active in their government. And I wasn't even thinking that way back at that time. So some very impressive youth. So I'm definitely happy to be in a position to support Kitsap Black Student Union and their efforts and the things that they have and they're working on to achieve. Definitely some impressive young men and women. All right. Like I said, about 20 minutes out, and we should be tuning back in with them.
Two options. We can do it for projects that exist, and we can do it for new construction.
That's how we say it. Hi Bailey, hey Mom, hey Reverend, I see you guys up there. I'm really concerned that you do all.
Right, but I'm
sure,
sure
man, it's good for you.
You have to contort themselves to fit in your organization. So recruitment.
Of drug courts, and specific to this bill and even outside of this bill, I'm here to emphasize that the last word in the description, the short description on your bill report, is vital to making this happen, and that's treatment. You have to fund treatment. You have to fund drug courts through the criminal justice treatment account and fully appropriate that. The governor's budget has $21 million for courts of limited jurisdiction for those gross misdemeanor charges. You have to have treatment available on demand across the state. It has to be just as available in Hump Tulips as it is in downtown Seattle. It has to be immediate. As staff pointed out, the faster that process gets going, the better off you are. And in answer to a question that I did here, drug courts have a very high success of reducing recidivism, about a 70% or better success rate. So therapeutic courts do work, but you have to fund them, and you have to fund associated treatment that would be outside of this bill and into the budget.
Thank you.
Be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I think you answered Senator Hasagawa, one of Senator Hasagawa's questions. If you have any evidence-based research on drug courts, I think the members of the committee would appreciate it. So send that along if you have it.
There is information from a couple of WISP studies, and I will send that along.
Thank you. Scott Brandon.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
We'll be playing Democracy Now! Not that we have anything against them. It's just that's not what today is. So again, subscribe to the Conduit. We have a lot of conversations that are centered around legislation that impacts Kitsap County and our citizens. So again, very important, so critical.
Step and learn something from the 50 years of war on drugs, and that is that we need to decriminalize. We can't coerce people into treatment. We should take advantage of our laws that we have to allow us to involuntarily commit people if they have drug problems. We should use our lead. Also, getting to the point of the financial costs. Right now, if you criminalize, fully fund public defense, fully fund it all over the state, especially in your municipal courts. Right now, we have part-time public defenders, part-time judges, and part-time prosecutors. If you're going to do this, give them the money, but also provide the treatment to do so. I heard some stats on before Blake, there was 9,000 people who got drug offenses. Only 3% of them got into a drug court. So to think that we're going to get 50% of this pretrial population at 50% of the 12,000 cases that I heard, that would be like if Jesus showed up and happened. And the other thing is you're going to need to fund the lab, because I, as a defense attorney, is going to demand that information on every single one of these cases, and that's going to slow them down. I'm going to slow you down. You don't want to give this to, we don't want to make employment for attorneys, and this is what recriminalization does. I don't want to, I already need 70 attorneys across the state of Washington right now. And so we're going to increase that caseload.
Larry, I need you to conclude, and
I know. I'll just say one more.
The threat of more attorneys is going to cause me to cut off your microphone.
I know. Yes. One more thing. There's a national ABA study on caseloads involving public defenders, and it's going to recommend that all public defenders get less of a caseload than they have right now, and that's going to have really big implications. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Points taken.
All right. You know, so many things to say there. And I'm sorry, I don't know who that. Oh, that's Christina Rolfs. I was like, she looks so familiar. I just can't call her name right now. I think she's saying that kind of tongue in cheek. I don't think people really like attorneys, but the need is great. The need is dire. Funding definitely is necessary. And I think ultimately, what we need to be looking at is how do we solve the issue and not the symptoms, right? How do we get to the core of what the issue is? And I'm sure that many people will say that the core of the issue is so many different, a myriad of reasons that people can give. I would say to you that it's basic humanity, basic human caring and needs, right? Shelter. Everyone should have housing. We are the richest nation in the history of humanity, and therefore, everyone should be housed. Everyone should have health care. No one should be hungry. We have too many resources for that not to be the case, regardless of what people think on whether they deserve it or folks are being lazy or they brought it on themselves, whatever the case may be. From a human standpoint, we can do better and we must do better. And the thing is that we can have that attitude, and that's fine. That's fair, right? You are entitled to how you feel. However, it is going to impact you one way or another, indirectly or directly. And we're seeing that as this worsens, right? Our homeless crisis, our drug crisis, our addiction, our violence, so many things, right? It is affecting us. You don't know if your kid is safe at college or university. You don't know if you're going to go into a grocery store and be safe, right? The mental health. Why is the mental health there? Why are folks in crisis? Why are they in crisis? How do we address the issue? The issues at hand, the core of the issue, and resolve these things, right? There has to be something that we can do to fix and address these issues so that folks can thrive. They can thrive. And that's going to be different for everyone. But not having access to health care, using the criminal justice system as a means of thinking that it's going to fix our situation when we know that it hasn't, right? We've got decades from a case study that this doesn't work. And eventually, you have to let those folks out. And then what? So if you tie their hands behind their back and you say, hey, make it, and they can't, then how are we surprised when a different result manifests itself? What about the folks that haven't done anything and they're losing help? They're losing hope because there is no help out there for them. They know what direction they're headed in, and they can't see a way out. So indirectly, it affects us, even if you look at it from that standpoint. You know, hey, I'm going to focus on me and my family. Whether you believe those folks deserve it, they brought it on themselves, as I said before. Look at it from that standpoint. But either way, However, whatever lens you gaze at these issues through, still comes down to humanity. Just quite simply, that's what it is. And we have the capacity to do something different. The left and the right lament on how the other side is so polarized and so divisive. The thing is that someone is going to have to say enough. The divisiveness isn't going to work. The attacks aren't going to work. And again, we're human. So if you attack me, if you say something negative about me, if you go against my core beliefs or my morals or my values, right? That's a problem. But how do we go forward and say, hey, we agree on these things over here. I don't agree on this. This is a big one over here. Abortion. Let's use that because that's a big third rail. But housing and food and healthcare, all of these things we agree on. And we could separate healthcare out from abortion and tackle that in and of itself and make an agreement that we're not going to horse trade on issues and have proxy wars over issues. Well, I'm for abortion, so I will trade you on the debt ceiling or whatever the case may be. It's not working, people. And we have to do something different. And I can't believe that for those of us that have children or nieces or nephews or just love kids, want them to inherit what we are leaving them. It's a scary world for my daughter to become an adult in regards to opportunities, safety, danger. Don't want her to be jaded, cynical. I want her to thrive, have a family. That Maslow's hierarchy of self-actualization. I want that for her. I don't want that for your children. If we look at it through that lens, I think it really can be a lot simpler than what it looks like. Right now, it just seems so insurmountable that we're so far apart. Even within parties, they're so far apart. But I submit to you that it's a choice. How are you going to look at the situation? You can look at it left, right, or center. But that's a choice. And I know it's hard because if you acquiesce, if you capitulate, if you compromise, those are bad words today. And you're going to be weak. It's a zero-sum game. That means you're going to lose something. No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to mean that at all. That's why I say again that I don't lose. I win or I learn. What would you do? What would you be willing to do if you knew the next time that you went to a grocery store, there was going to be an active shooter there? What would you do if there was a train derailment in your town? What would you be willing to do? What would you want to happen if that was you? And how can we be supportive of that? Supportive of each other? How much is enough? I wonder is there a hybrid? You have on the far left, you have, socialism in its purest form, right? And on the far right, you have individualism, capitalism at its purest form. Now, folks would say that we have something in the middle, but I wonder if there's something different in the middle where we don't allow those in the bottom of our caste society to live the way that we allow them to live. To make sure that the bottom threshold is folks are housed, folks have food, folks have health care. They're not having to make a choice. I was having a conversation today about things that aren't covered under my own health care. Now, does that mean that folks that want to thrive and exist in a capitalistic society can't do so? Is there a way to do both, but just not let our ceiling be so low? Is there a way to do that? And can we shift our thoughts to the solution with a human lens? I think that would really, really go a long way to changing our situation here in America and abroad. We have been looked at as the standard in the world, right? The standard for democracy. So how do we get that back? Because I think it's been lost. And the world is not looking at us in that way any longer. And we can do it. We deserve it. And our children definitely deserve it. So how do we do that? I submit to you that we can. We really can. We have the capacity. We really do. Again, if you're joining us, we should be joining Civil Survival's presentation of Transform Justice Day of Advocacy, where the Kitsap Black Student Union is in attendance shortly. It's been almost 20 minutes, so they should be coming back online here momentarily. So glad that you can join and tune in with us. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share. But you know what? We actually need your help. This takes a whole lot of doing to bring you this information, to bring you this access. QR codes are there for you. If you would like to donate, you may do so. We so much appreciate it. These are for the conduit here, as you can see from the right underneath the QR code. And if you'd like to donate to G2, there are the QR codes there. And donate a ride, a meal, help us do the work that we do. We have a lot planned for 2023. We've already done a lot in 2023, and many of the things just popped up in 2023, or at least at the end of 2022. So the need for the conduit is great, but we need your support. So we're asking you to support. There is a way that you can do one-time donation, or you can set up a monthly donation if you want. They'll give you the whole cup of coffee spiel for a cup of coffee, for 1 cup of coffee per week, $5 a week. you can keep this going. So help us keep this thing going. Help us to bring other people to do this work, because I can't do it alone, and I'm not. There's like 6 people today that are helping make this thing happen today. So shout out to all of them. But what we would also like to do is provide opportunities to our youth and to our young adults or folks that are changing careers. As you know, things are getting tougher, right? Through automation, through automation, through outsourcing. We are losing jobs. You're seeing it, right? Self-driving vehicles and restaurants that are ran with no humans. Self-checkout. You see images and examples of this every single day. So where are these folks supposed to go? You see the massive layoffs in so many different sectors, Amazon, Facebook, and the such. So what are folks going to do? And if you think about it, people are being squeezed in the middle, right? Those that are doing well and making their 6 figures in Amazon, and not all of them do, but they're losing their jobs and they've got to find something else. If they can't move laterally, they're going to move down, right? And because they have all these skills, they're likely to fill up those gaps. Well, you have all these folks down here that are trying to maintain, but housing costs are so high, they're working 2 and 3 jobs to try to pay their housing costs. I am having conversations with someone who is under the threat of eviction every single day, including the weekends, including Valentine's Day. $11:30 at night. That's tragic. That's tragic. Folks desperate for help, for a way out. Folks that are working, that have been working, that have been pulling themselves up by their bootstraps, and it's still not enough. So, help us to continue to do our work, to advocate for those that do not have a voice, to teach, to inform, and to educate. We tie it here together at the Conduit. Teach, inform, and educate. And elevate. Educate, elevate is interchangeable. Would that be tie with a double E? Either way, tie, T-I-E squared. I like it. G2 is squared, right? Because it's G2, G2. Get it? All right. Well, I'm Marwan Cameron. I'm so glad that you have tuned in. The youth should be coming back online here shortly. Again, we'll have Tarra Simmons with some videos and pictures and a conversation with the youth. And then the youth will be talking with the legislators. I am seeing, let's see, I've got a text here just letting you know. Okay. Wow. All right. So it looks like they may be finishing early, as you know, there's all kinds of stuff with permitted events. So that is the word that is coming from Olympia. Go ahead and take that down. Well, and while we're waiting, let's just play some more from the legislature, seeing as, I mean, that seems apropos, right? It seems appropriate. Let's see what we can get up here. This one seems pretty interesting. They're all interesting.
The committee. House Bill 1771 concerns relocation assistance for tenants of mobile home parks that are being closed or converted. As background, the Office of Mobile and Manufactured Home Relocation Assistance within Commerce provides general assistance to mobile home resident organizations, tenant organizations, and community owners. Among its duties, the office provides financial assistance to homeowners under the Mobile Home Relocation Assistance Program when mobile home parks close. The program provides assistance on a first-come, first-served basis to owners of mobile homes located in parks that are scheduled to be closed or converted to another use. To be eligible for the assistance, the tenant must reside in the mobile home park at the time the closure notice is issued, and the tenant's household income must be no greater than 80% of county median. Eligible tenants may receive up to $17,000 for a multi-section home and $11,000 for a single-section home, which is distributed in 2 payments. The initial payment of up to $12,000 or $8,000 respectively may be used to relocate the home or secure alternative housing. To receive the remainder of the assistance, tenants are required within 90 days to transfer title of the home to a park owner, relocate the home, or demolish and dispose of the home. A tenant is not entitled to relocation assistance under certain circumstances, such as if the tenant receives relocation assistance from a source other than the program that exceeds the amount of assistance they would have received under the program. If the tenant does not relocate or dispose of the home within 90 days of receiving the first payment, the park owner may seek reimbursement to demolish and dispose of the home. Turning to the bill before you, it changes the date by which the tenant must take specific actions to receive that second payment from 90 days to the date of the park closure. In addition, a tenant removing a home has 12 months from the park closure date to reinstall the home in another location and still receive the second assistance payment. A tenant is also eligible for relocation assistance if they sell or gift the home to a third party, with the condition that the third party is responsible for removing the home on or prior to the park closure date. And finally, a tenant who receives relocation assistance from any outside source may also receive assistance under the program. And that concludes my briefing. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Serena. Any questions for staff? Seeing none, the good representative. Go ahead, you're good.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Brandy Donaghy. I'm
All right, looks like they are
Legislative
coming back online.
Snohomish County.
Let's check them out.
The idea of
So as you can see, they're at the Capitol getting themselves ready. They're setting up. Hopefully the weather holds up for them, as it is windy. It's cold. 49 degrees outside. It was raining earlier. I think I see some raindrops there. I could be wrong. Looks like the youth are eating, which is great. Yep, you can hear the wind there. Good to see all those youth out at the Capitol. Hopefully we can get the camera to swing around there and kind of give us some good images there. All right. Just letting them know. Uh-huh. All right. Okay. Okay. Nice. Look at that. Look at that. Isn't that great, y'all? Look at all those folks out there learning how to be we the people. Sure, Mark would enjoy this here. We the people. So as you can see, everyone is headed. Most of them are at the Capitol. They'll be getting started here soon. I do have some reports coming in that this may have to end a little early because this may be an unpermitted event, and there is a permitted event that is scheduled at 1:30. So we'll see what happens there, and so we'll just stay tuned and check in and see what indeed is happening. All right, looks like there's Tarra Simmons there in the center. Excellent. Like I said, right now they're having their lunch, they're having their conversations. I'm sure they'll be convening here shortly. In the meantime, again, to note, there is a wind advisory that has been issued for today into tomorrow at 6 a.m. Winds of up to 20 to 35 miles per hour with gusts to 55 miles per hour. That's fast, right? Speed limit on the freeway. Southwest Interior, Tacoma area, Hood Canal area, Lower Chehalis Valley area, and East Puget Sound, and the lowlands, and of course, us. All right. Let's see if we can hear what they're saying.
Why would
You folks are recording, taking video, taking pictures. Great event. Up here comes the bullhorn. Looks like they are right on the verge of getting going here. See, they're hyped up, got the bullhorn, they're ready to go. All right, y'all, do your thing. Look at all those youth. Tara, come on up.
This is your people, these are your events. So. I got you, we got you. Hey, so we try to create a chant for everybody. So it's transform justice. What's the other part of it? Set us free. Set us free. All right. All right.
Good afternoon, family. Good afternoon. See, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you for engaging. Thank you all for being here today. My name is Michelle Jenkins McClendon. I am the lead facilitator for Civil Survival Project. For those of you who don't know me, thank you all for making the trek. However you got here, plane, train, automobile, skate, skis. I don't know how you did it, but you did it. So give yourself a round of applause. Thank you. That means you are here because of your core values and what you believe in, how we want to restore humanity and justice and what that looks like for each and every one of us. So salute. Indeed. Okay, so real quick before we introduce Rep. Simmons, the choir, this is my choir, y'all. Everybody got choir somewhere, right? So we thought about something that was important to us, and we believe in transforming justice. We believe in education, liberation, and motivation, right? We do all those things. We have an ask, and there's a way we go about doing that. Who knows? Just take a guess. I see all of y'all standing right here, right? What happened? Some of y'all are here for the same reason. How did that happen? Anybody know? Say it again. Here we go. I hear it. Okay. Give me another one. Organizing. Impacting. Education. Community building. Solidarity. Love. Oh! Come on. Unity.
Healing.
Healing.
Let's go.
Man, if you don't man. Yes. Yes.
Together.
Yes. Absolutely. And we're doing all this by organizing and also by telling our word. Word. Thank you. Again, thank you all for being here. Thank you for allowing me to take a little bit of your time. I am very, 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 very excited to be here with you all. I've been doing this work for a long time. We're the original founding members of Civil Survival. So I'm excited to be here. Boots on the ground. So thank you. Without this said, I'm going to go ahead and let my choir kick it off for y'all real quick. Dr. Beasley, where you go? Don't hide down. Sit on down here. Quit playing. Dr. Beasley. All right. Sarah. Anthony. Kelly. This is our choir. Ready? So y'all, this is my first. So y'all make me say this is my first directing day. Okay? Ready, y'all? 1, 2, 3.
Transform justice.
Set us free.
Transform justice. Set us free.
There y'all go.
Transform justice. Set us free. Transform justice. Set us free.
I grew up in a project in California and had a lot of adverse childhood experience, so that led to lots of incarceration, right? That's what happens to a lot of people like you and me when we don't have a first chance at life. So I got here to Olympia after a very long journey of going to law school and co-founding civil survival with a lot of these awesome people. And got elected here in 2020, and my first bill, the freshman bill, was restoring the right to vote for people as soon as they leave prison. And now we're working on making sure that people in jails can have access to their ballot because they have a right to vote. Also been working a lot on trying to bring folks home in sentencing reform, and it's been really, really hard. My first session, I introduced the earned good time bill, and it did not go very far. This year, I'm supporting some other colleagues on juvenile coins and emerging adults, and trying to change the sentencing structures as much as we can. But a lot of times, I'm working on reentry issues because there is a lot more political support for that, and people, when they come home, they need to have housing and get rid of their court fines and fees and have access to employment and those types of things. So a lot of my work is around that right now. I've got a bill around raising the wage for incarcerated workers. We've been paying folks 42 cents an hour and forcing them to work in the prisons for a long time. It's an evolution of slavery in my mind. It's tied to the 13th Amendment, and it needs to end. And so that bill does have some traction. It's not getting all the way up to minimum wage, but it will end the coercion of labor. No longer can people get a major infraction for refusing to work, and their pay will go from $55 an hour or $5 a month to $200 a month. So, hopefully that passes. It's definitely going pretty well, but could use your help. And a lot of things else I'm doing are in the budget, which people don't see, but my first session, I was able to get $5 million to reentry, which our state has never funded reentry before. And a lot of organizations got funding to help people with housing vouchers and transportation and peer support and stuff like that. But it's really lonely down here, so I'm happy to see so many youth out here. I need some more people to run for office. It's pretty lonely being in the council of one and not having anyone else who has incarcerated, and very little that even have family members that have been incarcerated, and even those folks don't necessarily see it the same way I do. And it's really hard. So when I see community, you all keep me strong, because the amount of tears I shed and the amount of trauma in relationships that I experienced down here with people who don't see it the same way as I do, even sometimes people within my own party, it's really, really hard. And so I am so grateful that you all are here today to give me some love and also share your story. Anybody that will listen, because that's the only way we're ever going to change this place and change hearts and minds is, one elected official at a time. We have to reach them, and you all have the stories and the experiences to do that. So thank you again for coming, and I really hope that the youth here will make sure that this doesn't continue to happen for generations, and that you'll get up and run for office too. So.
We have some meetings at 1:30, so if you're in the 26th district or the 29th district, there's a meeting at 1:30. So please head over there. There might be some more. If you all do have your share. Oh, Tacoma, I don't know where it's Gig Harbor, Tacoma. Y'all got some meetings over there?
What? Oh. I thought you were going back there.
All right. I didn't quite catch where they're migrating to next. I know there's another group that's coming in at 1:30. So they are moving to another location. I don't know quite where that is. So we'll stay tuned to see where they are moving to. And I'll try to hear from the team where they're headed.
Oh, that's right.
Stay alive and just follow. Okay, hold on.
All right, spirit of love. Come on.
I need to get Jill and some of the kids to talk on camera. You want me to go on and get them?
There is the Kitsap Black Student Union. Look at them. Go ahead and hit the horn for them. Oh, that looks like Monk right there. God's Broken Home University.
I was recording. It starts recording when you turn it on. The other one powered off, so I switched.
I got it.
Your dad's bite. Someone's still bite. Said it's your.
All right. So you see there Stephanie from G2. She got on her purple. That's how you know G2. And there's Jewel. Kitsap Black Student Union. And many of the fantastic youth from the Kitsap Black Student Union. You can see they just had Martin Luther King event. They had Martin Luther King Day event. I mean, these are some busy youth that are constantly bringing knowledge and information to the old folks. And the old folks would be us. So it's good to see them so invested, so interested in their community. And pilots in their own lives, which is really powerful and important. So we're waiting to see where folks are going next, since another group needs to be where they're at. Looks like folks are coming in for a picture. It looks like a group picture there. So this looks like Kitsap Black Student Union and God's Broken Home University. Bam. That's what we're talking about. Look at that now. Wonder Twins activate. Form of informed and advocating youth.
Yeah, so do you know what legislative district you're in? Relate to our other meetings. What's the, after we finish the first one, let's go.
Okay, one side.
Let's move.
We're just following. You know what?
Yeah, definitely missing out by not being there with the youth. Man. Playing hurt, but president accounted for.
Thank you.
Tell Jewel I said I see her.
Yeah. Marwan said he sees you. Okay. I will follow you over. Okay.
All right, so looks like we're gonna follow them over, which is pretty cool. So we'll get to see them heading on over and get a good shot of the Capitol there.
Come on, monkey.
I don't know how many of you have been to Olympia. It looks a lot smaller than what you see on TV, right? It's not a super huge building. Maybe it's bigger on the inside, like the TARDIS.
Try not.
Just kind of following them through, which is pretty awesome. All right. So they're going to go ahead and mute their camera because you guys don't want to hear traffic and cars and all that mess. So, I'll talk while they walk across into the Capitol building. This is great because, I honestly, I must say, I don't know if I had a field trip here when I was in grade school or not. So I honestly don't remember. All of these stairs seem familiar, but it could have been here. It could have been somewhere else. So, like I said, I hate that I missed this and I wasn't there in person. But again, this is another reason why being able to broadcast these events live is really important for those of us that can't take advantage of these opportunities and still have a way to participate and show our solidarity in our absence. So some smart people we're looking at right there. If you have a chance to have a conversation with them, I encourage you to do so. They've got a lot on their minds, and they definitely have a bright future ahead. That looks like Isabella. There you go. Go ahead, guys. Broken Home University. Do your thing. Shout out to them. And many of us would say, hey, you know what? There weren't programs like this when we were growing up, or there weren't many of these programs. So to see, folks in their 30s and early 40s, doing this work, late 30s, is pretty impressive. Because when I was 24, man, I was trying to reboot, yeah, so this is fantastic. Really fantastic. Got the doors there. I wonder if you have to go through a metal detector. See, this is interesting. Look at that. That's probably marble. All right, so we don't know how our Wi-Fi is going to go.
Real quick, Mr. Cameron. It is.
Yeah, go ahead.
It is incredible in here. It is all marble, and let me kind of slowly pan up so you can see the ceiling too. This is
if you can go a little bit slower.
I'll try.
Yeah, only because I think the Wi-Fi with the marble is dropping off a little bit. So if you go a little slower, it would be a little smoother image. But look at that. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm going to mute you as I'm walking through here to catch up with the Black students broken home for their meeting.
Yep. Go ahead and take your time. You can walk slow. That's fine. Like I said, it'd be better for the image. If Monkey wants to go a little faster, he can, because I'm just broadcasting your camera now. So if he wants to move ahead and capture it, I'll just capture your camera. All right, look at that. So, like I said, bigger on the inside, right? From the outside, when they were across the street, this didn't look that big. Matter of fact, when they started to ascend the stairs, it looked a lot bigger. So, it's like when you're driving a car and you're looking at your side mirrors, right? Objects in your mirror may be closer than they appear. So it is definitely looking larger on the inside. And boy, if you're looking for a workout, here it is. I don't know where the elevators are, but they just walked up what looked like 50 stairs, and now they just walked up some more stairs on the inside. So you can get your cardio in if you're at the Capitol, for sure. All right, lots of marble, lots of wood. Yeah, I just honestly I don't remember if we did a field trip or not. I don't remember. I really don't. There we go. Nice. All right, so they're getting themselves situated here. Like I said, Wi-Fi won't be quite a strong one as we're on the move, but two as they try to get to where they're going here. So matter of fact, I'm going to try to switch off this 'cause this signal here is better, or allegedly it was. So we're going to let them go ahead and get into place. And once they do, we'll come back on. Definitely a good day. Glad to see that they're inside because it's a wind advisory and you got an event outside. So I guess that's just how it goes. What can you do? What can you do? So if you're joining us, we want to thank you for tuning in. This is Civil Survival presenting the Transform Justice Day of Advocacy, which is a fantastic event for the youth. We are covering Kitsap Black Student Union, phenomenal organization doing the work here. If you would like to support the Conduit or G2, you may do so. The Conduit is in the upper left-hand corner and G2 is dead center on your screen. Go ahead and just scan that QR code and you will have an opportunity to donate. Whether we're providing transportation, food, or bringing information to you through the podcast, every dollar helps to do the work that we are doing. For those of us that have been longtime viewers of the Conduit, if you can remember back to when we first started this, right? But I'll ask you to please subscribe, like, and share. Don't forget to hit the bell so you never miss out on when we go live. Because, of course, man, there's just good things that are happening. Let's see. So they're still navigating. They're trying to get to where they're going here. They're waiting for folks to come in. We'll go ahead and cover that. But definitely hit that notification bell so that you don't miss out on when we're live. And again, there is a wind advisory that has been issued that is in effect now until tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. The southwest winds are 20 to 35 miles per hour with gusts of up to 55 miles per hour. So be careful while you're out there, especially as you're driving over bridges. 55 miles an hour is enough to push you over or push you into the next lane. So please take care while you are out there today. All right. We can see God's Broken Home University and Kitsap Black Student Union. They're waiting to go inside, and I believe Tarra Simmons and Representative Simmons and others will be speaking to the youth. And so we will tune in to that as soon as they get settled in. And it must be hot in there because they are fanning and fanning and fanning. Now that's interesting, right? So maybe it's the marble holds the heat in there, or maybe they just keep it warm in there. Now I'll tell you what, if you got the youth fanning themselves, I'm definitely glad that I am where I'm at because I hate being hot. All right. But as we're waiting for them to come on in, do remember the Working Family Tax Credit. Visit the website workingfamiliescredit.wa.gov or call 360-763-7300. G2 is also ready and willing to serve you. You can call 360-373-3000 or drop by Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. at 4040 Wheaton Way, Suite 203 or 419 Park Avenue. This is Civil Survival, and they are presenting Transform Justice Day of Advocacy. We've been covering local government. We're covering our state legislature. Lots of good things going on here. All right. We can see them moving and navigating to where they need to go. So we're going to, like I said, continue to let them get there. In the interim, let's tune back in to some testimony. House hearings on
This bill is to
a week ago.
help those who have made an investment in their mobile home properties when the place where they are renting their space closes. And unfortunately, when it comes to mobile homes, you can't always hang on to that investment like you can with houses that are on permanent foundations, because you have to be able to move, and that can be really expensive. This program to help those who do have to move their units because the parks are closing is one way to ensure that they're not facing additional hardships from just losing that location that they're already in, and it will help prevent people from falling out of housing and into homelessness. However, the way it's set up, the time frames created do not adequately meet the needs of those who are receiving that assistance. As we know, everything has slowed down to a crawl. And so by pushing out these dates, it ensures that people can still take advantage of the program, be able to move their properties, or be able to walk away from their properties and have somewhere else to go without being penalized because the vendors who provide those services to help move aren't available.
Thank you. Any questions? Representative Donaghy. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we have just 3 people signed in to testify, though we have Margot Bryant, unless you are here, no, doesn't seem to be available online. But we have Dave Pringle and Chester Baldwin. Floor is yours. Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you, Chair Peterson, and thank you to Representative Donaghy for bringing this bill forward, and welcome members of the committee. I'm Dave Pringle with the Department of Commerce. We're signed in support of House Bill 1771. The bill before you, as staff and Representative Donaghy talks about, adjusts the timeline issue that we're seeing as some residents that are eligible for manufactured mobile home relocation assistance are having trouble meeting. As you know, the department is notified of planned closures of parks, and our response team works to connect with residents once we receive that notice to help them transition. We work to provide residents application information and connect them to resources either through our program or other programs as they become available for folks as they transition to new homes. Financial assistance specific to the relocation program due to closure comes from fees collected when a home is purchased the manufactured mobile home community, and as well as a portion from the community owner's annual registration with the Department of Revenue. And as noted, the 90-day window for resident to move, transfer title, or dispose of park can be difficult to meet. In particular, moving and reinstalling a mobile or manufactured home to a new park is difficult to achieve given the need for a moving company, possible permits within the county that they have to face, and some of the other issues. And we've seen this. It limits their ability to meet this deadline and ultimately receive the assistance that they're otherwise eligible for. So between August 2021 and September 2023, our program received notices of closure for 11 parks. And in 2022, 30 households applied to the program with the intent to move their home, but only one was successful in doing that within the 90-day timeline. And so we're hopeful that this small change might help people meet what they're trying to accomplish as they're transitioning homes. Happy to take any more questions if they're there.
Mm-hmm. Questions? Mm-hmm. I'm seeing none. All right. Well, thank you for the work on this, and we will certainly continue to delve into the issues around these homes.
Thank you.
And I am seeing neither Chester Baldwin nor Margot Bryant is not available online. All right. So with that, we will close the hearing on House Bill 1771. And we will open the hearing on House Bill 1690.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. As we continue to look at U.S.-China relations, we turn to the growing U.S. military presence in the Pacific. The Biden administration recently reached an agreement with the Philippines to give the United States access to 4 more military bases in the former U.S. colony. This will allow the U.S. greater access to the South China Sea and Taiwan as tensions rise between Washington and Beijing. The deal was announced after Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin met Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. in Manila. We're joined now by David Vine, professor of anthropology at American University, co-founder of the Overseas Base Realignment and Closure Coalition. His books include Base Nation, How U.S. Military Bases Abroad Harm America and the World. Welcome to Democracy Now! I mean, this is right in line with what you write about, Base Nation. Talk about that image of...
Well, Democracy Now! Seems to love to come up on my feed, doesn't it? That's not supposed to happen. Sorry there, folks. All right. So we are waiting for the youth to be let in so they can engage with the legislature there. Kind of cool to get a behind the scenes of what it looks like. This looks like a regular office. You know, I mean, when you come into the main part of the building, you know, definitely super fancy. Looks like a Capitol building. Then, you know, outside looks like a regular Capitol building. And then once you're in there, now it definitely looks like you know, just kind of like a regular office with cubicles, right? So interesting. Pretty cool. I like it. Tune in, back out on the main hallway there, or I guess maybe one of the hallways. So remember that thing that I was saying, where it's like, man, that looks so much smaller than you think.
Oh, Sorry to interrupt you. I would tell you this building is ginormous. It is a TARDIS reference, and this is my first time here. So just a great adventure. We're on our way out from downstairs, where the BSU are meeting with representatives, and I'll walk around and kind of give you a virtual tour of
Nice. So keep in mind, everyone, that on location there, you're in a marble building, so the Wi-Fi isn't going to be great, especially in the stairwell. So I appreciate the Conduit team getting that footage. So fancy. Oh, you get up the stairs, and it looks like the same as the floor before. Ooh, Secretary of State. Awesome. Let me turn my camera off and let's just get some good old footage here. What's to the right there? What's that?
Down to the right on the far end of the hallway there, it's all, I mean, we can walk down here and take a look.
No. I mean, behind you, there was a bookcase or something with papers.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Okay.
Yeah, right there to the right. What's that?
Looks to be, I don't know how it's playing on your end, but showing us the Capitol building and the insurance building, pretty much a layout of the camp and everything. And, how bills become laws, a coloring book, brochures explaining in different languages about the Capitol. There's also a map.
Wow. Okay.
And so, first info center almost.
That's cool.
Yeah, that really is cool. And this place has a ton of steps. You are 100 right ahead of me where I'm pointing the camera now. I'm going to assume this governor's office. There is a Washington State patrolman standing guard there.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So, and then as you had seen earlier, we went up a bunch of steps. Well, hey, guess what? There are
More
a lot
steps.
of marble steps in this building. No, and it's,
Wow.
I mean, this building here, I'm going to pan up from here. Stuff. It is incredible. I mean, to see if the camera's going to do it justice, my friend. You know?
It's ginormous.
Yeah. So.
Wow.
It is. I mean,
is that the
and
back
then
of
you
the
come up
building?
Well, I don't. It's got both ways. You've got doors on both sides, doors and walkways up.
Hmm.
I'm kind of standing, basically, and I mean, there's the seal of the state of Washington, right there and laid in the floor. Cool.
Get a little closer if you can.
Okay. Let's see if I can get to it for you.
Ooh, nice.
So, that's they've got it cordoned off so people don't go stomp, but it really is
awesome.
The center of the building, because as I pan around, I've got stairs going up and stairs going down, and as I come around, where you saw us was down here, and then literally back over to the other side over here. Sorry about the fast pan.
Huge.
I got people all over the place, so I apologize. Then you can
no worries.
see
it's huge.
Panning down also. It is equally big either way. This is the center of the building. And I mean, I'll walk up these stairs and know how far to the left me go.
And did you find the BSU?
Should be with our other crew downstairs. They should be catching up God's broken home so they can continue their trek. I will head back down a virtual look here real quick.
Oh, what's that? Those on the easels.
It looks like paintings that people did of the legislature, the chambers. Nice.
Wow.
I mean, as you can see, very nice paintings. Very well done.
Looks like a picture. That's how well it is.
It is, and then you can't quite see it from here because I can't zoom across there, but they have the same thing on the other side. The same,
Gotcha.
pictures of
Yep,
the
I can
chamber
see
on
it.
that side.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. So this is really incredible. I mean, really is phenomenal. And I mean, even growing up in Michigan, as I did, I never got to see that. This is kind of an experience for me.
Mm-hmm. I was just talking about that earlier, about how, I testified for the first time at the beginning of this year, and we have the youth that are not only in this building, but they're providing testimony and advocating, and, it's powerful. It's awesome.
Here we go. So this is the reception room. I'm in the reception room because I can't quite get in, but if you can see that, wow. That's about the best view I can get because I'm not allowed in the room. So.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
And I'll take you over here. As I'm walking around, this in front of us is the House chamber. The door that you see open right there and stuff. House chamber.
Okay.
So I'm going to be able to, I might be able to get a little bit of the House chamber, but. And things we learned while we were down here today. So that's what I can see is the hallway outside the House chamber, and then we're here and show you the pictures that are painted. Like the other side had pictures painted of the Senate chamber, also painted pictures of the House chamber. But as we came down here today, learning things like you're not allowed anywhere on the Capitol's property. I can carry this camera on the tripod. I cannot set it up, which is a learning experience.
Oh, you can't put a tripod down.
Yeah, no, you can't put a tripod down. They had no problems with that. But you can't set up your tripod. You couldn't bring the bags in with the equipment. You had to bring in what we. So,
wow.
You can carry it. You can bring. So, learn though,
That's lucky for us.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, I took you around the. I am going to mute and go down and see the rest of our crew. And
all right, thank you for that. That is our intrepid reporter, Mr. Rob Dent.
Wow, that's the most I've talked on camera.
Well, we appreciate you for sure, because otherwise we wouldn't get this footage, which is fantastic. How awesome. All right, so we're going to go ahead and let Rob mute there.
Experience.
because his signal is kind of falling off. And yeah, how awesome is that, right? What a great opportunity to get a bird's eye view. That's even better than a bird's eye view. We're getting in there, and then we got some narration of what we were seeing at the same time. So that was fantastic. Really enjoyed that and appreciate it. And I can tell you, yeah, there was no way I was going to make it there today. Not with all that walking in the stairs. They would have had to leave me.
Trying to find everybody.
What was that, Robbie? You unmuted yourself there.
I was just saying, I was asked by Brandon back from moving stuff, and I said I'm trying to find everybody. Sorry.
Got you. Well, I was just telling the audience that I wouldn't have made it there with all the stairs and all the walking. So I would have definitely been a liability.
No, it is
I had
a lot of stairs.
Forced myself to come. Yeah. So with my condition today, yeah, there's no way I would have made it. All right. So Rob is navigating back to where the youth are, and they'll be listening to the legislature. What I'm going to do is, excuse me, go ahead and play a little bit from some of the testimonies while he gets back to where he is. Let me go ahead and turn that on for us.
'74 to address some key challenges in the state. As we are addressing the impending and ongoing housing crisis, addressing supply, addressing the needs for supports, and the needs for stabilization, we have another factor that we still need to address. Home ownership is an economic cornerstone of modern American society. You purchase a home, you build equity, and leverage that equity for other opportunities, whether it's to help pay for college, start a business, or even help a family member with a down payment for their own home. Yet, it is unmistakable that racially restrictive covenants, as the anchor to other historical efforts such as redlining, mortgage restrictions, they were essential in a concerted effort to discriminate against Black, Indigenous, Asian, Jewish, and other marginalized residents of Washington State. And the results of these intentional policies, practices, and laws have had a multi-generational impact on our Washington communities. This bill addresses the decades of direct harms inflicted by our state on Washington residents, community members, and their descendants who have been in this state since before it came to be. Racially restrictive covenants did not become unenforceable until April 11th, 1968. This is just 7 days after the assassination of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Ladies and gentlemen, this is only 7 years before my birth, and within the timeline and lifetime of many committee members in this chamber. This bill is the outcome of years of nonpartisan historical research. The stakeholder group to help craft this bill is comprised of a multiracial coalition, and we all have a stake in this. With this bill, Washington can be a leader in the nation at addressing the harms of its own peculiar past through a direct and focused endeavor to build an inclusive economic future for all of its residents. Let me repeat, an inclusive economic future. Fellow committee members, on this 6th day of February, Black History Month, I
Mr.
urge your
Vincent, if you want to come
support of the
back
Covenant
in, I have the
Homeownership
black
Bill.
student ask a couple questions.
Ooh, all right.
All right. There we go. So here we are. We're at the state capitol. What are you here for today? What do you think of this?
For freedom and do things. You see what other people are here for and have a good time.
Ask him to talk a little louder.
You have to talk a little louder so we can hear you. Sorry.
I'm here is to express what we feel is right and for our freedom, mostly for our freedom. And also hear what other people are protesting for and understand what they're protesting about.
Okay. Let's move on now.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
What I believe we're here for today is to just kind of like on different bills that the law has made and different bills that they're and then also just kind of like get a tour of the Capitol and like from speakers today.
It's important that we're here today because I feel like we don't usually get the opportunity to come to the Capitol, and I also feel like it's really important to like learn about the bills and the laws that have, and so it's also important to learn about like how the when it's not giving us justice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think what I'm here for today is to better understand the legislative process.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm here to understand the bills. Yeah.
How's your experience here? I mean, what do you think of the building? And
It's interesting. I never seen it here, but like it's very cool. I think the building's very beautiful. I've never been here before. It's very nice. It's nice. I like it here.
we were comparing it to because it looks so much smaller on the outside than it is once you get in here. The question is, what are you here for today? What's your experience?
Because I woke up and my mom told me to come.
Okay.
That's fine.
Voting, I mean, when I first saw it, I walked up in here, it was, I mean, they come inside, it's pretty, it looks good. I mean, I like it here. I like the change and just like, maybe just like more, just like people grovel on the feet. No, this is just like respecting the change. So that's it.
I'm here to better understand how I can use the legislative power to further advocate for.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Then the last person I'm going to talk to you about. So, your experience here by bringing the children, these young adults here, and bringing them to this process. How do you
experience? Although it has been very chilly today, we picked apparently
yeah.
in February to do this, but it's been great having students and young adults from different areas of Washington State, nations that we came here from or came here with, are Tarra, Kitsap, Thurston, who else? We have here. We have Tacoma Urban League. We have God's Broken Home University, Youth 180s. So it's been. We had a rally with our legislator, Tarra, Civil Survival, and shout out to Civil Survival for all they did, all they organized to get all of this stuff together for us to come down. So we're excited. Today is welcome to the Capitol to see some of the different legislators. We were taking appointments, but to wait, we have an appointment at 3.
Okay. Well, good. I mean, from my experience, I've never, as I was speaking and walking around because of stairs of all the marble and everything, I've never been here.
Oh.
Michigan, and I had never been to the Michigan State House either. So this is an experience, and stuff is just incredible.
The building is awesome.
Yes.
I've been here a few times, organizations over the years. What I really love about this Capitol is they maintain it immaculately, and all the details. Like if you ever go to the page, it gives the history of where they talk about all the gold. So I like that. I like the history.
Okay.
It's a beautiful building.
Ask Jewel if she's testified here.
Jewel, have you testified
here in the building, but I have testified. Yes.
So you've testified virtually, but not here live in person.
Right.
Being live in person, I think.
It would probably make me super nervous. Oh yeah, I'm shaking in my boots all the time. But one of the times we came up here, Jamila, she's someone I know. She actually used to babysit me when I was a little girl, and she's now Governor Inslee. She was chief of staff for Governor Locke at the time, and so we were of the half of the building when they did the whole thing, but that was enriching. Reach her again and get our students in. But sometimes on holidays, some people are not.
There you go.
So does Jewel think that any of the youth that are there today may want to testify in the future?
Possibly. We have some strong opinions here today. So I think they would.
Yeah.
It's definitely an experience before.
All right, I've got one more question for you. Are the youth going to get a chance to talk to the legislators today?
That is the plan. Times, unfortunately, there are so many people I think are not happening, but we're doing group conversations.
Awesome. Well, I hope you guys are enjoying your day. I wish I was there. It's a beautiful building. I don't remember if I've ever been there before. So it is a sight to behold, to be there and to see it. And, I testified virtually too this year. But yeah, it's just looking forward to the advocacy. And I was been bragging about the Kitsap Black Student Union youth and, making their voices heard. And look at the experiences that they're giving to a plus 50-year-old man who has never been to the Capitol building before, right? I mean, he's only here because Kitsap Black Student Union is there, right? That's a powerful thing to think about.
We never know the doorways we open by just crossing past to one another.
With that, thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
I'm going to bring this camera around one other way. We're going to talk to a member of G2 and ask him what his experiences are here with what he's got to see because he's here working. Tell me, what do you think about it?
What I think about what I've seen so far?
Yes, speak up.
So far, it's pretty interesting. It just teaches me more about government first. And when I was in the office, talking with the other group, talking with the lady, she could pass bills. She was talking about she could pass bills. And she said that she also said that a person come under and shadow her and they get paid $35 and like a week. That'd be a good lesson to get out there for people, more opportunity for people. So.
And what do you think about the building itself, Keyshawn?
The building's amazing.
All right. Thanks for your time.
All right. I love it. Thank you for those interviews there.
Well,
hard to hear because I know it's noisy and you know the microphone isn't the strongest in there. So if you talk to folks, just try to see if you can get even closer, almost like right up in their face. You got to be up in their personal space. But yeah, that's good. So when do we think we might be going on in?
It'll be the next one.
Next what?
So the next interview will be about 3:00.
Okay, so we got about 45 minutes.
Yes, sir.
All right, so what I'm gonna let them do is go ahead and charge their camera, and then we will see you guys in about 45 minutes. How does that sound?
That sounds good. Sorry, I muted myself.
All
too
right.
quick.
No worries. So we will tune in with them in about 45 minutes. So we're gonna go ahead and say goodbye to them for now. And you know, one of the things that Rob was saying is you cannot set up a tripod in there. So if you can hold the camera, it's all good. But if you want to set up a tripod, that's a problem, right? So it's a good thing that we got some handhelds that we can bring on in there. The other challenge is, you know, you got this marble building, right? And so the Wi-Fi isn't going to be the strongest in there. So I'm so happy that we've been able to get the footage that we have been able to get in there. Definitely a great experience. Definitely excited about that. I so wish I was there. But so glad that everyone is tuning in. If you are just tuning in, you're like, hey, what's going on? Civil Survival is presenting a Transform Justice Day of Advocacy. Tarra Simmons is there. And Kitsap Black Student Union is in the house. All right, God's Broken Home University in the house. All right. And so this is a powerful event. It's a holiday. And so a lot of folks might be, especially the youth, want to sleep in on that day. And where are they at? They're in Olympia. They're at the state legislature. They're at the Capitol building. They're doing the work. They are the We Are the People. So it's just fantastic to see. Think that it's awesome. Definitely proud of the youth. Glad to be able to support in this capacity. G2 being able to transport them out and the conduit covering the event. So again, we ask if you will please subscribe, like, and share. Make sure you hit the bell so you never miss out on when we go live, because man, we're doing cool things all the time. You didn't know this was happening last week, right? Or the week before, or the month before that, or even last year, right? So we just continue to grow and have an opportunity to do new things as we tie the community together. And what I mean by tie the community together, I mean teach the community, inform the community, and elevate the community. So we are tying the community together. Help us tie the community together. And how can you do that? You could do that by supporting the conduit. Lots of different ways that you could do that. The QR code is up there in the upper left-hand corner. And of course, right there in the middle, if you want to support G2, you can do that as well. Just go ahead and scan the QR code, $1, $5, a monthly subscription, anything that you donate will help. And that will allow us to continue to do the things that we do in all the places that we do them. We're not even in Kitsap County, y'all. We are out the county doing the conduit work. So we're excited about that. Let's hit the horn for the conduit. All right, they're out there doing work. And I love that, right? And, you know, a lot of folks are looking at tangible benefits of things, right? Like, what do I get out of this? And, you know, usually it's like, I need money. I want money. And that's understandable. But sometimes those intangible benefits are just as important, if not more important. And so you have, I believe Rob is 53, 53-year-old man who's never been to the Capitol. You know, you have a 21-year-old young man who is his first time at the Capitol and who's there with his mom, Keyshawn there. And coming and having this experience, right? It's more than just, running a camera and carrying cords and cables, right? This is experience for them too. This is a learning opportunity for them too, right? This is community building for them too. This is relationship building for them too. So many of those intangible things that we may not put down on that benefit sheet on what do you get out of participating with the conduit or G2. But those are the things where the real change is going to be made, right? Those relationships, that advocacy work, that support work, again, that tie work, right? So help the conduit, tie the community together, teach, inform, and elevate. That is what we are here to do. We will continue on with the youth at 3 p.m. They're just waiting to get in. Now, what is really amazing here is this is a holiday, and it is packed at the Capitol, right? So while a lot of people are taking advantage of this holiday, a lot of folks out here doing the thing. So shout out to all of them. What I'd like to do is get into some more testimonies because I think this is important and it will be informative for us to help us to understand what is happening in our community and also to understand how to make your voice heard. So let's go ahead and tune in with some more testimony here.
Covenant homeownership account and program to address the history of housing discrimination due to racially restrictive real estate covenants in Washington State. To provide some background, county auditors collect fees as set by statute for recording documents. Restrictive real estate covenants were recorded across the state until 1968 when the Federal Housing Act prohibited real estate covenants that would discriminate on the basis of race, color, religion, or national origin. In 1969, the Washington Law Against Discrimination, or WALAD, was created and prohibits discriminatory practices in real estate transactions and credit and insurance, among other things. The WALAD declares void any provision in a written instrument relating to real property that purports to forbid or restrict the conveyance, encumbrance, occupancy, or lease of property to individuals within a protected class. Pursuant to the Federal Equal Credit Opportunity Act, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau may authorize the extension of special purpose credit to applicants who meet eligibility requirements for a credit assistance program expressly authorized by state law for the benefit of an economically disadvantaged class of persons. The bill before you establishes the Covenant Homeownership Program. The program creates the following obligations for state and local entities. First, the Housing Finance Commission must complete a Covenant Homeownership Program study that recommends potential policy changes to reduce racial disparities in homeownership to remedy the impacts of past and ongoing discrimination against Black, Indigenous, and people of color and other historically marginalized communities. Second, Commerce, together with the Housing Finance Commission, must create special purpose credit programs to provide down payment and closing cost assistance to the economically disadvantaged class of persons identified in the Covenant Homeownership Program study. To be eligible to receive assistance, an applicant must have a household income at or below 100% of the area median income, be a first-time home buyer, and be or be a descendant of a Washington State resident who was a resident on or before April 11th, 1968, and was or would have been excluded from home ownership in Washington State by a racially restrictive real estate covenant. Finally, county auditors must collect a document recording assessment of $100 to fund the Covenant Homeownership Program. A fiscal note was requested but has not yet been received, and with that, I would be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you. Riley, do we have any questions for staff? I'm not seeing any, so welcome, Senator Lovick, and tell us about your bill.
Good evening, Madam Chair, and thank you. For the record, my name is John Lovick, and I'm a senator from the 44th District in Snohomish County. And Madam Chair, after listening to the excellent bill report by Mr. Benj, I would love to tell you that I came up with this idea organically. But inspiringly, it was a dear friend and colleague, Speaker Emeritus Frank Chop, who first brought this to my attention. We all know Representative Chop's enthusiasm for homeownership. He is a stalwart supporter of housing justice. When Representative Chop showed me the covenant restrictions that existed in Washington State, in a word, I was appalled. appalled that such texts could still exist, appalled that these agreements are still pervasive by the thousands. This hatred is written in our state's DNA. I say surprisingly because after we spoke, Representative Chop and I met weekly with stakeholders from the community to galvanize this cause. So that's why I'm here today. Homeownership is the primary wealth builder for many Washingtonians. As a matter of fact, in the United States, it is the primary means by which people become self-sufficient. And yet, for generations, Black, brown, indigenous, and people of color have faced massive barriers to homeownership. Homeownership rates among people of color are nearly 20% lower than white Washingtonians. When you compare Black families with white families, that gap widens to nearly 40%. We have a massive wealth disparity in the state, and today we can do something about it. Senate Bill 5496 will help close this gap. I'm before you still appalled and ashamed of where we are. No one could read one of these restrictive covenants and not be ashamed. Madam Chair, since I spoke with Representative Chop 5 months ago, I have to confess, I live with deep shame in my heart. And when I say deep shame, the shame is because in 1973, 5 years after covenant restrictions ended in Washington State, I purchased my first house using a GI Bill. My down payment was $200, and the government actually sent me back $150 with an apology that they took $200 in the first place. So when I say that I'm ashamed, I know that a lot of people sacrificed so much for the privileges that I was afforded. Was it the GI Bill that allowed me to purchase my first home? No. 51 years ago, it was our state deciding to make things right. Our state decided to end the enforceability of these restrictions and to reckon with our past. But the shame that those before me endured still hurts my heart. I served in the military, but I think of the men and women who served Vietnam and years before me, the shame they had to endure. So I was no better than anyone else, no more deserving of the pursuit of happiness. No one is better than anyone else because of the color of your skin. Senate Bill 5496 allows us 51 years later to make that point clearer than ever. To take that work further, it gets us closer to a world where we are recognized by the content of our character and not by the color of our skin. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Lovick, for bringing this very important bill forward. You know, it's important for us to be reminded of our history and how we got here. And I think that this is one of the most important bills of this session, to be quite honest. And I just want to thank you, and I see the House sponsor of the House bill is here as well. Representative Taylor, thank you for your work on it as well. And, you know, I look forward to seeing this bill on the Senate floor. So thank you very much. And do we have, go ahead.
I was just going to thank you.
Do we have any questions, Senator Fortunato?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Lovick, I'm sorry. You included descendants of people, as opposed to someone that may have actually experienced this discrimination. Can you explain how a descendant should be benefiting from, if I'm not the one that was discriminated against, my parents were, but I'm not, how should I be included?
So it's a good question. And, you know, when we met during the summer and we started meeting, I believe in September, I think just the conversation with the stakeholders, basically, we came up with this language. And I mean, your point could be well taken, but I think you'll probably have a broader conversation and maybe someone could answer the question with a little more knowledge of what we were thinking. I was at every one of the meetings, but this part I don't recall.
Thank you. If we can talk offline on that. Thank you.
Senator Frame.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, if I might, I was not in the conversations, but as somebody who spent a lot of energy in thinking about wealth and the transfer of wealth in this country, Mr. Ranking Member, I would say the concept of intergenerational wealth, sir, is that you build wealth and you hope to pass it on to your descendants. And when your parents and grandparents are denied the opportunity to build that wealth, you as their descendant are not left with anything. So I think it is a very clear connection, Mr. Ranking Member, of why descendants would be included in this bill. And that is my answer to that question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. Do we have any other questions or comments, I guess? And I appreciate the discussion very much. It is an important point to make that the way that racism has been institutionalized in so many aspects in our country. And this is just one of them. And the effects are clear. And this is why I'm sure you're bringing the bill and Representative Taylor's bringing the bill. And we appreciate the conversation is very needed and very much appreciated. And like I said, I look forward to seeing this bill on the Senate floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to hold this hearing open. And we're going to go into public testimony. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's start with the panel, Michael Brown, Patience Malaba, and Lachelle Lucas, who I believe are all in Zoom. And if we could have on deck also in Zoom, Carol, Paul, Ellen Dimbit, and Janet Christofferson. That would be great. And I believe Michael's on screen.
Go ahead, Michael. Welcome. You're on mute. We can't hear you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Much better. Yes, much better. Thank
you. There we go. There we go. Thank you. I'm here speaking in support of Senate Bill 5496. Things that you already know. Home ownership is the primary way most households build wealth in this country. And when I think about home ownership, I think about stability. I think about a sense of place and belonging. And I think about the building of equity and wealth. Yet we know that access to opportunity to own has not been evenly distributed. History has taught us that it's taken generations of systemic, racist, and discriminatory policies and practices to get us to where we are today. And what this committee has already talked about, you understand that those systemic and structural changes at all levels of government is the only way that we can kind of move forward. Housing stability has been hard to come by for Black households. They've been disproportionately represented among our residents who are paying too much rent and who are experiencing homelessness, which only perpetuates the need for urgent crisis relief. What's been coded into our laws, policies, and practices are barriers to credit and home ownership for Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Home ownership rate for Black households fare even worse than other households of color. And it's a result of policies and practices that included redlining, racially restrictive covenants, mortgage subsidies, and incentives alongside of displacement and gentrification. Credit, including home mortgages, harder and more expensive to attain for folks of color. And as a result, there's little or no opportunity to grow intergenerational wealth that's essential for a down payment to buy a home. 42% of Black households in this state have zero net wealth. My name is Michael Brown. I am the civic architect for Civic Commons. And we have convened a network of cross-sector community partners working to increase Black home ownership through an effort called the Black Home Initiative. Many of our partners will speak today, but I wanted you to know that the primary purpose of the Black Home Initiative is to increase Black home ownership. But the ultimate impact we aspire to is a reduction of racial and economic inequity and an increase in intergenerational household wealth. Achieving that goal requires a number of things: increasing the supply of ownership homes available to purchase, supporting Black households who want to buy a home, helping them complete that process and obtain an appropriate mortgage, and overcoming the existing fragmented ecosystem of private, public, and nonprofit organizations. Senate Bill 5496 would create a covenant homeownership account to help close the racial gap in homeownership and address the longstanding impacts of the history of housing discrimination. Just one really quick story. Elijah.
Michael, I'm sorry, we don't have time, but I want to thank you so much. We're actually going to put people on a timer now, 90 seconds. We have so many, and we're already going over our normal hearing time till 4 p.m. But I tell you what, send us your story in writing, and we'll make sure that gets to be part of the record. And thank you so much for testifying today. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just to reiterate, we're going to go until 4 o'clock, and if we could set the timer for 90 seconds, starting with this next testifier, Patience Malaba.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Patience Malaba, and I'm the Executive Director of the Housing Development Consortium of King County. I am also a part of the platform initiative that Michael Brown just spoke to. And today I am testifying in strong support of Senate Bill 5496. And I cannot thank enough the sponsor, Senator Novick, and others who have worked with us during interim to bring community stakeholders together to really talk about what it means to solve for codified barriers that serve as roadblocks to homeownership. This is truly a once-in-a-generation monumental step toward addressing the home ownership rates gap in our state. And let me start by telling the story of the opportunity that is created by this bill. This bill would create a covenant homeownership account and a program to provide down payment and closing cost assistance to groups of people who will be identified through a covenant homeownership program study. Those participants will, of course, have to be first-time home buyers with income limitations, and they have to meet other criteria. This is groundbreaking in terms of a step in the right direction, leading the nation and demonstrating our commitment to change by setting the first in the country government-led special.
Patience, I'm sorry, the time is up. The timer goes really fast. But please send us the rest of your comments or your whole comments, please, and we'll put them in the record. Thank you. Madam Vice Chair.
Lachelle Lucas next, and just a reminder, we can have Carol, Paul, Ellen Demet, and Janet Christopherson ready. That'd be great.
Yeah, and if you're in gallery mode, you will be able to see the timer, so please put yourself in gallery mode so you can see that. All right, very good. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair.
Lachelle. Team, is Lachelle Lucas available?
It looks like she's on mute.
I'm here. I was on mute. Sorry. Oh, thank you for letting me speak here today. I am a future Habitat homeowner, a public servant, and mother. I was born and raised in Seattle and lived in the Rainier Valley area for years. My parents shared the difficulties they experienced while trying to purchase a home in Seattle, and none of it involved their income. It was based upon their race. They were Black. Even when it was technically illegal, they mostly only found housing in red line areas of Seattle, which were deemed undesirable. Today, drive down Rainier Avenue or Martin Luther King, and there are brand new homes that have been built that I would never be able to afford to purchase because they're too expensive. Because of tools of discrimination like racially restrictive housing covenants, my grandparents were impacted. That made it difficult for my parents to acquire home ownership. When it came to my turn to purchase a home, they couldn't help me with the down payment. But recently, I found a pathway to home ownership through the Habitat of Seattle, King, and Kitsap County that will make my dream come true. We can do more. We can pass this bill and create paths to home ownership, housing stability, financial security, and pride for millions of Washingtonians like me. I ask that you please support SB 5496. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lachelle. All right, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding is the three people we called on deck, Carol, Ellen, and Janet, are not in Zoom, so we'll go to our next panel in person. Clifford Cawthon, Carl Schrader, and Amanda Sandoval. Sorry, Amanda Sandoval is on Zoom. And then if Kathleen Robertson and Michael Babbitt, who are on Zoom, could be on deck and ready to go, that'd be great. But let's start out with Cliff.
Sorry. Oh, there we go. Brilliant. Thank you, Chair Cooterer, Vice Chair Frame, Ranking Member Fortunato. It's an honor to speak here today. My name is Cliff Cawthon, and I'm the Policy Manager for Habitat for Humanity, Seattle, King, and Kittitas County. I'm also here as a grandson of Carl and Edith Cawthon. And we're also a member of the Black Home Initiative. And I'm here specifically because we're in support of SB 5496, and we want to see the damage done by racially restrictive covenants repaired, a damage that was done and that Washington State had a hand in doing and creating opportunities for first-time home buyers. So throughout my life and my education, I've listened to stories from my elders, my grandparents I just referenced, people in my community about opportunities that were robbed from them for no other reason besides the fact that they were Black. And today we have a housing crisis, and therein we have a widening homeownership gap that may essentially transform housing into a state of de facto housing apartheid. And I know that seems pretty extreme, but that gap is extreme. And albeit my family's from New York, that as you've heard, that many of our homeowners and millions of other Black and brown folks here in Washington State have been impacted by racially restrictive covenants and robbed of opportunities for no other reason besides the color of their skin, their background, and other preconceived prejudices. This bill will allow us to address the harm done by those millions of Washingtonians by investing in down payment assistance in essential programs. So I'll just end by saying that we as Habitat support this bill. We know that homeownership is the most expedient way to build wealth, and we encourage all of you to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Carl?
Thank you, Chair Cooterer. I do know how to pronounce your name.
That's okay, I sometimes mess that up too.
And members of the committee. Carl Schrader with the Association of Washington Cities here to support this bill. So I participated in the Homeownership Disparities Task Force that the Department of Commerce went through this interim, and we all learned a lot about the, eye-opening information and examples that you've been hearing about today and from the sponsor, and the need for specific and intentional actions to undo that history. So that's one reason we support this bill. The other reason is it dovetails very nicely with the work that you've asked cities to do under House Bill 1220 from a couple of years ago to examine our history of zoning and the racist past that it may have had in some areas, and to begin to take action to undo those impacts. So this is a way for us to actually meaningfully address those impacts. It also melds well with the desire from our members to have a real push around home ownership in our efforts around housing stability and investments this year. And I'll end on the stability note. We've had a lot of talk about rent control in this legislature, and you can think of the 30-year mortgage as rent control for the folks who are lucky enough and have the resources to get access to it. And you're not subject to the whims of the market, and your rents aren't increasing outside of your control, and you can plan your life and your situation much better. So commend this to you. Happy to work on it as you see any problems. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're going to hear from Amanda Sandoval next, but if we could have on deck, because Kathleen and Michael are not on Zoom, on deck to have Quintar Taylor, Sean Scott, and Sophia Dowling. But let's go first to Amanda Sandoval.
Hello, committee members. My name is Amanda Sandoval, and I'm a Senior Public Policy Impact Manager at United Way, King County, and I'm here in support of Senate Bill 5496. Today we have a chance to right a wrong that a system was designed to create racial restrictions coded into our laws, policies, and practices to keep BIPOC communities out of houses and neighborhoods. Today we have less Black home ownership than the Jim Crow era. And the Department of Commerce has found that we need over 143,000 BIPOC households to become homeowners to close the racial gap between their white peers, with King County needing the largest number of BIPOC homeowners to close that gap. Home equity is the #1 asset of Americans, and it's an opportunity that our BIPOC neighbors do not get. I distinctly remember the day my dad bought his house, and couple years later, he was able to pull equity out from his said house to buy my grandparents a house. And years later, my brother and I were able to purchase our own home. It is directly correlated that children of parents who have a home have an easier time later on obtaining home ownership. United Way's mission states that we are working toward a racially just community, and our strategic plan is specifically focused on BIPOC communities leading that systems change. This is a great example of that, and this is a great example of that. And while we no longer have racial restrictive covenants, the bans on federal mortgages backing Black neighborhoods and the legacy of generations in our policy has a long life. I ask that you support this bill today. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before we hear from our next panel, if we could have on deck in person, George Davenport, Karina Obar, and Donald King on Zoom. Let's call up our next panel in Zoom, Quintard Taylor, Sean Scott, and Sophia Dowling. Quintard. Is Mr. Taylor there perhaps and just on Zoom? Or on mute, pardon me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great, now we can hear you.
I only have, yes, can you hear me?
We can, please proceed, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to take a slightly different approach because I only have a few seconds. Let me quote the Republican Secretary of State of Washington, a man named A. Ludlow Kramer that some people may remember. He said, "The blood of every seep deeply into the American soil and cannot be easily removed. But here in Washington State for slavery."
Mr. Taylor, we're gonna start your time over. We're having a hard time hearing you. Maybe if you turn your video off, we might be able to hear you a little better. And just, do you happen to be related to Representative Taylor? Just wondering.
I can do that. I'm in Pearland, Texas, and so I'm far removed from where you are.
There we go. Just wondering there. Okay, we can hear you better. Go ahead. We're starting your time over.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
We can.
I'm not going to start over because essentially I'm going to say what everybody else is saying. I support Senate Bill 5496, the Covenant Homeownership Bill, and I support it because we have had in this state a long legacy of the racial discrimination. I'm a historian, so I can speak to this. I'm an expert on African-American history in the Pacific Northwest, and I can tell you that the first person to suffer from a restricted covenant was the most prominent Republican in the state of Washington in 1906. A man named Horace Caton Jr. And there have been other examples time and time again. And the ghettos, essentially, of Washington spread through the major cities, as you probably know, and they spread through the smaller cities. And eventually, they cut out thousands, not hundreds, but thousands of African Americans who couldn't access the homes. And so I urge you to pass this legislation to right an injustice, an injustice that's been around for far too long, an injustice that's been recognized by so many people, and you finally have the ability to do something about it. You have the ability to change it once and for all. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And, thanks to your daughter, we hopefully will. I'd also like you to please introduce yourself for the record. And it's okay if you say you're Representative Taylor's father.
Okay. I don't think I need to, but I am Quintard Taylor. I am the Scott and Dorothy Bullock Professor Emeritus at the University of Washington. I was at the University of Washington for some 22 years. I started my career at Washington State University. I've dedicated my life, my professional life, to studying the history of African Americans in the state of Washington and in particularly in Seattle. And so I think I know something about this long history of racial discrimination in housing. And it's impossible to say quickly how insidious that history has been, how detrimental it's been to African Americans right up to this day. I wish I had more time. I'll send my my written comments to you so that you can have them.
Thank you so much, Professor Taylor.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Professor Taylor. Let's hear next from Sean Scott.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair, Madam Chair as well. I'm Sean Scott with the Statewide Poverty Action Network, and also a one-time student of Professor Taylor's as well. You know, represented on the Senate Housing Committee are elected officials from 11 of Washington State's 49 legislative districts, and racial restrictive covenants existed in all 11 of these LDs. Chair Kuderer, segregationist deeds banning Black and brown residents exist in every section of the 48th LD, from Medina to Clyde Hill to Redmond, Kirkland, and Bellevue. Madam Vice Chair, Frame, the 36th LD in Seattle actually had some of Seattle's most racially exclusive neighborhoods with covenants through the 20th century that banned Black and brown residents, often in the same sentence and paragraphs as livestock and stray animals were banned. And Ranking Member Fortunato, in your 31st LD subdivisions built by the Auburn Development Company, the Western Washington Corporation of Seventh-day Adventists, and other realtors, only permitted non-white residents as domestic servants. So as we have these conversations about whether or not structural racism is a faded tragedy that we read about in history books, or if it's something that continues pervading through the lives of Washingtonians, I think we have a real opportunity in front of us to create a housing stability fund by assessing a fee on these covenants. The history lives, and it lives in many unfortunate ways that I think this body has the opportunity to correct.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you. And then Sophia Dowling.
Madam Chair, committee members, my name is Sophia Dowling, and I am the project coordinator for the Racial Restrictive Covenants Project authorized under HB 1335. I am reading this statement on behalf of Dr. James Gregory. Although far from complete, we have documented more than 50,000 properties that have racist restrictions across Washington state. We need to understand that racial restrictive covenants and other measures limited not just where people might live, but also access to home ownership of any kind. Because BIPOC people were banned from most neighborhoods, their ability to buy homes in general was limited. And the effect was compounded by federal policies and local planning decisions, which made it difficult for people of color to access loans and mortgages. So for generations, Black, Indigenous, and Asian Americans had lower rates of home ownership. The price escalations of the last 40 years exacerbated this harm, making it impossible for those who were previously shut out of the housing market to gain entry. Today, only about 1/3 of Black families in Washington own homes, and in King and Pierce County, the numbers are even lower. This bill is about the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution that requires each state to ensure equal protection in their laws and policies to all persons regardless of race. Washington state violated that guarantee when, through delegation of power to counties and cities, it authorized racial restrictive covenants. This bill acknowledges the financial losses that resulted from racist policies by government entities in violation of the 14th Amendment, and it will help some of the families who were denied the chance to buy a home and build wealth through home ownership.
Great.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's hear next in Zoom, George Davenport, Karina Obar, and Donald King. And if we could have on deck here in person, Ann Campbell, Denise Rodriguez, and Michonne Preston, that would be great. Well, let's go to George Davenport.
Madam Chair and the committee, I am Pastor Reverend George Davenport, and I am the present pastor of the People's Institutional Baptist Church, which on Sunday we will celebrate our 81st anniversary of being in the Central District. I've had the pleasure and honor of being able to be the pastor over several seniors. And it is clear if they were here to speak, they would speak about the tragic history of them being denied in several occasions home ownership due to unfair housing restrictions. They've suffered long enough, and they have lacked the ability to have the dignity of being able to just be a citizen of this state. We believe that it is time now to be able to correct the evils of the past, as I have watched and followed several of my members to death. They have not been able to take pride in being able to have wealth, to be able to leave for their children. We're also part of the Nehemiah Initiative, and we are poised to be able to use our properties to be able to create affordable housing. We support SB 5496. We believe that this will be a game changer, especially as far as people of color, to be able to enjoy the dignity of home ownership and being a citizen of this state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice Chair.
Let's hear next from Karina Obar.
Good afternoon. My name is Karina Obar, and I am the manager of the Home Ownership Program at the Washington State Housing Finance Commission. We're so excited about this legislation and the chance to be a key instrument in the Home Ownership Covenant Program. Since 1983, the Commission has provided home loans and down payment assistance to more than 100,000 families across the state. That comes with robust homebuyer education for many pre-purchase financial counseling to ensure long-term success. We have the expertise, experience, and partnerships with lenders and real estate professionals across the state to implement this program immediately, and it is critically needed. With home prices soaring out of sight, much deeper down payment assistance is needed, especially in communities of color. Last fiscal year, we helped 5,638 families to buy a home in Washington, but only 7% of them were Black families. 17% were Latinx, 4% were Asian, about 3% were Indigenous or Native. Of course, we try to target disadvantaged communities through partners such as HomeSite and through marketing and advertising efforts. We also have a small pool of down payment resources that can bring home ownership within reach for lower income folks, but that resource pool is too small and the racial gap is too large, and it gets wider every day. But programs based on race are needed, programs that are explicitly undo the lasting impact of discrimination, not just with outreach efforts, but actual funding that unlocks opportunities for these families. And we urge you to support this legislation, start to undo the state's legacy of housing discrimination, and change the future for BIPOC families. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I'm going to have to go to another meeting, so I'm going to turn the meeting over to my Vice Chair, Senator Frame, and we will be going until 4. And thanks, everyone, and Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's hear next from Donald King.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Vice Chair and members of the committee. Thanks for having me here this morning, or this afternoon, I'm sorry to say, but I'm a 40-year resident of Seattle Central District. I'm Donald King, 40-year resident of Seattle Central District. And I'm president and CEO of the Nehemiah Initiative. Pastor Davenport spoke of this recently, and a member of the Black Home Initiative team. To be able to be brief on my testimony, and I will send the written testimony in its full text later, but I believe Black History Month is an appropriate time to be able to, one, reflect on the history of centuries of injustice to Black folks in America, and also just the triumphs that we've had too, and those bright points in history, like the 14th Amendment that was also mentioned. We would like to take this opportunity to urge you to make history locally, and to make history on being able to redress those decades of injustices in home ownership through forms of legal segregation, redlining, exclusionary zoning, racial restrictive covenants, and injurious Washington State Supreme Court decisions. Washington State and local endorsements of these inequities are a direct violation of the U.S. Constitution, and specifically the 14th Amendment. These policies were illegal, and they contributed to an inability of Black families to build generational wealth through home ownership. The Nehemiah Initiative is a faith-based community development initiative with a mission to develop affordable homes on underutilized Black church property.
Thank you,
We're
Mr.
poised to
King.
contribute to the production of hundreds of affordable homes with the success and passage of this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King, for your time today. Next up, Ann Campbell, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Frame, Ranking Member Fortunato, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Ann Campbell. I use she, her pronouns, and I am the Managing Director of the Homeownership Unit in the Department of Commerce. I am signed in as other because Senate Bill 5496 is not in the governor's budget. However, it is important that I provide additional context on the importance of taking concrete action to address homeownership disparities. The Homeownership Disparities Work Group issued a report improving homeownership rates for Black, Indigenous, and people of color in Washington State, which is authorizing the creation of special purpose credit programs. This bill is authorizing those. As was cited by this report and prior panelists, homeownership rates for BIPOC families are low, 19% less than non-Hispanic white families. The discrepancy of homeownership rates is also reflected in high-income Black families, who are still 20% less likely to be homeowners than non-Hispanic white families. Why? You have to have a stake in the game. That stake is a combination of good credit, a healthy chunk of savings for a down payment, and 3 to 5% of sales price to cover closing costs. Yes, we have a wide array of homeownership assistance programs to assist, but these programs are unable to address the needs identified in this bill. So we know that homeownership is both a wealth generator, the primary way most households accumulate wealth, and it requires wealth to get in the game. This bill helps the most vulnerable to displacement and gentrification and is an excellent concept. We have shared ideas with the sponsor about a different approach on the governance of this bill, and we appreciate the partnership and look forward to further collaboration.
Thank you, Ms. Campbell. All right, Denise Rodriguez.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Frame and Ranking Member Fortunato, as well as the other members of the committee. For the record, my name is Denise Rodriguez, and I'm Executive Director of the Washington Home Ownership Resource Center, also known as WHRC. Our mission is to increase and preserve home ownership in Washington State. Our home ownership hotline, which launched over 25 years ago, provides home buyers with information, education, and referral to pre-purchase counseling, down payment assistance, first-time home buyer classes, and many other valuable tools to make the dream of home ownership a reality. WHRC has been participating in the Black Home Initiative Network, and I was also a member of the Racial Disparities Work Group convened by the Department of Commerce. Last year, the legislature requested via proviso that the Department of Commerce convene a work group to examine the causes of homeownership disparity for Black, Indigenous, and other people of color and make recommendations to you about what actions you can take to increase homeownership parity. The program proposed by this bill speaks directly to the recommendations of that work group to increase the amount of funding available for direct assistance to homebuyers, prioritize assistance to people who have current or historical ties to previously redlined neighborhoods, and to pilot a special purpose credit program for people historically denied access to opportunity in the financial system. As a member of that work group, I am grateful for the leadership that the Senate showed last year in calling for this report and its recommendations. I'm here today to urge you to continue that leadership and pass this bill. I'm looking forward to working with you and the many allies who've spoken here today to increase access to home ownership for those historically locked out. Thank you.
Thank you. Michonne Preston on Zoom.
Hi, I'm on Zoom. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Frame and committee members. For the record, my name is Dr. Michonne Preston, and I'm the CEO of Habitat for Humanity of Washington State, and I represent 27 Habitat affiliates statewide. And I was a member of the legislative work group that produced the homeownership disparity study. I'm signed in pro on this bill, and I thank prime sponsor Senator Lovick and the many, many people who've been working with him. The study took a deep dive into BIPOC homeownership rates statewide, and for practitioners like Habitat, it's allowed us to build in better metrics county by county. We were really surprised when we heard through the Building Industry Association of Washington in their report in 2022 that stated that to qualify for a homeownership mortgage, a household had to have an income now of $172,000 a year. That's about 15% of Washingtonians, and that's a fraction of BIPOC families. And Habitat for Humanity and other homeownership developers can make home ownership possible for BIPOC families, but not without the financial resources to make the projects pencil. This bill is the beginning of fixing the holes in the fabric of our society, and without it, the gap widens. Through affordable homeownership models like Habitat, BIPOC families have been closing the door on poverty permanently. So I urge you to support Senate Bill 5496, and I appreciate the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for your time today. Let's get prepared on Zoom. Norma Martinez-Oliveira, Councilmember Kiara Daniels, and then Nathan Gorton, if you want to come up front. You'll be third on this next panel. Norma.
Hi, my name is Norma Martinez, and thanks God, I give thanks to God first. Then I have my own house because of down payment assistance through home site. We've been in struggle since I have my little girls. Here, when we immigrate to this United States, we've been having a difficult time, not only feeding my girls, but not having a space where my girls to live. And then it's very hard for us to rent because the rent is very expensive. Plus, we working so hard, my husband and I will never be able to buy a house until we get this down payment assistance. We always deny from the banks. And not only because of our skin color, but our language barriers. Always we push out from work, from jobs. And now, thank God that we have our own house, we're working in a good place, that they're there, care for people of color, care for people of different cultures. And I'm working with low-income families because I have to give it back what I get. And I give thanks to God and to those people who really help us, because my daughter have emotional issues, moving school to school, moving places to place, when they never know there can be success, or they never know there can be security, because people, when you're renting, they can kick you out anytime they want. And then it's been so hard for us, but now we have our own house, and it's great, and my kids can feel like they have their own house to live.
Thank you so much, Ms. Martinez-Oliveira. Thank you for your time today. Councilmember Daniels.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Frame, Ranking Member Fortunato, and committee members. I am Tacoma City Council Member Kiara Daniels. I am a board member of the Pierce County Habitat for Humanity, and most importantly, I am a direct descendant of these racist policies that we are trying to fix today. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill 5496. I would like to first say that the city of Tacoma is supportive of any policies that close the racial wealth gap, particularly in homeownership, and address the longstanding impacts of the history of housing discrimination. The city has also been a partner in the Black Home Initiative, along with many others mentioned here today. We know that homeownership is the primary way most households build wealth in the U.S., and yet access to the opportunity to own has not been evenly distributed. Barriers exist in our laws, policies, and practices for Black and brown people to achieve homeownership. I am a public servant, I have a master's degree, and it took me over 8 years to be able to access homeownership that I was only able to access because of a housing program that is supported by initiatives like this. And the unfortunate reality is that if we don't act now aggressively at the local, state, and federal level, there won't be many more folks that look like me who will be able to achieve homeownership. This bill takes important steps to help close the racial gap in homeownership, and addresses the longstanding impacts of the history of housing discrimination through the creation of Covenant Homeownership, of the Covenant Homeownership account. And I ask that you support. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. At this point in the hearing, I'm going to have to get much more assertive about that 90-second timer so we can get everybody in. So if anybody gets cut off by me in the next few minutes, I encourage you to send your written testimony so we can hear the whole story. With that, before we have Nathan speak, if we could have on deck here in person to come into the front row to be ready to go, Anna Boone, Ali Shabani, and then on Zoom, Daryl Smith. Nathan, go ahead.
Great, thank you, Vice Chair Frame and committee. Thank you for the opportunity to come and testify in support of this bill. The Fed recently released a number that said that homeowners' net wealth in this country is 40 times that of the net wealth of renters. And I think to get directly to Senator Fortunato's very good question earlier when the bill was being briefed, we have seen, because of the housing crisis that we have, that a lot of times people have to borrow money, right? They borrow money from their parents or from their uncle or from their aunt. Sometimes they borrow it, sometimes it's a gift. We know, while I haven't seen any hard data on it, I know in talking to my members that that option just isn't there for a lot of BIPOC families. And that's because a lot of times that money comes from families who are, third generation homeowners, right? And have been able to benefit from being homeowners. And so, and we know that opportunity was taken away from people through policies passed at city councils. And honestly, those policies were passed sometimes at the encouragement of the industry that I represent. So, so we're here today in full support of this bill. You won't always hear us here supporting a document recording fee increase. That's something that we don't always do, but we're here today supporting the bill and supporting the fee increase. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nathan, and I'll just take a moment of privilege to say thank you to your organization for recognizing the past harm done by your organization, acknowledging that in present time. So thank you for that. All right, let's hear from Ali Shabani, and then Anna Boone, and then Daryl Smith.
We're going to go ahead and continue on with those testimonies. Just wanted to give you an update. They are actually going to let us record inside, so we're super excited about that. So I'm going to let this play until everything is situated, and then we'll tune back in. But we weren't going to be able to record in the governor's office, but now we are. So stay tuned for that. That will be awesome. So let's get back to this testimony here on SB 5496.
We'll go to you next. So Ali.
Thank you, Vice Chair Frame and Ranking Member Fortunato, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Ali Shabani, and I'm here in support of SB 5496 and to share my experience in working with purchase assistance products for first-time homebuyers. I've been in the lending industry since 2006 and worked exclusively with first-time homebuyers from 2015 to 2021 in my capacity at Homesite, and now I do the same at Habitat for Humanity of Seattle, King, and Kittitas counties. I am also part of the lending and underwriting subgroup of the Black Home Initiative through Civic Commons that was mentioned earlier. Purchase assistance works in providing opportunities for buyers that would not be able to otherwise participate by helping to cover their down payment and most of their closing costs and reducing their minimum cash contributions. These products also improve approval odds for the first mortgage. Down payment assistance is considered an asset that reduces risks and can offset other shortcomings during underwriting. The larger the down payment, the lower risk for the first mortgage lender. All of these products have had a positive impact on increasing homeownership opportunities in general, but they have not been sufficient in making a large difference in Black homeownership rates in the state. Black homeownership rates are less than half of white rates, and other racial groups also lag behind white Washingtonians as well. More specific products are needed to help bridge the gap between current home prices and affordability. More robust down payment products will allow first-time homebuyers that have been historically underserved to find decent housing and start building wealth. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna.
All right, Vice Chair Frame, members of the committee, I'm Anna Boone, and I oversee government relations and public affairs for Zillow here in our home state of Washington. I am also here as a network partner of the Black Home Initiative. I'd like to express our support for SB 5496. Our mission at Zillow is to make it easier for consumers to unlock life's next chapter, and we're firmly committed to reducing barriers to housing. I'd like to share a few quick data points as they relate to the proposal in front of you. As we've heard, one of the most significant obstacles preventing potential home buyers from accessing home ownership is saving for a down payment. And 40% of all buyers report relying on a gift or loan from family or friends for at least part of it. 2/3 of renters cited affording a down payment as the biggest hurdle to buying a home. The Covenant Homeownership Account's targeted down payment assistance and support with closing costs will put homeownership within reach for historically disadvantaged individuals and communities throughout our state, giving them access to the intergenerational wealth creation and economic security that homeownership enables. I urge your support. Thank you.
You get a prize for finishing before 90 seconds. Well done. Daryl Smith.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Frame and members of the committee. Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Daryl Smith. I am the Executive Director of Homesite Community Development and Community Development Financial Institution. We've been around for about 30 years as a mission-driven lender. We help families build generational wealth through affordable home ownership, through our lending products and other activities. In last year, 2022, we served 80 families with first mortgages and 186 second mortgages. Every one of those 186 second mortgages represents down payment assistance. So we had a really good, strong year, and this is because of partnerships with great organizations, some of which you've heard from today. We count our blessings as being part of the Black Home Initiative as well, where this work is really focused and concentrated for all of us. But despite those numbers last year, there's still a staggeringly huge gulf in terms of BIPOC and particularly African-American home ownership. Last year, 68% of our clients were BIPOC, 45% were Black. So if we think about those numbers and yet the gulf that exists, I think about, from my own personal life, how many college educations were never started or paid for? How many successful businesses that relied on the equity coming from a home were not started and contributing here to the community? Homeownership is the primary driver of wealth in the United States, and for many, many decades, folks that look like me were shut out of that process, or the value wasn't there if they were lucky enough to get there to begin with. I urge passage of this bill, and I look forward to working with all of you to see it happen. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time today. Next up in Zoom, we'll have Charles Kalanji, John Smith, and Tanya Wortham. And as a heads up for who will be on deck, Michelle Thomas, Solvia Real, and Lisa Walters. But let's go back up to the top to Charles Kalanji. Charles, you appear to be on mute.
Sorry about that.
We can hear you now. Please proceed.
Okay. Hi, my name is Charles Kalonji. I'm a loan officer with New American Funding in Federal Way, Washington. I've been a loan officer for 18 years, and helping first-time home buyers are a huge part of my business. And I support the bill 5496 because I think it's very needed to correct the past wrongs that were done to African Americans and people of color by restricting home ownership for them. If we look at the whole 134 years that Washington has been a state, and we realize that in 1968, that was 55 years ago. In comparison to the 134 years. So it's not fair to say, well, everybody's just on even playing field now if we just have race-neutral programs. Race-neutral programs are not enough. Damage repair is required for what has happened. For a particular example, it's like if you have two people running a mile to race to the finish line, and then one person, you say, okay, you got a 5-minute head start. It's just not fair. So we need this to help rectify the wrongs that were done with racially restrictive housing covenants and to provide home ownership opportunities for all Americans.
Thank you so much for your time today. John Smith.
Good afternoon. I'm John Smith with Washington State Employees Credit Union, also the current president of WMBA, and I stand in support of Senate Bill 5496. Many have studied the history and documented facts showing the negative impacts which systemic and racially restrictive policies have made on certain populations, especially here in Washington State. So I won't go too deeply into that, but I look at, as a lender, now what do we do? So why is this special purpose credit program of this type so important? And as has been stated already, quite frankly, because traditional race-neutral programs in Washington State have not been effective. For example, in 2020, only 3% of loans packaged and sold to Fannie Mae were made to Black families. The U.S. population is just over 12% and similar here in Washington. So today, Black homeownership rates are 31% compared to 68% for whites. And we ask ourselves, well, why is that? Well, the data is there to support it. So what I say is after the conversations and hearings are all completed, negotiations are final, it becomes then a lender's responsibility to operationalize and deliver these intended programs. And I just want to say these programs will make a huge support and difference in the lives of many Black Americans in Washington State. I urge passage.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Tanya Wortham.
Hi, my name is Tanya Wortham. I am a director on the WMBA, and I also am a member of the BHI committee and the New American Dream program through my company, New American Funding. I am testifying today in support of the bill 5496. I've been involved in learning about the disparities in the BIPOC community home ownership over the last 2 years. I've been in the mortgage and real estate industry for over 25 years. And unfortunately, I was woefully ignorant to the issues that were being faced by these communities until I was involved in the WNBA and my company. There isn't time to educate everyone. I've had programs, I've had initiatives, I've worked to educate the people in my industry, and this bill is going to make some progress towards helping to bridge that gap of home ownership. And on a personal note, I have 2 mixed children who live in Washington State. When their father bought a home, he faced many challenges that I thought were just anomalies because I didn't understand what was really going on. It turns out that they weren't. And so for my children's generation and generations to follow, I hope that we can rectify this and pass this bill. Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, let's go to Michelle Thomas in person, and then Saul and Lisa, you'll round us out. Michelle Thomas, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Michelle Thomas with the Washington Low Income Housing Alliance, pro on Senate Bill 5496. Sorry, I'm just going to let this hang here. Bill is critical in moving Black, Indigenous, and people of color out of the perilous, expensive, and unstable realities of renting into the stability that a 30-year mortgage uniquely offers. Particularly now with average rent at $1,866, renter families are struggling to make ends meet. Black households in Washington are renters at twice the rate of white households. And rates of homelessness are higher for Black households, even when factors such as income are controlled. The major reason is that white people's support networks are more likely to have generational wealth and stability and to own a home, where extended family can find safety in times of need. Renters in Washington are not allowed to have family members stay with them for more than a limited number of days, regardless of how much in need of shelter their family member is. Home ownership gets people out of renting. Renting in Washington shouldn't be so perilous, but the stability of a 30-year mortgage cannot be rivaled. The bill creates an opportunity and an appropriately targeted program to specifically begin to undo the harms created by the past and to shield people from the harms of renting today. Please pass.
Thank you, Ms. Thomas. All right, Saul, let's hear from you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Saul L'Oreal. I'm a residential real estate agent working primarily with first-time home buyers, and I live and work in Seattle. I'm here to speak in favor of SB 5496. As you've heard many times today, over the course of modern American history, homeownership has been not only the best way to provide long-term stable housing, but also one of the only ways in which the average American family builds generational wealth. Our state's racial wealth gap and our racial homeownership gap can both trace their roots back to federal housing policies. That's why including the descendants of those affected is so important. To your point, Senator Fortunato, they've lost out on multiple generations of wealth at this point. The racial wealth gap and the racial homeownership gap are both very closely related, and helping address one will also help address the other. SB 5496 is a great bill because it seeks to help people who have been negatively impacted by institutional racism at the state and federal level, and it funds that help through a negligible fee charged to home buyers who are fortunate enough to be able to buy homes. I encourage you to support it. And for what it's worth, my first-time home buyers are always excited to hear that a portion of their closing costs, so small they don't even notice it's there, is going to support their housing trust fund. I've supported a couple of document recording fee bills in the past. I may be doing another one later this week. And every time I talk to my buyers about it, they're always excited about it and they support the bills. So I'm sure they'll support this one too.
Thank you so much. And for our last testifier for today, Lisa Walters.
Thank you, Vice Chair Frame and members of the committee. My name is Lisa Walters. I'm the Director of Government Relations for the Seattle Housing Authority. And today I'm speaking on behalf of the Seattle Housing Authority and the Association of Washington Housing Authorities. We recognize that there is a legacy in our country and our state of racial inequity, and it is past time to address it. Systemic and structural changes at all levels of government are needed to answer and address past discrimination. In Washington, the homeownership rate of BIPOC households is 49%. The homeownership rate for Black households in Washington is only 31%. This is a result of policies and practices that include redlining, racially restricted covenants. and mortgage subsidies. The Association of Washington Housing Authorities and Seattle Housing Authority recognize the great racial disparities in homeownership in our state and are advocating for the passage of this bill to begin to address this gap. These disparities cannot stand, and access to homeownership opportunities must be expanded to those historically impacted by archaic housing covenants. This bill would be a step toward closing the racial gap in homeownership, and we urge you to vote yes to begin to address the longstanding impacts of systemic racism in housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you to everyone who testified today.
As bids for the Republican presidential nomination ramp up and new...
All right, let me go ahead and pause that. So, got an update. They are going to go ahead and get in there shortly. And you can see them waiting there. They have been walking all over the Capitol. I think they're going to sleep good tonight. The trick is they got school tomorrow. So they're going to have to get some energy from somewhere. I bet most of them going to sleep in the van on the way back. We can almost guarantee that. But it's been a great event. You see the president of G2, Rob Dent, speaking with the president, executive director of Kitsap Black Student Union, Jewel Shepard Sampson. And you see the Kitsap Black Student Union kids in the background there. You hit the horn. I think it was appropriate to play some of that information from the testimonies last week, actually. So this is all very current and relevant. And if you haven't known and paid attention to what happens in Olympia, it's a really good chance and opportunity for you to see that. There's many other videos on the conduit, so you can see what these House bills and Senate bills are and what folks are advocating for. The saying the squeaky wheel gets the grease is true. You know, now, unfortunately, there's money that's in politics, but I mean, if you don't speak up at all, if you feel like the game is rigged and what's the point, then that's really where they have won, right? Because they have tricked you into not even trying. And so progress has been made. It is Black History Month. So progress has been made by those who have fought and stood, and even in the face of others telling them that ain't going to do no good. Why are you doing that? Why are you going to march? Why are you going to stand there? Why are you going to let them put the hoses on you? Why are you going to let them stick the dogs on you? How is that going to get changed? Right? They did it anyway. So think about what that takes to not only go against the systems and the institutions of racism that were in place in this country, but also to go against your own people who were telling you that what you were doing was stupid and a waste of time and it wasn't going to work, right? You hear folks talk very disparagingly about Martin Luther King or Malcolm X, currently today and also back then, right? And it wasn't just white people, it was Black people that were also talking negative about King. And so understand that you are going to, as you make change, there isn't going to be a whole lot of folks in your corner. That's often going to be the case. And it's upsetting and it's unfortunate. And it's one of the reasons why we don't have more change, right? Because it's hard enough to go against the machine, but if your own community, if your own group is telling you that, why are you doing this? This is stupid. This is the wrong way to do it. You need to keep your head down. You're making it bad for all of us. This isn't going to work. If that's the case and you go along with it, then we're not going to make that progress, right? And although we haven't made the progress that we want to make, we do have to acknowledge that change has been made. So I encourage you all, let me give you all an applause for all of your work, no matter what community you belong to. This work is hard.
Can I break in for a second, Mr. Cameron?
Go ahead.
Okay. The BSU will be meeting with Jamila Transportation Committee, and that'll be at 3:45.
Oh, the Transportation Committee, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, that sounds important to G2. I like that. I wonder what they're talking about.
Exactly.
Hmm.
I'm
All right.
kind of excited to go in there and find out.
Okay. Well, we're definitely looking forward to that, as transportation equity is extremely important to G2. So, what time is the youth going in?
They will be going in at 3:45 is their appointment.
All right. So, in just about 16 minutes, everyone, Kitsap Black Student Union will be heading in to talk to the transportation portion of this day, which is fantastic. For those of you that are just joining us, this is Civil Survival is presenting the Transform Justice Day of Advocacy. And as such, G2 has ensured that the Kitsap Black Student Union made it out to Olympia, providing our transportation, and the conduit is providing the historical documentation of today's event. So shout out to all that are involved. Today, the youth have been getting a quite a workout of both their legs and their minds. So just a really great experience that they are embarking on. This is something they will definitely be able to tell their kids, and hopefully the walls that they're leaning on now will be walls that they walk past often, because they are employed by the halls of justice. I think that would be fantastic. So you are looking at our future leaders. Definitely been a long day for them, and they have been hanging in there. So shout out to them. Wanted to just let everyone know and remind folks to please subscribe, like, and share to the Conduit so you never miss out on when we go live and when we have information. Everything isn't pre-set up, so sometimes it's like, hey, there's a show that's happening right now because someone has asked us to cover something, and you're going to miss it otherwise. So that's the best way that you can ensure that you don't miss it. Subscribe, hit the like button, and make sure that you hit that notification bell so you always get notified when we go live. Whether it's 1 in the morning or 1 in the afternoon, you'll always be notified. All right. Also, just to let you know, there is a wind advisory in effect for Kitsap County until 6 a.m. tomorrow morning, Tuesday, February 21st. As you know, you have been feeling it. 20 to 35 mile per hour winds have been blowing up to 55 miles per hour. All right. So please take care and govern yourselves accordingly. It can be pretty dangerous out there during this time. So as we get these severe weather alerts, whether it's dipping down into almost freezing temperatures, severe rain, severe wind, or anything else, you will hear it here on the Conduit. All right. So we have about 15 minutes left before we get going here. And it's probably time for a commercial. Let's have a commercial break.
Two options. We can do it for projects that exist, and we can do it for new construction.
That's how great to say it. Hi, Bailey, Kaima. Hey, Reverend, I see you guys up there. I'm really concerned that this is all.
Mike, I'm
sure, man, this could be poisonous.
You have to contort themselves to fit in your organization. So we go.
All right, y'all.
Oh, really?
Just traffic violations?
Again, I think that's a great question. We should be looking at those data, and we're not. That's what we're asking you to do with the work group, is look at the data, give the full 360 so we can make an informed decision.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Rep Berry, did you have a question? Okay. Rep Rommel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess, so we're talking a lot about the sort of fatalities involved in police pursuits, which is, the most serious consequence that can happen there. I wonder, though, if you've looked at data around accidents or injuries involved in police pursuits, where maybe there would be a larger sample size to be able to do an analysis. Have you looked at that? Is there any
That's a great point. And again, I agree with you 100%. I think the sample size would increase tremendously. We're looking at the tip of the iceberg when we talk about fatalities. The data exist, and they exist, again, in law enforcement agencies around the state. So I think what we really want to do is pull those data together so that we can actually look at them. But at this point, we don't have statewide data on the outcomes of pursuits. And that's not where we need to be right now.
Well, this has engendered a lot of questions. Did you have a follow-up, Rep. Rommel? Okay. Representative Hutchins and Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a quick question around the definition of pursuit for your statistical analysis. What are you considering, or what are we defining as a pursuit? I know that there's a tendency to think of a police pursuit as a high-speed chase. I know from talking to our local law enforcement that 20 feet inside a parking lot, they're not able to do right now. So for your statistical analysis, what are you considering a pursuit?
So first of all, I'm not doing a statistical analysis. That would be a very different approach. I'm reporting numbers to you. Okay. The definition, that's a great question, because the definition as written in state law does not require the police to pursue. It's really kind of strange. What it requires, it was from 1054, so I don't know what the thinking was, but it basically says the police signal for someone to stop with emergency lights or siren. The person does not stop and they proceed to drive in a reckless fashion. Does not require the police to pursue. By that definition, attempted stops would qualify as pursuits. In the numbers that I'm looking at, I don't use attempted stops. So the only thing I'm using as a pursuit is active pursuits where as the pursuit is happening, there's a vehicular crash which results in a homicide, or a pursuit that is terminated but immediately followed by a vehicular crash that causes a homicide. So those are the only things I'm considering. There are also attempted stops I can look at. It turns out they also cause fatalities because the adrenaline that kicks in doesn't just kick in for the officer, it kicks in also for the person fleeing. And there are lots of fatalities that come from attempted stops, so they're also dangerous.
But that's not what you're...
Not what I'm counting, no.
Have a follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That isn't what you're looking at, so that's a helpful distinction. Thank you.
Representative Walsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Professor, as someone who's worked in statistics for a big chunk of your career and at UW, how striking is it to you that the academic whose work was the basis for the prescriptive policy that this bill would mean to reform basically recanted the most significant part of her report and apologized for its inaccuracies.
So I am that person. And, well, it's not striking because, in fact, we did go in to speak with Rep. Rule, and she was very gracious bringing us in. It was to start a discussion. I did not go in to apologize, and I did not apologize. So that was a mischaracterization of that meeting.
Yes, follow up.
That answers part of my question, but
Okay.
the other is, how striking is it that this information that underlay the original policy is not reliable?
I'm not sure what question that or what data you're talking about. The original policy, when we were looking at the data for that, somebody mentioned in an earlier panel that what we saw was that pursuits were accounting for 10 to 20% of the fatalities in police-civilian interactions. And that over half of those killed were bystanders and passengers. That was my work. I stand by that work. All of it is up online, available. The data is downloadable. Anybody can look at it. All the scripts are there, right? I work with transparent data and research. So the data on which this policy was originally established are accurate, and I think, at least as far as we know, they are the best that we have, those data. Since that time, this change from 9 fatalities to 3 fatalities in a similar time period, that's also my work. I also stand by that. So I would love to see a longer time span. So if the question that you're asking is, do we have a statistically significant difference here? I would say 2 things. One, as a statistician, that's the wrong question to ask. Ideally, what you have is a census of the information. The whole point of a statistical inference is if you have a sample. When you have a census, you don't need statistical inference. You know, here's one number, here's another number, and here's the difference. In this case, we will need statistical approaches to it, but only because there are data missing in our official data set and in the crowdsourced data set that I'm using. The longer you let this law go on, the better the evidence will be, because we'll have a longer time frame, so we'll have more days. Ultimately, it's the denominator, the time frame, that matters. Think of it this way. Ideally, we want to get to 0 fatalities, right? Are you then going to say it's too small a sample and we can't do anything with this? The success of this bill will be represented by small numbers.
Okay, Rep. Dent, did you have a question? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll make it quick. So one of the concerns I've heard from my friends in law enforcement is now they're seeing people running for no reason whatsoever. They're not wanted by the law. They haven't done anything wrong other than they can. And so have you looked into that? I mean, and my concern there is, are people doing this just simply because it's an opportunity to drive fast like they see in the movies? And have we looked at something like this?
So we don't have data statewide on attempted stops. Again, I think those data might be available in some law enforcement agencies, but they're not being shared with us. So I can't speak to that. But what I can say is there are good reasons why people run from the police. And we're all familiar with the case of Tyree Nelson, right? That is in a lot of people's minds when they see the police come after them. Yeah?
Representative Taylor.
See, I'm reverting to my professor. Yes, ma'am?
Thank you. Well, my father's a professor, so I get that. In your data, or in the lack of information and data that's provided, we don't count folks who are evading police, and police haven't even initiated a stop. So there could be vehicle deaths that person may have seen a police vehicle, decides that they want to drive erratically. Let's say they're under the influence. So there could be an inference that person's evading police, but there's no way for us to track that data. Is that something that you're saying is missing as well, or how does that play into because like your data could also prove that we need to do something more with vehicle pursuits, but we just don't have access to that data.
So there are two words that I don't use. One of them is prove. You never do that with data. You do that with mathematics. And the word significant I use very sparingly because there is both a statistical use of that word and a colloquial use of that word. So, in terms of people running from police, our understanding is that shortly after the reform was put in place, which was July 25th, 2021, the Washington Association of Sheriffs and Police Chiefs began asking people to report cases where they were trying to make a stop, an attempted stop, and people took off. Apparently that had always been something that you should have reported, but not everybody did that. And so there was a call put out, please start documenting this. Well, once you do that, you've sort of set up a biased recording system because before people weren't really recording it, now they are. You're going to see an increase. And unfortunately, I think we're in a situation where it's going to be very difficult to interpret those data at this point.
Okay. Rep. Dolio?
I did ask the question about stolen deaths with, stolen vehicles versus deaths from pursuit, if there were a difference there.
And I was thinking about that. I think that's a great question. Again, my answer, it's a broken record. We have the data we should be getting from law enforcement, and then we can actually answer these questions. I think they're all exactly the right questions to answer and ask. But let me say this, in the Pierce County audit, one of the things that you see is the fraction of pursuits that end in arrests, and if an arrest was made, the offenses that were charged. So only 3% of the incidents had an arrest for a motor vehicle theft. There might have been, there were a few that were hit and run, but we don't know if those were connected to motor vehicle theft. But that's part of why we're thinking, if you look at that list, and I encourage you to get a copy of that report, because it will help you think about the kind of data that are available so that we should be using to make these decisions. But one of the things that you see is that very few of the arrests are for violent crimes. Almost none of them, 3%, were for motor vehicle thefts. So pursuits are not a tool, an effective tool for solving those problems. And those are the problems that people are concerned about. Those are the problems that people have been asking you to solve at this point. And what we're saying is if you look at the data, pursuits don't seem to be the solution to that problem.
Rep. Boehner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, to my knowledge, and I was here when the reforms were put in place, it wasn't a data-driven decision. And I think there were other extenuating circumstances that brought this change about. Since the time of the change, we do see increased crimes. We have anecdotal reports from a number of law enforcement individuals. I'm just trying to understand exactly how we get an actual accurate set of data to make determinations about this particular activity versus other activity, criminal activity that's taken place, and drawing the parallels and the correlations. I mean, could it be that we're not really dealing with the full set of statistics that we should be dealing with, the data that we should have?
Well, I'd always love more data, so you're going to get me to say yes to that. But I think with respect to the issue of crime rates, again, correlation is never causation. So I was very happy to see Rep. Entman raise that. But you can, in some cases, even if you can't prove something is related, you can sometimes disprove. So we go for disproving in science. And there are two things that I see in the crime rate data that lead me to feel like this correlation, first of all, it's not a correlation, but anyway, it disproves a relationship between the policy change and these crime rates. The first of those is the crime rates began rising in 2020. They were pandemic fueled. That's a year before these policies were put in place. In fact, it's a year before the entire police reform package was put into place. So that rise precedes the policy, which is a pretty good indication that the policy is not causing it. The second is almost all of the increases that we see here in Washington are also seen in other places. Other states that have not changed their policies. That's another really good indication that the policy is not the reason for these changes. If the policy isn't the reason for these increases in crime, then rolling it back is not going to solve those increases in crime either. And I'll just leave you with two last things, hopefully, unless there are more questions, I'm happy to answer. If you look at the official crime reports for the state of Washington for 2021, the crime rate fell by 4% in 2021. And the early leading indicators that we have now for 2022 indicate that the crime rate is stable or falling again. Yes. I mean, I'm happy to talk with you about the numbers and show you the numbers. I'm happy to have these numbers looked at and discussed. But that's what the facts are at this point.
Rep. Gaynor, did you really have a follow-up? Okay.
And I guess, you know, to be in all honesty, though, I mean, we have to be aware that we have changed some of the distinctions about some of the crimes. And we also have it, you know, in talking with prosecutors, I mean, what they're actually prosecuting is not, I mean, they don't have the same aggressiveness, I guess, for lack of a better term. So I guess I'm just saying that I really do believe that we need to be more intellectually honest about the whole situation.
I would agree with you. I'm not sure pursuits are going to solve the prosecutorial problem.
Representative Clicker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'll keep you in the hot seat real quick.
Good.
So with 1054, did you come out, was there a study, this particular bill, you'd like to see more study done before it's enacted? Did you come out that way with 1054? Was that what you wanted then? And the biggest concerns, that's part one of the question. And number two, if you want to see it go further, why weren't you, are you assuming that you're going to see more fatalities if you continue the study, or would you rather have come out other instead of con? Just
okay.
Were you other or con on that? I can't remember.
Representative Clicker, I think you should ask a question not about what her intention was.
Yeah, I just was wondering if let me try to rephrase that. And I'm just trying to understand. Let me just back up to 1054.
Okay.
Had you encouraged a study back then on that one? I guess that would be where it is, like what you're wanting to do here.
So the answer is yes. I actually was the person who came to the table with data and testified in front of the legislature, and it may be as Representative Griffey suggests, that it had nothing to do with why people made the decisions they did, but I did bring the data to the public sphere to say these things look like they matter and we could take action now and potentially have an impact, right?
Okay, thank you very much. I'm
happy to answer your other questions separately.
Yeah, so here's the deal. We have 20 people left. We have 27 more people on the rest of the bills. So I appreciate people's curiosity, and I think this has been informative with the questions, but consider whether you could take the person aside and ask some of your questions so that we can move this along a little bit. Dinner is at 6:30, and I was hoping that we'd be at least done with all the bills by 6:30 so that the public can go home. So thank you very much for your testimony. Vice Chair Paul.
Thank you, Chair Fye. Next we hear from Catherine Cavett-Smith.
Good afternoon, Chair Fye and members of the committee. My name is Kathy Kravitz-Smith. I'm a community member from the City of Olympia, and I'm testifying today in opposition to substitute 1363. I'm a retired 40-year public employee. I was former director of operations for Washington State Parks and responsible for commissioning limited commission rangers. I was former agricultural division director for food safety and animal health and was responsible for FDA commissioned employees. And I retired as director of Pierce County Parks. It's been my experience in training public officials that those who enforce the law desire simplicity and precision in the law. Changing the law on vehicle pursuits without better information, I believe, is the wrong choice. Everyone agrees, law enforcement and the community alike, that hot pursuits are an inherently dangerous tactic. In relation to if my car is stolen, I want to be clear that if my car is stolen, I don't want a pursuit that may endanger another child or another adult's life. What we know today is that the current law clearly describes the conditions for a pursuit. And since its adoption, we have seen a reduction in fatalities, reduction in injuries, and accidents as well. Why risk injury to the life of our officers or our citizens? Please consider, this committee has obviously interested in the study and the statistics. Please consider House Bill 1586 as an alternative. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Vice Chair Hall.
Thank you, Chair Fye. Next, we'll hear from Paul Herrera. And while Paul is coming up, online, we're going to hear from Richard Grunwald next.
Hello, committee members. It's good to be here today. My name is Paul Herrera. I'm Pierce County Council District 2. And I'm here to talk about House Bill 1363 and support. Before I was on Pierce County Council, I was a police officer for 20 years with the Puyallup Tribe of Indians, working in the city of Tacoma, Fife, and Pierce County, and I've seen the difference in policies, in pursuits. But what I've seen, being a police officer, I've learned the trends, habits, and idiosyncrasies of crime and victims of crime. And what I've seen when this bill passed is a dramatic change what was happening boots on the ground. One of our police officers for the Puyallup Tribe recovered 604 stolen vehicles in that area in just 1 year, from January 1, 2022 to December 31st, 2022. Each one of those are family members. When they're talking about stats, people aren't calling the police anymore. You have folks who steal things out of stores now. There's policy stores that don't call the police anymore. So you're going to see stats in crime going down. But there is a correlation. It's boots on the ground, and we hear from the people, and I'm here for support, and I hope you move this forward. Thank you, committee.
Thank you. Looks like Richard Grunwald is not online anymore, so we're going to go with Joe Kunzler, followed by Derek Sanders online.
Hello, has my time started?
Oh, please go ahead, yes.
All right, Joe Kunzler here, concerned private citizen. Real briefly, because I know that this meeting's going to go long, I just want to testify in support of our brave law enforcement officers. And, I think we need to have a clear policy that says if you commit a violent crime, you can pursue and use deadly force to protect the community and do what you need to do to protect our communities. With a minute left, Chair Fay, I could also testify about the ferry surcharges bill, if that's okay.
So please stick to this bill, please.
All right, sir, will do. I just thought I'd save some time, but I'm not racist in any way. As you can see behind me, I grew up in a small town. My main issue is just letting law enforcement get after the violent criminals and hold them accountable and use deadly force, which is what a pursuit could turn out to be, to make sure we have some accountability if somebody's going to commit a violent crime against the community. and not beat around the bush about it or try to use games of statistics, but just hold those violent criminals accountable and say, you're going to jail. And support these brave law enforcement officers who put their lives on the line every single day. And the kind of people I want held accountable are Alex Zimmerman and Tim Hyman and other white people like me. And I'm not racist, and I hope that's clear, and I support our cops. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from Derek Sanders, and after Derek, we're going to hear from Samuel Martin and Shelley Anderson.
Well, good evening. My name is Derek Sanders. I'm the 13th County Sheriff. Thank you to Chairman and members of the board for letting me testify today. I wanted to testify in favor of Substitute House Bill 1363. I'm extremely pleased to see that some domestic violence stuff has been added in there, so at least we're giving it a thought. Again, I will reiterate that stalking, domestic violence, violation of a no-contact order, post-arrest, domestic violence, these are still not included in these. And so we're going to continue to see that ongoing harassment with the, Washington State. Unfortunately, I hate to say this, it's become a sanctuary state for auto thieves. If I was an auto thief in this country, I would have already stolen a car and made my way to Washington State. This is the place to do it. And so I get kind of frustrated, I guess, to hear about these stats and all the different things that we're talking about. Because we talk about the upward trickle of nationwide crime, but we seem to completely go against the fact that a 60% increase in auto thefts since July of 2021 is not a slow trickle upward. That is an explosion. And to say that there's no correlation or that there's correlation but no causation, I will gladly offer any legislator who wants to come in my patrol car. That's the benefit of being a young sheriff. I still go out and hit the road. Any one of you that want to come ride along and see what we're dealing with on a first-hand basis, I'm right here in Thurston County. You're all more than willing to come ride along with me at any point in time. Just say the word. We've also seen, unfortunately, an increase, and this is just baffling to me, especially when we talk about auto thefts. We're seeing an increased amount of vigilantism. People are having their cars stolen, and now they're chasing their stolen cars while they call us. Sometimes they're not even calling us. And now we're getting into a situation where you have two non-emergency vehicles getting into a high-speed chase anyways. They are circumventing law enforcement, and we're not able to hold anyone accountable. No one's pulling over. And so we're continuing to see these issues. I'd also like to touch base. Star Chase is the GPS technology that you guys are referencing to. Fantastic. As soon as I became sheriff a month and a half ago, me and my team reached out to Star Chase and started looking at the financial impact and feasibility. There's a couple things you guys need to keep in mind, though. Star Chase is going to cost my department $445,000 in startup costs. And to equip our 59 patrol cars, it's $90,000 a month. A month, not a year. That's a month to use the subscription base. And there are studies that show that Star Chase GPS starts are about 38% effective in wet, rainy weather.
Can you wrap it up?
And we all know where we live. So thank you so much. Again, I would just like to add in that this bill is good. It's a good direction, but we're not done. Thank you.
Sorry, next we'll hear from Shelley Anderson and then followed by Samuel Martin.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Shelley Anderson. I am the vice president, regional vice president of the biggest, the baddest, the boldest, and the oldest civil rights organization in the nation, the one and the only NAACP. NAACP is standing in opposition. We have signed in as PON to House Bill 1363 because we want to make certain that we are placing people over property. Mainly, we want to make certain that we continue to use the pursuits, vehicle pursuits, but we want to pause and look back and see, is that the safest way? Community safety really is what is driven behind our opposition. We feel that if there are any tweaks that need to be made to the wonderful reform measures that were pushed by Representative Intiman 2 years ago, if there's tweaks that need to be made, we support what's being done in House Bill 1586, which is being considered in the Appropriations Committee this week. That would give the tools that are needed to bring law enforcement as well as the community together to properly study the impact of our pursuit policies in order to really build power from the roots up. We want to make certain that we're capturing the voices of both community as well as law enforcement. NAACP is here to work with you all to answer any questions and moving this forward responsibly. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Samuel Martin, and then after Samuel, we're going to hear from Michael Minnie and John Horsch.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Samuel Martin, and I'm the lobbyist with Washington for Black Lives, a Black-led coalition of community-based organizations, nonprofits, and faith communities across Washington state with the intention of investing in Black and Brown communities. We're here in opposition to House Bill 1363. In 2016, Kenneth Williams Jr. was in a high-speed pursuit with the police in the West Seattle area. During this high-speed pursuit, Kenneth collided with Devin Francis, a 21-year-old who also lived in that neighborhood. Kenneth and Devin died that day because of a stolen car. When declarations are made about why it's so important to recover material items, it feels like devaluing the lives that were lost because of vehicular pursuits. Kenneth was my little cousin, and he was 16 years old, and he had no opportunity to redeem himself from the mistake that he made, and he had no opportunity to even answer for his crime. Like with the gun violence we see from the police, this isn't something people should be dying over. In 2021, the legislature passed House Bill 1054, which imposes restrictions on law enforcement and how they engage in pursuits. You've heard today quite a bit of debate around what we need to do to move forward with this work. We are also in support of House Bill 1586, which allows us to do a study and to kind of find out more about this information. But we don't want to continue to see people losing their lives, and we want to continue to see more information about the work that's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we're going to hear from John Horsch, and then that testimony is going to be followed by Christina Gould and Stephanie Roberts.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members for hearing this. I apologize, I'm not in uniform today. I didn't know I'd be testifying. My name is John Horsch. I'm the Sheriff of Clark County. I, along with many of the citizens in my community, strongly support House Bill 1363. This bill would give police agencies the ability to address the lawlessness that has been allowed to thrive after the pursuit laws were changed about a year and a half ago. As it's been stated today, and I've heard this quite a bit, this bill changes the standard from reasonable suspicion on certain serious crimes that endanger our public. It also has the duties and responsibilities of the pursuing officer and the on-duty supervisor. It also describes the training required before an officer can be involved in a pursuit. Pursuits are dangerous. There's no doubt about it. Police officers do not want to be involved in pursuits. There's a risk to everybody. However, having violent criminals continue to scoff and flee when officers turn on their lights can't continue either. Around the state over the last year and a half, we have seen incidents over and over of not having probable cause, not being able to pursue for kidnappings, domestic violence, assaults, burglaries, just to name a few. Statistics and data, which I've heard today, are important when making decisions. But let's bring this issue to real life. What happens if any one of the committee members or anyone who's testified was the victim of a serious assault and they called 911 to report something and we find the suspect vehicle, but yet we don't have probable cause yet? We would not be able to pursue. I don't think anybody here would want that to happen. We can continue with those. If there's a questionable pursuit, because not everything is in black and white, many officers still won't pursue for fear of losing their job, being decertified, or facing possible criminal charges. House Bill 1363 is a tool which helps us bring people to justice and prevent further serious violent offenses. Our communities want safety, and this bill brings that. Discretion, and I will say this, police agencies need to use discretion and good judgment when deciding whether or not to pursue. Maintaining this balance, and it's been talked about quite a bit, this bill brings back balance of the risk versus the public safety is crucial. It's incumbent on all police agencies within our state to understand and follow this law if it's passed. This law doesn't give carte blanche for police.
Thank you.
For police is just to chase anyone. I've heard that about property crimes today and stolen vehicles. It has parameters, and they are appropriate and measured, I believe.
Thank you, Sheriff. I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, so Christina Gould is not here. Stephanie Roberts is not here. Joseph Volk. James Richard. Samuel Caldwell. How about Nicole Weber? Tim Payne, Rebecca Merzig, Paula Sardanis, okay, we've got Rebecca Merzig is being queued up. Well, thank you. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon. I've cut it down. I know we're running a little long this afternoon. I'm Rebecca Martzig, the Chief of Police of the Bellingham Police Department. Our primary call to service as government officials is public safety. The current pursuit laws, as they're written, significantly fall short of protecting our community. Imagine being a victim of domestic violence and calling 911. While arriving to your house, the police witness your abuser striking you in the face. That person gets into the vehicle and leaves. As the police arrive at your house, they must simply watch them drive away. This is the reality of our current pursuit laws today, and it needs to change. I wanted to be in this profession like every other enforcement officer across the state of Washington to protect victims. It is impossible to provide data on the amount of crime that could have been prevented by pursuit policy. That is the challenge of criminal justice research. I can tell you that on several occasions prior to pursuit law changes, I've observed more pursuits end safely than in collision and with the seizure of guns and arrests of those responsible for violent felonies. Please understand that the standard of reasonable suspicion versus probable cause is extremely significant. Oftentimes, probable cause takes a lot of time and resources to develop in real time when decision-making matters. Our community had a homicide occur where probable cause was not yet developed, yet our officers had an opportunity to pursue the suspect based on reasonable suspicion, but could not pursue based on our current laws. The family of the deceased individual would have wanted us to pursue. Victims are not being served under current laws, and for this reason, I am in favor and I fully support House Bill 1363.
Thank you so much. Next, we'll hear from Kamal Chegg. Apologize if I'm mispronouncing that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kamal Chegg. I'm the Executive Director of Washington Community Alliance, a statewide network of dozens of organizations of color, and I'm here testifying in strong opposition to HB 1363. I've heard some of the supporters say that this bill is really about local control because different communities are different across the state. But it's worth reflecting on who exactly is at the table in those local communities if this bill were to pass. Most of us know that it's police unions, the most fervent homeownership associations, and their activists. It's not working parents and everyday people. Our membership organizations work every day in communities that are already over-policed, and because of redlining, have less safe transportation infrastructure, making them most vulnerable to a police chase that goes wrong. And I know from my personal experience, growing up in Northeast Tacoma, when police did their chases, it was on the roads where we waited for the bus. It wasn't in the gated community right down the street. And that's true across the state. In Pierce County, we've seen the documented police pursuits that have ended in fatalities. They've happened in South Tacoma, not North End. They're more likely to happen in East Yakima, not West Valley. They're more likely to happen in East Central and Spokane than South Hill or 9 Mile. And no one disagrees that people who put on a badge, officers, deserve to come home safe. But so does everyone else. And what we do know nationally from emergency vehicles that do have to travel at high speeds in emergencies is that police in 2020 had crashes in 139 cases, while ambulances, firefighters were in 14 cases, each led to a crash nationwide. It's important for us to have statewide standards and not loosen them before we know the effects of this law. I urge all of you to vote against this bill and not pass it out of committee. It's going to speak to the priorities on public safety and racial justice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So Nicole Weber, is Nicole present? Okay, so I believe that concludes the testimony. I'm looking to staff. Okay.
Thank you so much for your efforts, Vice Chair Paul. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on Substitute House Bill 1363, and we will take a 5-minute recess.
You're lucky you came back. I gave us 15.
Washington state life long before we were a state. This is a real educational location where kids can come, and they do by the hundreds. They see the various tools that were used. They experience what life was like in a fort in the 1840s and 1850s. They have reenactors that demonstrate the day-to-day activities. It's a wonderful place for education and a wonderful place for learning. Life was pretty simple.
Excuse me? Miss Lydia and Miss Toya.
All right, well, who are they? You got to introduce them. Now you can't just have strangers on the camera.
Oh, they're just to get the system back running.
So their ID?
Yeah.
Wow, I think y'all are...
On their way to prison or jail, often took me to prison or jail, and so I never really looked at law enforcement as a friend, but thankfully our new interim Kitsap County Sheriff, John Pesey, has really sat with me and taken time with me in many meetings to build a strong, trusting relationship. And
the Tacoma was targeted.
And they wanted to date my 3 sisters. My father being that protector.
Woo-hoo! Oh, pop! All right.
Honestly, because I know that you can make bigger decisions in your life, bigger.
Okay, as a 17-year-old, haven't had much experiences.
Yeah, it's actually better to try it. Because if you put it all together, it's mushy.
No worries, there's still challenges for you. Tell us something that you've been reading or learning or a new thing you've been learning this summer. There's a little activity page in that booklet. Tell us how it went, drop it off at your local branch, and then
so the budgets aren't really set up to be looked at policy. So I had
But how are we building what I call emergency relations and with diverse communities? Because I mean.
We're asking us our materials because they're very specialized. Professional and highly advanced, they're imported.
sense to them, right? And so this is really the big vision.
So Ready to Rent, which is the 6th education program for veterans, just to learn more about preparing the credit, looking at the credit reports, how to talk to lawyers, really helpful to research.
Services are counted. And so there's a point-in-time count outreach side, and that's a lot of what I've done and other folks is we go to different encampments throughout Kitsap County. And we actually survey folks, and folks don't have to give us their name or any if they don't want to participate, but we at least still count.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, there's a lot of, it's like a school drive, a pop-up event. This is going on. We're looking at, we got vouchers. We're purchasing this property. Oh, we've got a class. It's like it's constantly just new stuff coming. So you can see it. It's just high energy and, here's some DE&I training. Yeah, it's just fantastic.
Hi, Jill. Yeah, I'm trying to think. As time goes by so fast and so much happens, it's sort of hard to think about what's happened in the last month about that program. And I'm glad I heard that you guys got to share while I was on vacation. You got to share at the state.
All right, y'all, this is devolving into something else. Enjoy your weekend. We will see you next Saturday. I think your commitment to having this sort of ongoing conversation about housing and homelessness issues is really important, and just appreciate you right back. Thank you. All right. Well, you heard it there. All right. We are waiting for them to come back. And hopefully that will be taking place here shortly. As you can see, G2 does catering too. Look at that spread right there. Let me tell you, ooh, that was a good day. Quite delicious for sure. I'm half tempted to play it again, but then I'm going to get hungry, so I'm not going to do that. Instead, we're going to talk about the working families credit here in the state of Washington.
To qualify for Washington's Working Families Tax Credit, you, the primary applicant, must have lived in Washington state for at least 183 days during the prior tax year. When you apply, you will be asked to attest this and provide your current residential address. If you're experiencing homelessness and do not have an address for your primary residence, you have options. We accept residency attestation letters from community-based organizations. If you are in the military and live outside of Washington state, but are married filing jointly, and have a spouse that resides in Washington, you're still eligible and should apply. Here are some examples. Miguel lives in an apartment in Tacoma, Washington. He lived there for 300 days during calendar year 2022. Then he took a job assignment in Utah for the remaining 65 days of the year. Since Miguel lived in Washington for at least 183 days in 2022, he meets the definition of a Washington resident for that calendar year. He would be eligible for a Working Families Tax Credit refund during the year if all other requirements are met. Anna lives in Oregon but works in Washington. She drives to her work in Washington every morning and drives back to her home in Oregon every evening. She does this for 300 days during the 2022 calendar year. While Anna may be physically present in Washington for at least 183 days, she didn't live in Washington. She's a resident of Oregon and simply commuted into Washington, so she does not qualify as a Washington resident.
All right, let's go ahead and get back.
In addition to other damages, also liable for vehicle towing, recovery, impound, and storage charges for an RTTO dispatched by law enforcement or member of another agency to clear the roadway or impound or recover a vehicle. The towing, recovery, impound, and storage fees incurred by a registered tow truck operator are to be paid to the operator directly by the insured or as a third-party claim under the liability insurance coverage of the insured. Payment must be made promptly and without unreasonable delay. The rates charged for towing, recovery, impound, and storage fees may not exceed the amounts established in the fee schedules filed with the Department of Licensing. A partial fiscal note has just become available, reporting no fiscal impacts for the Department of Transportation and the Office of the Insurance Commissioner. The part that is missing in the fiscal note is that local governments have not submitted their fiscal note. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Are there any questions for Mr. Hirsch? Representative Gaynor has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Michael, I just want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly, that this puts this claim on the same level as any other claim, that property claims or whatever.
I am not a lawyer, and so I'm generally unfamiliar with claims, but my understanding is that it would be a claim, but it's not a right of civil action. So I will check with counsel for you.
Okay, thank you.
Are there further questions? Representative Dolio, to present your bill.
Thank you, Chair Fye, Ranking Member Barkas, members of the committee. It is a pleasure to serve with you on this wonderful Transportation Committee. I'm Beth Dolio. For the record, I serve the 22nd Legislative District, which you are sitting in. I bring this bill forward. It is essentially a bill of equity. When a tow truck operator is called to the scene of an accident or a place where there's a tow needed by law enforcement, they go out, they do their job, and then they, clear the roads for us so that we can all resume beyond the accident that occurred. And then they go home, and it turns out that the driver of the vehicle who caused all of the issues, who is held liable in our current RCW, doesn't have tow truck coverage in their liability. And so they're unable to actually bill for that. So this bill fixes that. It puts the tow truck operators on the same plane as the state of Washington, which has the ability to bill directly to the insurance companies. They're just able to do that as well for the expenses that they've incurred in clearing those roads for the citizens of Washington. So I would encourage a yes vote, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, before my just one question for you.
Not from you. I'm happy to answer any questions except from Chair Fye.
Well, happiness is happiness in the eyes of the beholder. It might be about my happiness.
Go for it.
Yeah. Is there any questions by members of the committee?
No, you got.
So I think your district includes Tumwater, doesn't it?
It does.
So what was the original name of Tumwater?
I have not a clue. Water Tum?
New Market.
New Market. Oh, we have the New Market Skills Center, actually. I wonder if that's where that comes from. That's a really cool.
I'd take a wild guess and say yeah.
I bet it would, yeah. I'm going to find out. I'm going to check Wikipedia.
Yeah, thanks for giving me the straight lines. Okay. Vice Chair Paul.
Thank you, Chair Fye. First, we're going to hear from Peter Lukovich, Chris Zachary, and Paul Brissy.
Thank you, Chair Fye, Ranking Member Barkas, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Peter Lukovich. I represent the Towing and Recovery Association of Washington. We're here before you today to ask, as the good representative just mentioned, for an act of equity. We're dispatched to the scene of roadways 365 days a year across the state. And at times when we're dispatched by law enforcement, we arrive at the scene, we do our work, and what happens is the state gets paid through the insurance process and pursuant to RCW 4644. And our towers do not get paid. So this is asking that we be given the same level of treatment and consideration as the agencies that dispatched us to that scene. It's an opportunity for our towers to not lose thousands of dollars. You'll hear from Mr. Bressy in just a moment as to what the reality of that is like. And we hope that you'll be able to find your way as we did last year with this bill, very similarly, but we removed an element that Representatives Hackney, I believe either Ramal or Ramos wanted us to work on last year, and we were able to remedy that with the proposal before you this year. So we would urge your favorable consideration. Thank you, Mr. Chair, subject to your questions.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chair Fye and Ranking Member Barkas and members of the committee. My name is Chris Zachary. I am the owner of Burns Towing in Tacoma, Washington. I have been involved in the towing industry for a little over 35 years, and I have been the sole owner of Burns Towing for a little over 12 years. I was the District 1 Chair for Towing Recovery Association of Washington, and this year I've been given the honor of being the Vice President of Towing Recovery Association of Washington. I have been a tower for over 14 years, 35 to be exact, and have provided recovery and impound services that are both large and small. The same work effort is reproduced across the state 24/7, 365 days a year. The problem lies in the fact that when law enforcement or an authorized agency has us dispatched to a scene, the state will get paid and the tower will not get paid because the state is protected by RCW 4644. Simply, the state gets paid and the tower does not. We've been working on this issue for over 3 years now, and every time we inch forward and forward to fairness and equity. We are not asking for higher rates or increased payment of fees and costs. We just want to get paid for the from the negligent party for the costs we incur when we are dispatched by law enforcement or an authorizing agency. Let me explain just a bit more. A tower like me is called to the scene of an accident. There's automotive debris, oil, fuel, possibly produce, whatever could be on the road, and we have to hire out, besides our tow trucks, we may have to hire out a forklift, a front-end loader, a roadway flagger, or other ancillary equipment. The truck that I recovered may only have liability coverage, and when a claim is made by my company to pay for our services, we get told there is no coverage available. However, the state does not get the same response. The state gets paid for damaged guardrails, damaged road signs, damaged stop signs, whatever the case may be. We just want to be treated fairly. If law enforcement or other state agency has us dispatched, we want to get paid for our work just like the state gets paid. Otherwise, the incentive to continue to be a good partner will be eroded. Our work as registered tow truck operators is vital to the transportation of goods and services and the public in our roadways. Thank you so much for listening, and I hope you support House Bill 1722. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul?
Thank you, Chair Fye and Ranking Member Barkis. My name is Paul Bressi. I own Nisqually Towing in Olympia. I've been also the legislative chair for the Towing and Recovery Association of Washington. I've been asked to bring an example of what these costs can be. I don't know if you folks remember, about a year and a half ago, we had a truck was involved, caught fire at DuPont, northbound, and we were called at about 10:15 to clear the roadway. While this was happening, a drunk ran into the back end of a fire truck, and so what happened was we were delayed from the removal so we could have an offer investigation. There also we had DOT on the scene for traffic control and cleanup and all that kind of stuff, because they had to clean up the roadway after, because the truck and trailer caught on fire. We were there for a total of about 11 hours when we got done with the job. We got paid a total of $3,200 because we ended up auctioning the tractor off. We got nothing for the trailer, even though it was loaded with cheesecakes from the Cheesecake Factory, but they were a little overdone from the fire. But what happened was that we got paid, like the only reason why I got paid anything was because the tractor was a fairly newer tractor. We sold it at auction for $3,200. DOT at the same time got paid $32,000 because they had a crew there controlling the traffic and all the rest of that for about the same time we were there. And so we would like to have the ability to be able to bill an insurance company like as if we were DOT. We cleaned the roadway up, DOT held the signs up. Thank you. Appreciate it. And thank you, Representative Dalgo, for bringing this bill forward.
Second. I'm just wondering if Representative Orcutt had any puns regarding the Cheesecake Factory.
So, no, okay, you guys are taking all my puns. That's no fair. You know, if you're going to challenge me to puns, you can't take them ahead of time. So, you know, I was just worried that, you know, they're supposed to be cold, right? So, you know, kind of a hot time in the city here, I guess.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see, Rep. Paul.
Thank you, Chair Fye. Next we'll hear from Ben Buchholz. How about Chris Teft?
I was prepared to start out saying good afternoon, but good evening, Chair Fye, committee members. I'm Chris Teft here this evening on behalf of the American Property Casualty Insurance Association, opposed to House Bill 1722 in its current form. I want to be clear that we do not object to operators receiving appropriate compensation for the important service that they provide. The concern is with how this bill would do it in this year's iteration. In that subsection 3B of the bill, which is the new material, It appears, or to us at least strongly implies, that it is trying to create insurance where there otherwise would not be insurance necessarily. It seems to insert the operators into the policy between an insurer and the insured, and that is of concern to us. We think that a much better approach, and frankly one that accomplishes the goal that was described at the outset of equalizing the matter between the tow truck operators and the state, would be to provide the operators with the same civil action that the state has, and the action by which the state is able to obtain recovery from a wrongdoer. An alternative possibility that we might be able to support is some public funding mechanism for this service, because clearly, as you've heard, this is a public service that the operators are providing. Thank you.
I have a question. So, does the state of Washington typically make a civil action in order to get paid for, like, with the example that was stated earlier? Did they have to take action to do that?
They have that right under the statute. They're making a claim that could give rise to a litigation. It's probably paid prior to that.
But typically, what happens if the WashDOT has expenses associated with an accident? Is that something that's typically paid for by the insurance companies?
It could be if there's coverage. They're making a claim against the wrongdoer, the tortfeasor, the negligent party. However, it's defined in the Section 2 of the statute. We're just asking to conform Section 3 to what it says at Section 2 for the state.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Fye. I believe that concludes the testimony for House Bill 1722.
Okay. All right. Let's close the public hearing on House Bill 1722 and move to House Bill 1395.
House Bill 1395 concerns the distribution of aircraft fuel revenues. Aircraft fuel is gasoline or any other inflammable liquid that is chiefly used as a fuel for the propulsion of aircraft. An excise tax and a sales and use tax is collected on aircraft fuel used in Washington. The excise tax of 18 cents is levied on distributors for each gallon of aircraft fuel that is sold, delivered, or used in Washington, with some exceptions. This excise tax is deposited into the aeronautics account. A sales or use tax of 6.5% of the selling price of aircraft fuel is collected from purchasers and users of aircraft fuel in Washington. The sales and use tax is collected by a seller of aircraft fuel. The seller of aircraft fuel then remits the sales and use tax to be deposited in the state general fund. Turning to the bill, the sales and use tax collected from purchasers and users of aircraft fuel in Washington is distributed as follows. During the 2023 biennium, an amount equivalent to imposing a 0.5% tax must be credited to the aeronautics account, and beginning July 1st, 2025, an amount equivalent to imposing a 1% tax must be credited to the aeronautics account. In both time periods, the remaining amounts are sent to the general fund. The bill also requires some reporting requirements from WashDOT Aviation to track the funds awarded for airport projects through a grant program and report to the legislature. A fiscal note is available if you'd like to hear it.
Please.
So the bill redistributes funds between the general fund and the aeronautics account. DOR estimates transferring amounts equal to $3.1 million in the 23-25 biennium, $7.2 million in the 25-27 biennium, and $8.2 million in the 27-29 biennium. In addition, the Department of Revenue estimates that it would require approximately $26,000 to hire at first, and then an ongoing cost of $25,000 to support the additional work required to calculating the transfers and submitting data to the Department of Transportation. Thank you. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, any questions for Mr. Hirsch? Okay, thank you very much. Vice Chair Paul. How could I forget you, Representative Dent? Would you like to brief your bill?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to hear this bill. So, Chair Fye, Ranking Member Barkis, and members of the committee, it's always an honor to present a bill and be in front of you, and I do appreciate your willingness to hear my bill. I'd like to give you a little bit of history on why the bill is here. I want to talk to you about aviation in the state of Washington. Brings in about $540 million a year in taxes, creates about 250,000 jobs, and overall, the aviation aerospace industry is about $107 billion a year industry in the state of Washington. So it's a significant footprint in what we do. So, and our Washington airports, which is our infrastructure, currently need about, it's projected we're going to need about $3.5 billion over the next 20 years in order to maintain and keep them up in the condition that we'd all like to see them. So that would make, and if we break that down between the state share and the Fed share, that would put the state share at about $241 million. And our current estimate that we in that next 20 years that we're going to have from the state is 28 million. So we're going to be a little bit short for the revenue in order to take care of our infrastructure. So back in when I was first here in 2015, there was another aviation tax that, you know what I should do before I go any further, before I forget? My name is Tom Dent, and I represent the 13th Legislative District of the state of Washington. And my career, the one that paid the bills at the House, was flying airplanes. So I have some experience here in this arena. But in 2015, when I first arrived, there's an excise tax on aircraft that you pay every year. And basically, you get a little sticker to put on your airplane that says you paid your tax, and it's like $50. Well, 90% of that $50 was going to this general fund, and 10% was going in the aeronautics account, even though it was supposed to go into the all of it was supposed to go in the aeronautics account. So I worked at that and was able to move that over. So we got the entire 100% of that into this aeronautics account. And so, and my argument and how I was able to do that was that only amounted to $637,000. But we can use any money we get in the aeronautics account as matching funds against the AIP program the Federal Aviation Administration has. So we took the $637,000 and leveraged it against the AIP program, and we were able to do $10.6 million in projects with that $637,000, okay? Which amounted, the taxes that were paid on those projects, there was 24 projects, the taxes paid on those projects equaled $930,000, which went back into the general fund. So we made money. We actually gave the general fund more money than we took out. So fast forward to my bill today. We begin this at 0.5% of the 6.5% excise tax, sales tax, basic sales tax on aviation fuel. And we keep 0.5% of that in the aviation fund. And I left my glasses over there, so I'll have to squint a little bit. But what this will bring up in the first year will be $3,169,000 is what we'll pull out of the general fund. But with that money, we'll end up doing, with $57 million, $57,042,000 to invest in projects. Oh, thank you, Keith. These are really, really small numbers on here, so. You guys are trying to get me losing my track here, but you're not gonna throw me off track that quick. But what it amounts to, so there's $3,169,000. We're gonna put that into our spending, along with local matches, along with the federal match in the IP program, and we're gonna end up with $57,042,000 to invest in airport projects in the first year. Okay, and by the time we do the projects, with the sales tax and the B&O tax paid on those projects, we're going to return back. Our taxes are going to be $3,999,651, which is $830,000 more dollars than we took out. So what I'm saying is we're going to take the money out, we're going to go do the projects, we're going to give you all the money back, and we're going to get these projects basically done for free. Okay? And is this going to work forever? Well, it has so far that I've been here, and we've been tracking the AIP program that's continued to work every year. But it's basically a match program, and we're borrowing money. We're actually borrowing the money from taxes that the aviation community is already paying. So this is why I like it. For the second year, we'll even do more. The second year, it'll be higher as our taxes go up. I didn't have, when we go into the fiscal year 25, I didn't have the numbers on the projection for tax revenue from them, but then it would go up to 1%. But the way it looks like, and I did a lot of work on this yesterday, we're going to take total taxes of about $6.5 million in these 2 years out of the general fund. We're going to have total projects financially of $119,150,000. So, and we're going to return over $8.3 million in taxes, which means our net impact to the general fund will be a positive number of $1,724,000 plus dollars. So it's a way to fix our programs, and we do it, and we make money for the state, and aviation is carrying its own. And so that's what I've always liked about it. I just think it's a user-funded kind of a program. So anyway, thank you, Chair, for hearing my bill. I appreciate it, and I'd be willing to answer any hard questions or easy ones that you have.
Okay. Are there any questions for Representative Dent? You know, your helper, Representative Gaynor, has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if I understand this, Representative Dent, we're actually going to be money ahead if we do this?
Say that again.
We're going to be money ahead if we do this?
Yes. If I was in business, and I was in business for 40 plus years, if I had opportunity like this, I would do it in a heartbeat.
Yes, the transportation budget would be money ahead. The operating budget, not so much. So, Representative Dent, I had some questions for you, but I'm going to just ask you one since you know your numbers. What's the square root of 49?
I don't have any idea, you know. Oh, it's 7. I guess that's right. I should know that, shouldn't I?
Thank you, Representative Paul, for showing him your fingers.
Representative Paul and I look out for each other, you know.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions? No. Okay. Chair Paul.
Thank you, Chair Pye. We have one testifier, John Dobson.
Well, first of all, thank you, Rep. Vi and members. This is kind of like deja vu. I think you gave me, probably about an hour to explain a lot of what's going on in aviation and the funding about 2 years ago. So I'm just going to give you a 30-second recap of that, if you will. So, if I may, back in 2014, the state received a letter from the federal government and is in the congressional record about the use of airport revenues. If any aviation asset is taxed, said funds belong to aviation. They cannot be spent on the general fund. And there seems to be a little bit of disconnect with that. The state of Washington, by the way, acknowledged the letter that they got from the federal government, and they created what's called the Washington Action Plan. The Department of Revenue agreed to quantify the amount of money being diverted to other agencies, specifically HST and PPT, hazardous substance tax and a petroleum products tax. My numbers estimate that to be about $14 million annually. In addition, local taxing districts have imposed taxes on aviation fuels. The Department of Revenue has estimated that number to be $5.7 million in 2015. The Aviation Division has quantified the need for airport asphalt maintenance at $12 million per year. I think Rep. Dent talked a little bit more about on a 10-year basis. And the bottom line being, though, is that Aviation Division does indeed return funds. We did do the calculation on the 2015-2017 biennium. Indeed, that $637,000 extra was real, and we did complete $10.6 million, 24 projects, and paid back $930,000. So sooner or later, we're going to have to pay the pauper, if you will. We've been collecting money on aviation assets for some time, and the monies are due back. I see this as an opportunity to start that process. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Chair Fry. That concludes the testimony for House Bill 1395.
With that, the public hearing on House Bill 1395 is closed. We will go to House Bill 1829. Mr. Hirsch.
Good evening. House Bill 1829 creates a LeMay America's Car Museum special license plate. By way of background, the Department of Licensing is authorized to issue special license plates to be used in lieu of standard license plates. If legislation passes to create a special license plate without the preliminary DOL review and approval process, the sponsoring organization must provide the plate design and the startup fee to the Department of Licensing within 30 days of the bill's enactment. Startup fees for the special license plate are $6,300. The sponsoring organization...
Michael?
Yep. Would you like to jump it?
I'd like you to speak real close to the mic.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta tell you, it's pretty loud up here. Start fees for the special license plate are $6,300. The sponsoring organization is required to pay this amount upfront or reimburse DOL with plate revenues for this cost. Once the fee is paid, the proceeds from the plate sales will be distributed to the sponsoring organization from the special license plate account. For administrative purposes, DOL is allowed to retain $12 from the amount paid for a new special license plate issuance and $2 from the amount paid to renew the plates. The bill creates the LeMay America's Car Museum special vehicle license plate. In addition to all fees and taxes required to be paid upon application for a vehicle registration, a fee of $40 is charged for the original issuance of a LeMay America's Car Museum special license plate, and a $30 fee is charged for the renewal of the plate. Proceeds from the special plate go towards education and job training related to automobiles. The bill takes effect on November 1st, 2023. A fiscal note is not available. However, based on estimating the cost of similar bills, the revenue is indeterminate, and DOL would need about $30,000 for staff time to design, issue, and purchase the plates, and DOC would charge $8,000 to DOL and spend $8,000 to manufacture the plates. That completes my briefing, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Are there any questions? Representative Vincent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For staff or anyone else, the direct proceeds from this special will go towards education and job training related to automobiles. Is that going to go to a specific community and technical college like Bates in your community, or is that generally just any automotive program?
Would you like to answer that question?
Yeah, the bill does not specify specifically where the funds would go. Typically, that would be negotiated with the Department of Licensing afterward, or between the Department of Licensing and the sponsoring organization.
Okay, well, I know, Rep. Walsh, you've been waiting with great anticipation for my special plate bill. So I just wanted to say, I think what's unique about this one is it's a car museum, right? It's very much related to the work that we do in transportation. The second is I'm very familiar with this organization, having been on the city council when this museum was built. All the museums, as we know, over the past several years have struggled with revenues to support museums across the state of Washington and probably across the country. The proceeds, I think, will be, because I think there's a lot of interest in these plates, and by virtue of signatures already collected, this will help defray the costs for the museum going forward. So that it can rely on that revenue as part of their overall revenues for their operations. So, Ranking Member Barkas.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, as your trusted co-sponsor on this fine piece of legislation, first of all, I'd like to just thank the people here today for hanging with us on a long day. You picked a long day to be with us. What's impressive is I think there were 3,500 signatures that were gathered in 3 days, if the statistic is right, and then over 1,600, almost 1,700 people in favor of this. That's a testament to community, the automotive community. The museum is a very special place if you have not been there yet, and it anchors a phenomenal arts district in Tacoma, which I think is part of the renaissance of that area. It is an attribute, and as the chair said, these proceeds go back out into the educational aspect. These are dollars that are typically spent through the museum right now, and as has been with so many, the challenges that were faced coming out of COVID, this will help to do that. So glad to have this in front of us today.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Dent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I believe I heard you say that some of our car museums are struggling, and I could see how that could happen. So, but we're going to do a license plate to support automotive type education, and then I guess I'm a little confused here on the tie-in between what we're going to spend the money on and the fact that the car museum is having a financial. Or maybe they're not, but are they struggling or not? I mean, I guess I'm just a little bit confused over, what we're doing and why we're doing it.
Marcus?
Thank you for the question, Representative Dent. What the car museum today spends dollars in supporting outreach, education, and other components. This so that comes out of their normal operating aspect, and like all museums and other things after COVID, they all struggled. This license plate, by the revenues coming in, will go towards those programs and not come out of their normal challenging of the operating budget. So it helps offset that while still continuing the programs that they do.
Vice Chair Paul.
Thank you, Chair Fye. We have two people to testify, Michael Transu and Alan Granberg, sorry.
Oh boy, this is low. This is awfully low for a chair, excuse me. Well, thank you. Right. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative Vincent, for that comment. For the record, my name is Michael Transu, and I'm here today representing LeMay America's Car Museum. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member, for your sponsorship. Here with me today to testify is Alan Granberg, who's a member of our Executive Committee for the Board of Directors for the museum. I also wanted to let you know that our new Executive Director, Gary Yamamoto, is here in the audience, along with Drew Warehouser, who's a member of our steering committee, Steve Boone, who's on our board, and then lastly, Paul Miller, our Senior Vice President of the museum. And to the extent Mr. Granberg and I can't answer any questions, we've got folks in the background who have the specifics. Mr. Granberg is testifying, Mr. Chair. I'd like to close up with just a few seconds to make a recommended amendment to the language of the bill regarding the plate's display description, which we'd like to have corrected so that it can accurately reflect the plate's intended background. So with that, Mr. Granberg.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Chair Fay. Thank you, Ranking Member Barkas and members of the committee for listening to us today. On behalf of the museum family, our board of directors and staff, our volunteers, and the community that we serve, we urge you to support House Bill 1829. The dollars generated by the LeMay Museum Specialty Plate will fund the museum's programs aimed at inspiring students and the community to understand the role of automobiles in our culture and economy. We accomplish this through education, interpretive programs, and job training that will open doors to learning through science, technology, engineering, the arts, and math, collectively STEAM. We believe these programs will inspire a new generation of skilled trade workers, engineers, designers, artists, enthusiasts. Members of the committee, in closing, I wanted to note that as of 11:36 a.m. today, 1,664 people have signed up in support of this House Bill, which we hope demonstrates to you the strong level of community support for the specialty plate bill and the programs that it will support. Additionally, please know that more than 4,400 people have indicated to us they intend to purchase the LeMay specialty license plate when approved by the legislature and made ready for purchase by the Department of Licensing. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Representative Benjamin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is the museum pursuing any federal funds to help to cover cost or loss from COVID? And did you apply for COVID recovery funds for the museum?
We've applied for recovery funds from the federal government and also from the state to help with the COVID. And what's nice about this particular program is this one is not for supporting COVID or the issues that we're having that we had on operations. This is really focused on the education.
Okay. May I have a follow-up question, Mr. Chair?
You bet.
Will you be working with local community and technical colleges in your area on the education piece, or are you thinking more of the high school?
We work with local technical colleges. We work with organizations that help support what we're trying to achieve. For example, more than 600, there's going to be a shortfall of more than 600,000 technicians, automobile technicians nationwide. And then also for body shop repairs, more than 100,000 job shortages are occurring. So what we want to do is help educate and train the next level of technicians to support the automotive industry.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I might, we'd respectfully ask that on page 5, lines 10 and 11, I can get this to your staff. The display we would like to have changed a little bit, and I'm happy to get that to them. It won't take, it's just a simple amendment, but change it to displays a homage of a classic Washington automobile plate.
Okay, thank you. Representative Dent has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I believe, make sure I heard you right. I think we need to have a petition with a set number of signatures on it before we can proceed, right? Is it like 4,500 or something? 35, and you have those?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Good.
Are there any further questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1829 and open the public hearing on House Bill 1833.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Beth Redfield, staff of the committee, and before you is House Bill 1833, setting ferry fuel surcharges. As background, the Transportation Commission sets ferry fares and pricing policies for Washington State ferries. They do this by rule, and by September 1st of each year, the Commission adopts fare and pricing policies for the ensuing year. They are also directed to specifically set a capital vessel replacement surcharge for construction and purchase of ferry vessels. In the 2010 supplemental transportation budget, the legislature authorized the commission to impose a ferry fuel surcharge and to conduct all the public procedures and processes required to setting the fare by rule. The commission adopted rules to guide the setting of the surcharge effective in 2011, but no ferry fuel surcharge has been implemented. In the budget process, as you know, the governor and legislature consider the cost of ferry fuel for the operation of the ferry service in proposing and setting appropriation levels. The information we use is the forecasted consumption of gallons of ferry fuel, forecasted biodiesel prices, actual gallons consumed, and average prices paid, as well as actual gallons purchased and paid under hedge contracts. Under the bill, on an annual basis, following the enactment of the transportation budget, the Commission is authorized to evaluate the need for ferry fuel surcharge. The Commission may impose a surcharge when directed by the legislature in the transportation budget, or if they determine that the appropriations for the operating costs of ferry system fuel do not fully fund the cost of fuel. Based on the most current enactment of the budget and the prices known at that time. If a ferry fuel surcharge is imposed, the Commission must reevaluate the need for the surcharge on at least a quarterly basis to determine if it is still needed and revoke the surcharge if it is not. The fiscal note has not come in yet, and the bill does contain an emergency clause and is effective immediately. And I'm open for questions.
Are there any questions for Ms. Redfield? Seeing none, Vice Chair Paul, to introduce your bill.
Thank you, Chair Fye, and thank you, Beth, for that excellent summary of the process we have right now. So you know our ferries provide valuable services to families and businesses across the Puget Sound region. For Representative Rammel and folks in the 40th District in the San Juans, it is the only transportation system. It is our state highway in my district. Ferries can save riders and families and businesses 3 hours of drive time. And the little known rule that our ferries, there's a process where if the fuel charges end up exceeding the budgeted amount, that this surcharge can take effect. I think everybody in this committee knows the rough time our ferries have had over the last year and a half, with a shortage of ferries and a workforce shortages in Washington State ferries, just like in every other sector. And it is not right that our ferry riders could be charged a surcharge when the legislature has not appropriated the full amount of how much that fuel cost should be. So this rule that took place in 2010, I think needs to be revised. If there's a shortfall in the budget due to spike in fuel prices, in this case this was caused by a dictator invading another country and raising fuel costs, I don't think ferry riders should pay that price. I think the legislature should have an opportunity to actually budget for that increase. I think our ferry system has done a good job hedging against those fuel spikes, which is why we've not had this issue before, but we nearly had this where the Transportation Commission would have been forced to set a fuel charge, a surcharge, and they used emergency rulemaking to avoid that. Again, I just don't think that's right. I think the legislature should have an opportunity to come back and fund that. That's why we have a supplemental budget process, and that's why I've proposed this change. And in the EBB, you'll actually see a substitute House bill that tightens up the language so that there's no ambiguity that the legislature's job is to fund this, and if we're not going to fund it, then we direct the Transportation Commission to enact a fuel surcharge. And happy to answer questions, but I just think this is an issue that we need to address. We don't do this with other agencies. The Department of Licensing doesn't have a surcharge that they can charge if their budget is negatively impacted by factors outside their control after we set the budget.
Thank you. Representative Paul, I have two questions for you. One more serious than the other. So your intent here is to still have consideration of fuel charges when fuel prices go up, but to have it happen after the legislature has decided whether they want to pick up some of that cost or not. Is that what your underlying purpose is?
Correct. That there would still be the opportunity for this to take effect, but only after we have set our budget and we've directed the Transportation Commission to make up the difference.
Okay. The other question is, Oak Harbor is in your district?
Yes, it is.
What other state has an Oak Harbor?
That would be Ohio.
Correct. Okay, so Representative Gaynor has a question.
Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Representative Paul, my understanding, and at least my experience, is that when fuel is purchased, I used to wonder about this too. I mean, how do you project, costs? But when you go out for bid, you establish the price, and you have a factor that goes with the market. I mean, so I guess I'm trying to understand how that wouldn't be in play here. Does the state not do that when they go out for bid?
So I should leave it to smarter people than I am to explain what's currently happening with the Washington State Ferries, but they've done a very good job planning for that and hedging against potential spikes, which is why we have not seen this issue. So even as we've seen spikes in fuel costs, the ferries have been able to plan for that and have those spikes be more rounded. And the tremendous increase we saw in fuel costs this past year exceeded those efforts.
Do you have a follow-up?
I do. I guess the concern I have is that if we leave it, if I read this right, it's only the legislature or the budget hasn't fully funded. It's the timing of it, because we can only do activity when we're in session. So what happens if we find in August or September that we have a significant shortfall? I mean, I'm trying to understand the mechanism for that to kick in.
I would propose that we fund that in the supplemental budget the next year. We have the opportunity to do that, which if the Transportation Commission, which can speak to this, had not done their emergency rulemaking, that would have been on the back of ferry riders instead of the legislature having the opportunity to increase the budget for fuel and fully fund that line item.
Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
I think Representative Gaynor's done, but Representative Walsh has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rep. Paul, would you consider an amendment that adjusts this proposal to a per nautical mile formula?
I'm always willing to consider your great suggestions, Representative Walsh.
Can we look forward to an amendment, Representative Walsh? Okay. All right, so we'll pause for a moment while you get back to your desk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll hear from Rima Griffith, and then followed by Joe Kunzler.
Good evening. For the record, I'm Rima Griffith, the Executive Director of the Washington State Transportation Commission. Pleased to be here today, and I appreciate seeing, we just saw the proposed substitute, so with the chair's permission, I'll address that version. Okay. So, as it was mentioned, the commission has not implemented a fuel surcharge since they codified the rules for it back in 2011. And we give a large credit to that, to the State Ferries fuel hedging program. It's quite effective. And it came on board after the commission adopted the rule for the surcharge. So we've been able to avoid it for a long time. It is correct that last year we did see an imminent likelihood that it was going to get triggered, and just by a little bit of background, the fuel surcharge was originally thought of as an idea by the legislature when, prior to 2010, there were year after year after year of pretty significant budget requests, supplemental budget requests for fuel by Washington State Ferries, to the point where the legislature at the time then said, this isn't really a sustainable model, and we need to find a different way of addressing fuel costs that are unanticipated. That led to the surcharge and then the hedging program. Under this bill, the commission would welcome further legislative direction on it. I would note that the concern we would have, and we would testify as other on this version, is that there is no language allowing us to remove the surcharge should it be no longer be necessary after the direction is given by the legislature and you adjourn. We would also note that it removes any kind of review, so there really is no basis to determine the need for or the continuation of if it were directed. So we would recommend you at least keep the review requirement in place and an explicit language around the commission's ability to remove it should it no longer be necessary. And perhaps consider language that would allow us to review and report to the legislature at the beginning of each session, similarly to how we do with tolls in some cases for Tacoma Narrows on the fuel forecast and the potential for a fuel surcharge, or at least from the performance we've seen from the working with the ferry system.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Vice Chair Paul.
Thank you, Chair Fye. Next, we'll hear from Joe Kunzler. I think Joe's online.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right. I'm speaking into the mic, and I'm going to be, my concerns aren't just about the bill. I am deeply concerned about how we've had fare increase after fare increase after fare increase of the state ferries. I first testified for the State Transportation Commission in 2019 about how I supported low-income fare for those that were at the time complaining about they had to choose between ferry fares and a stick of butter. And the way we set ferry fares is a way that doesn't allow the state legislature to really hear and respond to the testimony of the people who need fare relief. We have a transportation commission do it, and they get told supposedly they have no authority to just say no, and the regressivity of it all. So I'm a con on this bill. I'm a con on, frankly, to be real brutally honest, I love our state ferry system. I appreciate what former Secretary Amy Scarton tried to do to save it. But I am against giving the state ferry system any new revenue until they implement a low-income fare for those, and frankly, give some progressivity to our seniors. I'm not one, by the way, who are clearly suffering and having to make some very difficult choices at what's supposed to be their golden years. So I'm sorry, I oppose any fuel surcharge until we get a low-income fare. Thank you.
That concludes our testimony on House Bill 1833. That hearing is closed. And we will open up the hearing on Substitute House Bill 1229. And I think we have Mr. Zoll, is that correct?
Zali, thank you. My apologies. Oh, no problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Jason Zali, OPR Counsel to the State Government and Tribal Relations Committee. Substitute House Bill 1229 concerns automatic voter registration. Under current law, when a person applies for or renews a driver's license or state ID card at the Department of Licensing, they must be asked if they want to register to vote or update their voter registration. For enhanced licenses or IDs, there's an automatic voter registration process. And that's possible because the enhanced licenses require proof of citizenship. So if someone applies for or renews one, they're told that they'll be automatically registered to vote with the information they provided unless they wish to decline. And if they don't decline, then DOL transmits that information to the Secretary of State. This bill, Substitute House Bill 1229, changes that automatic voter process. So under the bill, a person who applies for or renews an enhanced driver's license or ID card is automatically registered to vote or have their address updated, and there's no opportunity for them to decline at that point. Instead, what happens is within 5 days, the county auditor sends the person an automatic voter registration acknowledgement package, and then the person who doesn't want to register to vote can return that with a prepaid envelope and decline to be registered. And the same with an address change. The packet must also state that the person who does not meet the qualifications to vote must return the form and decline to be registered. The bill also makes a couple of changes regarding inactive and canceled voters. Currently, an inactive or canceled voter who tries to vote, it votes a provisional ballot, and under the bill, they would instead be just allowed to re-register to vote and vote a regular ballot at their current address. And finally, for voter challenges, if a person challenges a voter for not residing at their address, there's a fairly onerous process they have to go through to demonstrate that the person's address is wrong. The bill simplifies that by removing requirements. They no longer have to attempt to contact the voter to learn their actual residence, and they no longer have to visit the residential address to contact persons there for an affidavit. And Mr. Chair, there's also a second substitute in the EBB, H 1411.1, sponsored by Representative Ramos. If you'd like me to brief that as well.
Please.
So this makes a number of changes that were ostensibly adopted by the State Government Committee, but due to a mix-up with the Code Revisor, weren't actually put into the sub that the State Government Committee voted on. And these changes are changes that were also adopted by the Senate Transportation Committee, with one exception. So those changes are that the substitute removes the category of pending voters that was created by the original bill, and it removes language that says that an automatically registered voter is registered 21 days after their DOL transaction. Instead, what's left is language from the state government substitute that someone's considered registered at the time that the county auditor receives their information from the DOL, unless they return their form declining to register and it's received by, within 15 days, or the county auditor gets information about the voter in the 8 days before the election, in which case the county auditor can delay sending out the package until after the election. Second, the substitute also provides that the notice package is sent 5 business days rather than 5 days, and as I said, can be delayed until after the election. Third, the substitute specifies that DOL sends copies of documents that an individual uses to prove citizenship only if requested by the Secretary of State. In the bill previously, that was an automatic thing they had to do. And then it also states that DOL shall not ask someone if they want to register to vote if the identification that they receive shows that the person's not a U.S. citizen. And finally, the substitute reinstates the safe harbor provision about several voter registration crimes that had been stricken from the original bill. And with that, I will turn to Michael for the fiscal.
Yes, go ahead with the fiscal note.
So this fiscal note, so this is a briefing on the fiscal note for the original bill. The costs are expected to be substantially similar. The Office of the Secretary of State estimates $148,000 in one-time costs to make changes to their IT system. The Department of Licensing estimates one-time costs of $434,000 to make changes to its IT system, part of which includes changing information sent to the Secretary of State, including sending digital copies of documentation of citizenship. Additionally, county auditors would incur an ongoing annual cost of $19,000 to mail notification packages with prepaid envelopes, as well as additional indeterminate costs related to staffing costs to address questions and workload. Thank you.
Representative Robertson has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Sully, so forgive me if I didn't catch that, but the scenario of I've been a registered voter for 40 years and I'm deciding now to go and get my enhanced driver's license, is there a provision or a mechanism when I do that to say I'm already a registered voter and don't need to be registered because it'll cause a duplication of voter registrations?
So no, there is a provision that says that what would happen is your information would be sent from DOL to the Secretary of State, and they would compare it to the current registration. So actually, if it matched, they wouldn't register you a second time. But if, for instance, you had a different address, if you were getting a license at a different address or something, it would automatically update your voter registration.
All right, thank you.
Are there further questions? Representative Walsh.
Mr. Sully, is it still a crime for someone who's not a citizen to register to vote in the United States?
It is not a state crime for someone to, it's a state crime for someone to falsify their information. So if someone said that I am a citizen, like checking the box on the form, that would be a crime. If someone were to be accidentally registered to vote as a non-citizen, that itself would not be a crime. It would be a crime then if they tried to vote, but not to be registered.
Okay, thank you very much. Vice Chair Paul.
Thank you, Chair Fye. First, we'll hear from C. Davis. And then we'll also hear from Alex Tanishko.
Hello, my name is C. Davis. I'm Washingtonians to recall Inslee. In recent times, many voters have become skeptical and distrustful of the voting process. Although there are national implications, the concerns are very real within the state. In Washington state, voter rolls are managed notably autonomously by the Secretary of State and the county auditors. So my first concern with House Bill 1229 is that the bill gives the Secretary of State the discretion to choose the type of documents that determine citizenship. And I believe that it's the legislator's job to clearly identify in the bill what documents constitute proof of citizenship. My second point is that this is an opt-out system, and an opt-out system is conductive of registering those who either don't want to vote or are ineligible to vote. And consistent with what Representative Robertson said, I believe an opt-in system would be much more fair and trustworthy. My third point here is considering a checkbox or an affidavit of citizenship is not proof of anything, and it will lend itself to people either accidentally registering or erroneously registering, either intentionally or unintentionally, and I think that's a bad choice. And that's, by the way, Section 2(1)F, the checkbox area. So I think this bill needs to be amended. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next we'll hear from Alex.
Chair Fye, Ranking Member Barkas, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Alex Tashenko. I'm the Deputy Chief Counsel at the Center for Secure and Modern Elections. We're a nonpartisan organization that advocates for an election process more efficient, accurate, and secure. We strongly support HB 1229, which would upgrade the automatic voter registration to improve the integrity of the voter registration rolls and increase access for eligible citizens. This bill and its Senate companion have enjoyed bipartisan support in the other policy committees in the House and the Senate and on the Senate floor where it passed last week. The bill adopts the gold standard model of automatic voter registration that's been successfully implemented in Colorado, Oregon, Alaska, and 3 additional states. It streamlines the voter registration process for applicants for enhanced licenses. And as you know, enhanced licenses are only available to Washingtonians who use documents to prove U.S. citizenship. When Colorado implemented this upgrade, it almost doubled the registration rate for unregistered DOL applicants. It also processed hundreds of thousands of additional voter registration address updates per year, which is crucial to keeping the voter registration rules accurate and up to date. Streamlining voter registration has other benefits for government efficiency. In particular, it can also reduce DOL transaction times, which leads to shorter wait times for customers. So in Colorado, again, about a minute and 30-second reduction in transaction time for each transaction after implementing this upgrade. In closing, the system is the most secure, most efficient, and most effective way to register eligible voters, then keep the voter rolls clean up to date. I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee may have. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Thank you for your testimony. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 1229 and open up the public hearing on Substitute House Bill 1554.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Jacob Lipson, staff of the Environment and Energy Committee. So Substitute House Bill 1554 requires airports to develop and implement lead exposure reduction plans that is to be based on guidance developed by the Department of Transportation. It also calls on the Department of Health to update certain blood lead testing guidance to consider persons living near airports. So as background, under the Federal Clean Air Act, leaded motor vehicle gasoline has been restricted for several decades. However, leaded aviation gasoline is not restricted in its use and continues to be used by piston engine aircraft. And so this is aviation gasoline used by smaller aircraft as opposed to jet fuel commonly used by commercial aircraft. Last fall, the United States Environmental Protection Agency proposed an endangerment finding under the Clean Air Act, and if the EPA proceeds with finalizing this endangerment finding, it would trigger other actions by the EPA and the Federal Aviation Administration that could eventually lead to restrictions on aviation gas that contains lead. Separately, the FAA has begun an initiative with the goal of eliminating leaded aviation gas use by the year 2030 and has published recommendations for short-term measures that airports can take to reduce lead exposures. Separately, the National Academy of Sciences, working under a federal budget proviso in 2021, also published a report on how to reduce lead exposures from airport operations. So the bill in front of you requires the Department of Transportation, in consultation with the Department of Ecology, to develop guidance to be implemented by airport operators related to reducing lead exposures from airport operations. This guidance is intended to be quickly and easily implementable by airport operators and must be based on a 2021 National Academy of Sciences document that I just mentioned. The guidance is to be published by July 1st, 2024, and then updated 2 years later. The guidance must address at least 3 topics to allow airport operators to achieve lead exposure reductions, and these actions are eliminating the cast-off of leaded aviation gas fuel, establishing standardized time limits on airport engine idling and run-up, and establishing changes to the distances between run-up areas and public places on or off the airport property. Each airport operator's plans are to be based on this Department of Transportation guidance and must be submitted for approval to either the Department of Ecology or to the local air pollution control authority in areas of the state in which a local air pollution control authority has been activated under the Federal Clean Air Act. So, for example, in the Puget Sound area, that air quality regulator is the Puget Sound Clean Air Agency. And airport plans must be implemented by either November 1st, 2024 or 4 months after the Department of Transportation publishes that guidance. These plans do not apply at airports where leaded aviation gasoline is not sold. The plans must include a description of how the airport operator will implement the operational and logistical recommendations in transportation's guidance, and a plan and budget for financing any needed fueling infrastructure improvements to allow for the sale of unleaded aviation gasoline. Airports must submit annual status reports to either Ecology or the local air authority, and Ecology or the local air authority must offer technical assistance to airports in their implementation of these lead plans. Ecology may adopt rules, and Ecology and local air authorities may issue penalties for violations of these plan requirements. And finally, and separately, the Department of Health is directed to update their blood lead testing guidance that is geared towards healthcare providers to include children that are at risk of lead poisoning from airports at which leaded aviation gasoline is used. To basically require them to consider populations that are at risk of lead poisoning, that among the populations that automatically are recommended for a blood test as opposed to at the healthcare provider's discretion.
A fiscal note is not yet available for the substitute version of the bill.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Are there any questions? Wow, I'm surprised. Representative Dent, you have a question? No. You're next.
You were talking about, I think you made mention that leaded gasoline used in aviation is being phased out. I mean, do you have the date on that when it's what we're looking at?
So there is a somewhat multi-phased process underway at the federal level that begins with the United States EPA proposing what's called an endangerment finding, and that's the stage that that process has reached. And then subsequent to that, if that endangerment finding gets finalized, it could then trigger a review by the FAA to certify that replacement fuels are safe and available. And so, it's sort of speculating a bit in terms of exactly how that multi-phase federal process will play out. Separately, the FAA has also convened what it's calling the EAGLE initiative, which is, I think it stands for like Eliminate Leaded Aviation Gasoline or something like that. And it is looking at the availability of replacement fuels and involves sort of ongoing conversation between industry and airport operators on aviation gas fuel, but it doesn't. That initiative has a goal of phasing out aviation gas by 2030, but not a requirement under federal law.
Thank you. Representative Gaynor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Michael, in the fiscal note, do you know whether it will anticipate the improvements for the airports that will be needed to be made? Because a lot of the airports are actually funded through DOT. I mean, they get funding through loans and all, so.
Yeah, I don't believe so the fiscal note would likely speak to the costs of the improvement plans, but I don't know that it would speak to the cost of the improvements themselves to be in compliance with the plans.
Thank you.
Was there a follow-up, Rep. Gaynor? Okay. All right, thank you very much. And we'll have the prime sponsor, Representative Dolio, speak to her bill.
Thank you, Chair Fye, Ranking Member Barkis, members of the committee. For the record, I'm Beth Dolio, I represent the 22nd Legislative District, and you are sitting in it. You already knew that. Jacob did such a great job of giving my bill intro that I'm going to just speak from the heart. 50 years ago, we transitioned away from leaded fuels because there is no safe level of lead for children, particularly children. And here we are 50 years later. Yeah, there's been some progress, but what on moving towards an unleaded fuel for piston engines used at commercial airports. So we're not talking about SeaTac, we're talking about the smaller airports. We've been talking about a lot of airports issues this year. And, the fact of the matter is that I dropped this bill because I want to help put pressure on moving towards the alternative. So UL 94, UL 100, there is an alternative that exists that is not at scale yet. And every single communication that has come in that has talked about the problems with this bill has admitted to the fact that we all want to move away from leaded fuel. And that's the purpose of this bill. That was the first purpose because I put a ban in place. Not able to do that because of interstate commerce. So what do we do then? Coping mechanisms, trying to reduce the risk until we do have cleaner fuel in place for these piston engines. Basically says to airports, here from DOT, here's a plan that you can adopt. It talks about castaway. So castaway, they take and Rep. Dent can talk way better about this than I, but they take about a gallon of the fuel, test it to make sure it's safe, and then cast it away. There's safe ways to do that, and there's unsafe ways to do that that increase exposure. Same about where you're, revving your engine to make sure it is safe. There's a lot of things about these older engines that you have to do to make sure that they're safe as they go up into the air and stay in the air. So that's one thing, a plan. We're going to do it. We really moved the timeline up in the bill.
Okay. Well, what a day. What a day. I do appreciate everyone hanging out with us on today. Definitely an informative event. Great for the youth to see the process and how that works. Woo. It just crams and crams and crams. You definitely have to have your research, your information, support. Support is a big one that I took away from this. Definitely need to know how to argue your point and understand your opponent's point and argue that as well. So we do hope to see our youth in this space. That's my hope. I think that would be fantastic. But we do want to thank Civil Survival, Tarra Simmons, for the Transform Justice Day of Advocacy, Kitsap Black Student Union, for their continued leadership from the youth standpoint, which is fantastic. Love to see God's Broken Home University at the event. Shout out to them. And as always, gather together, grow together for their work and hear us at the concert. So, programming note, I believe our next show is tomorrow evening, which is the Olympic College board meeting. I believe that starts at 5:30. I hope you'll join us then. For now, don't forget, subscribe, like, and share. Again, there is a wind advisory in place until tomorrow morning at 6 p.m. Up to 35-mile-an-hour winds with gusts to 55 miles an hour. I know our power flickered once or twice here. So take care of yourself, take care of each other, and we'll see you tomorrow. For everyone involved, I am Marwan Cameron. This is The Conduit.